We are live, Unchained TV, providing ongoing coverage until the verdict comes in the trial of Alexandra Paul and Alicia Santurio, two animal activists with direct action everywhere who rescued two sick chickens from a slaughter truck and are now facing misdemeanor theft charges. This is the 9th day of trial. The jury in its 2nd day of deliberation. These women could go to jail for 6 months. And really what's on trial is not their actions, but the entire factory farming system. So let's take a look, bring you up to date on the case, and then we're going to discuss with our expert panel.
Hi, Unchained. It's Alexandra. Thank you so much for being here and covering the trial. We really appreciate it.
Young chickens are fattened up in filthy conditions before they're loaded on a truck and transported for slaughter.
Our expert panel is here. We had expected this to be over possibly by last Thursday. It is now a week and a day after that. It's still going on. Mind you, this is a misdemeanor theft case. I got to go straight out to Carla Cabral. You've been following this from the very beginning at court and actually had to go and take your next upcoming job. So you're joining us from your laptop as opposed to outside court. Is this a shocker that this misdemeanor theft case is now in its 9th day and God only knows how many taxpayer dollars, many, many, many thousands, if not millions, spent on trying to convict these two women for rescuing two sick chickens from the factory farming system?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me on still, Jane. I really wish that I could still be out at that courthouse because this really has been riveting, at least to me, hopefully to the viewers. Hopefully people are really getting a good look at what's happening in our justice system when it comes down to big corporations going up against just a couple of activists who are out there trying to bring the truth and light to what is happening. I know that it's not actually Foster Farms that is going up against the activists. It is the people, and maybe Nathan can talk about that a little bit. But really, I think that the prosecution, at least in my eyes, has some connection with these big corporations in order to allow so much money to be spent, so many people, so much investigation going into this misdemeanor case. We talked about that previously, that, I mean, these birds were of no value, if not a liability to Foster Farms. And you would think that they would want that to just be swept under the carpet. And I think in some ways they did, because they offered so many plea deals to Alicia and Alexandra to get this just over and done with. But they are strong and they want Jax and Ethan's story to be told. They want this to be shown to the public. And that is the true power of this and what Foster Farms is so afraid of. So I'm shocked in some ways that a misdemeanor case would go this long, but I'm also not shocked because I've seen how when people start to see what is going on, they become more curious and they want to know more about it. And so the fact that it's taking this long, I think, is a very good thing.
Absolutely. And we're going to play some closing arguments by Wayne Shung in a second, but I really want to show the 45 seconds that is at the heart of this case, and that is the two women running to rescue the two chickens. And let's take a look at that, and then we'll discuss. And it turns out those chickens were very, very sick. And some of the testimony was truly, I would have to say, shocking. Dr. Kirsten Rosenberg, who is a veterinarian, really painted a very, very terrifying picture.
They were infected with an extremely contagious coronavirus called infectious bronchitis virus. It's a very up to, or not up to, 100% of birds that are exposed will get sick. Very contagious virus. They also were infected with 2 bacteria that can make human beings sick.
And what were those 2 bacteria?
Enterococcus faecium and E. coli.
I think you previously testified that enterococcus infections in hospital lead to up to 66.7% of patients dying, correct?
Correct.
Are there a large number of people nationwide who die of enterococcus infections?
Yes, I mean, this is one of the most common infections. One of the most common nosocomial infections that we have today, and it's actually increasing.
What is nosocomial?
Nosocomial infections are infections that come from hospitals. So you go into the hospital to get maybe a knee surgery or something like that, and you end up inadvertently contracting Enterococcus faecium. And literally studies have been done where these organisms in hospitals have been traced back to chickens in grocery stores. So, and if you do get unlucky enough to get one of these infections in the hospital, these are multi-drug resistant bacteria. So the antibiotics that the doctors want to use on you, they don't work. Maybe you get lucky and they do, but up to 66.7% of people will die.
So those were some of the bombshells that came out of this case. But can the jurors, Nathan Semmel, former Manhattan Assistant District Attorney, consider that? Because that's an issue of human health.
I don't think there's any question. I mean, Dr. Rosenberg supports and corroborates, everything that Alexandra and Alicia said on the stand in terms of her observations, her knowledge of why they had to do what they did. You know, on a micro level, I suppose Alexandra and Alicia are on trial here for a petty theft, but this really is a trial against animal agriculture. I mean, the big takeaway from this case is going to be the horrible conditions at that farm. I mean, I imagine if you ask these jurors, in a month or two from now, what their takeaway is, they're probably going to talk about how horrified they were with what they learned about the industry, the conditions, the illnesses, the abuse of the birds there.
That's certainly a possibility, because in a previous similar case, the jurors actually, if not all of them, quite a few of them allowed themselves to be interviewed. And they had expressed a lot of sympathy for the rescuers. In that case, it was people rescuing pigs. I want to go out to the courthouse. James Madison has just arrived there, and he's our reporter on the scene. The jury probably started deliberating 9 minutes ago. James, what can you tell us about the scene outside the courthouse?
Well, people are just starting to get here. We had to pack up our Airbnb this morning, but the scene is that people are just starting to park and arrive. But there's a little bit of tension, because everybody was thinking about last night how the outcome is going to be. And our discussion was that, that the fact that the deliberation has been going on for this long, we think that's good news, rather than just making a quick decision.
Why?
I think that if everybody was just on one side, say guilty, then it would be a really quick decision. But the fact that there must be some people or a big majority of the group saying acquittal or not guilty, that's what I believe. And that's why I think it's a good thing that and we believe that it's a good thing that it's taking a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
Although,
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
you
I mean, although in our mind, it's an easy decision, of course, but
and I notice you're wearing a red armband. Why is that?
oh yeah, so everyone in the court that we give support for them, we're wearing this band, and the significance is just that we're giving support. I don't know exactly what's beyond the red band.
Yeah, it's like it happens in a lot of trials, and sometimes it's controversial. I know sometimes at trials I've covered, the victim's family will all wear a yellow ribbon or something like that. So it's a way of showing support in court, and that's what they've been doing, is wearing the armbands. Yes, James Madison's also a member of Direct Action Everywhere, and he's providing commentary at the scene for us. So let's do a round robin. Ellen Dent, what do you make of it? We all canceled our appointments. Oh, I've got to cancel my dentist appointment for 10:45 today. My gosh, I just reminded myself. We all thought this was going to be long gone. You've taken on another job, Carla. This is day 9 of this trial, a misdemeanor theft case that it's shocking that it even went to the jury, but it's gone to the jury, and now it's day 9.
Yeah, I mean, we're all on pins and needles now, just waiting to see how this pans out, what the jury will decide. So, and I'm with Carla that it's surprising that it's gotten this far, that it's at trial. I think they're trying to make an example of these two women. And I think that what's actually happening is it's turning into a spectacle of animal agriculture and what Foster Farms is doing to these individuals. So I think it's like completely backfired. Just like, Alexandra and Alicia said yesterday, they won. They got this into the public eye. So no matter what the verdict is, they won.
And these are just a taste of some of the protests that have been occurring outside the DA's office, outside the courthouse. Direct Action Everywhere, famous for their incredibly colorful protests. Do you think that's having an impact, Ellen, as somebody who has organized many vigils and protests yourself?
Absolutely. I think the community can't ignore that. Even if they don't have the mainstream media out there, they have it broadcasting on Unchained TV. So many people are seeing this. They're seeing the dedication of the activists. They're seeing how serious this issue is. So even though this is a misdemeanor case, and it's surprising that it's been in court for 9 days now, it's a hugely monumental, historical moment for our movement, and those activists are out there strong.
All right, we're going to take a look now at some of the closing arguments. Wayne Shung, who is a constitutional law professor, had various reasons why he presented to the jury that they must acquit. And there are echoes of the famous Johnny Cochran, "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit" line used successfully in the O.J. Simpson murder trial. Is that a smart idea? Is it not a smart idea? We don't know. But let's listen to some of Wayne Shung's closing arguments.
When there's an animal desperately in need and no one else is able to help, you have the right to help. You might say, how could they possibly believe this? You can't just run up to a car or a truck or someone's home and take their pet. Remember, this is a very conditional legal opinion. Compare it to a dog in a hot car. If you were to break into a car to steal someone's pet, of course that's a theft. No one's going to disagree with that. The defendants aren't going to agree with that. You can't just steal someone's pet. But if the dog is suffering, if it's a hot day and the owner inadvertently didn't leave their windows open, inadvertently didn't leave the air conditioning running, and you're watching that dog as she is slowly dying, being roasted alive in that car, they believe only in those circumstances you have the right to go ahead and break that window and take that dog to the vet.
And I'm going to object mistake of law. The law about dogs requires you to call 911 first. This is a misdirection.
Suspect. So, but even if they're wrong, again, even if they're wrong, and they didn't have the right to help the animal issue, chicken, cow, pig, dog, whatever the animal is, even if they're wrong, if they had a good faith belief even if they were mistaken about their right to rescue these animals, if they had a good faith belief, and that's all they need to show.
So tell us about that. Nathan Semmel, tell us about this good faith belief that they were not breaking the law, and that goes to intent, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Wayne is arguing a concept called mistake of law. It is extremely rare. I mean, I've never used it in 20 something years of practice. You can go a whole career without offering that defense, but it is very applicable here. And there's a strong argument for it. And there was evidence that was adduced at trial that the activists, that Alexandra and Alicia, relied on attorneys, relied on experts before approaching the truck, before rescuing the two chickens, and their own experience, of course, that they genuinely believed that they were acting within the law, that they did not think, based upon what they knew, what they were counseled, and what they observed, that they were committing a crime. And the jury's allowed to consider that, which was a fantastic ruling by Judge Lowe, by the way. So the jury can consider that. And of course, like anything else, it has to be reasonable. I mean, if somebody committed a robbery, they probably wouldn't be able to say, oh, I didn't know robbery was a crime. That's not reasonable. It's not a valid defense. But
Got it.
Here, it's valid, and it's a real issue. And the prosecution's trying to say, no, it's not reasonable, that a theft is a theft is a theft. But I think there's a lot of evidence that that rebuts that theory.
I like the dog in the hot car analogy. I'm going to go back out to James. There's a lot of people. Is there anybody you could talk to there just to get a sense of what the mood is? I see Cassie. Is that Cassie?
Yes.
Hey.
Hi.
How
Hi, everyone.
you? Yes, Cassie, one of the lead organizers of Direct Action Everywhere, and who works around the clock. You've been doing public relations, media outreach, I believe. Just give us your perspective on this extraordinary 9 days of trial so far.
I've definitely been in Merced longer than I expected to be, but it's all right. We brought the bunnies with us here to the Airbnb, and it's been fine. I've been watching along and following along on YouTube, on Twitter, on UnchainedTV, because I actually have been the press contact. So I haven't been in the courthouse watching what's happening live, except yesterday. Yesterday, I finally went into the courthouse for the first time for the closing arguments. And I'm so glad I did, because they were incredibly powerful. Chris laid out the facts and showed the intent was rescue. And Wayne, of course, got up and made a heartfelt plea to the jurors, just like he did in the Smithfield trial in Utah last year, and told them, I'm going to do something unusual, and I'm going to tell you my client did it. But what she did wasn't wrong. It was right. And I think you would have done it too. If an animal you cared about was going to be possibly boiled alive, or if you knew they were starving on the floor of a factory farm, you would rescue them too. And I hope that got the jurors thinking, like, yeah, if they have, some of them have dogs, some of them have companion animals, thinking about what they would do for those animals. So it was very powerful. And I'm hoping that end impression has a big impact, but a lot has happened. It's been a long trial, so I don't know what moments are going to stick with the jury the most.
Cassie, I just want to say, when I'm in court watching a jury, I look at the expressions and I try to think it's total guesswork. I totally get it. But what was your impression of the jurors' reactions, facial expressions, as Wayne was speaking?
They were very engaged. They were nodding a lot. Some of them were taking notes on pen and paper. One of them, who I believe is a nurse, seemed very engaged when Wayne was talking about how we need to listen to veterinarians. We should listen to the expert witness here about the condition of the birds, and not a Foster Farms executive who's an accountant, who himself said we should listen to veterinarians on these issues because I'm just an accountant. And I think that resonated with her, that we need to listen to the medical experts.
And a final question. I mean, do you think that this is indeed putting factory farming on trial and has backfired when you consider the amount of money that the prosecution is using of taxpayer dollars to prosecute this case, and how we know, we all see this. I mean, anybody who watches local news, that there's almost on a daily basis thefts going on, especially during COVID, where people took things and nobody was even prosecuting whatsoever if it was under like $1,000. And the value of these chickens is, well, according to the defense, negative value because they were sick and therefore posed a problem for the company.
Jane, I think we know that foster farms and the industry are on trial when the prosecution has to say foster farms is not on trial, which is what they said in their closing argument yesterday. They basically said, you might not like foster farms, and that's understandable. They literally said, this industry it's not pleasant and you may not like foster farms, and that's understandable, but foster farms is not on trial here. And when they have to say that, it's in response to what everyone's thinking, which is foster farms on trial here? Because that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing evidence of crimes by foster farms against animals. So I think, yes, we're definitely putting the industry on trial, and that's what we want. And that's why they turned down plea deals to have this trial. And that's why whatever happens today or whenever we get the verdict from the jury, I already think that we're winning.
Absolutely. My final question. First of all, we have an incredible panel that has been doing incredible work. Any questions for Cassie from our panel? Well, I do have one, and jump in if you do. It's the media coverage. Now, I know you've been extraordinarily successful in getting coverage in some of the biggest outlet of all times is the New York Times. And I'll show that article where essentially it was an op-ed piece that said, this rescue work should be legal. Right there, you're looking at it. Rescuing farm animals from cruelty should be legal. That was prior to the trial. What's the media response during trial so far?
I wish it was better, but a lot of people understandably are waiting to see the verdict because that's going to kind of change the story that they write, and they'll cover it at that point. But we do have a few people I've been in touch with throughout the week who are planning to cover when there is a verdict. So that's good. We're keeping them updated, and hopefully we win, and that becomes a really big press story. I definitely think even though either way we're winning and we are getting attention, a win would be a bigger story because people want to hear stories about underdogs winning against these massive corporations, and it's just more surprising. So for a lot of reasons, I'm hoping we win, and one of those reasons is to get more media.
And if you did, that would be 2 acquittals in a row for open rescue. And the whole point I know of your operation, well, one of the big points is to establish open rescue as a right, just as you would break into a car to save a dog who was dying locked in a hot car.
Right. And we have more trials coming up. So hopefully we're going 2 for 2 when we get to the Sonoma trial and win again. But even if we don't, we have more trials coming up, and we will continue to win or lose forward towards establishing the right to rescue, just like you said, Jane.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Cassie. These folks have gone with no sleep for days, and yet look how good they look. I want what she's having. Thank you, Cassie King.
Thank you so much, all of you.
All right, thank you. Well, let's break that down a little bit. Yes, there are more trials coming up, and I think that you. By the way, great work out there, James. I know all these people who just become reporters because I call them and say, "Would you do it?" And they do such a great job. It's really amazing. And there's the one and only Curtis. Curtis, did you get any sleep last night?
Yeah, I did. Slept well, but anxious again today.
Yeah, the mood seems a little more charged today. Like it's got to happen any minute now.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gotta happen. I was just talking to Paul over here about the outcome, and it really doesn't matter. I mean, the amount of press and the amount of tension. We got a train. You may as well go to somebody else, but just quickly, I think the amount of attention that this has gotten for 2 petty thefts is well worth it. Whatever happens.
Yes. And wow. I mean, this is Americana. This is rural, and I think it's worth pointing out, I'm in Los Angeles, and, people think of Hollywood, and they think of, it's a blue state. But I can tell you from having driven to Santa Maria from Los Angeles more times than I care to count to cover the Michael Jackson trial, and being in Santa Maria, which is a heavily agricultural town, and this is north of Santa Maria. California is an agricultural state. it is the largest dairy state, having eclipsed Wisconsin years ago. And once you get out of Los Angeles and you're north of Los Angeles or south of San Francisco, it's not your classic blue state filled with a bunch of yoga, exercising people. It's a rural agricultural state. And I have nothing against that. I admire people who certainly produce the fruits, vegetables, nuts, grains, and legumes that we all need to survive. Animal agriculture is another matter. It's destroying our planet. It's polluting our waters. It's causing habitat destruction, wildlife extinction, human world hunger, because 80 billion animals killed every year are eating a huge percentage of the food. But just to put you in the context of where this is happening, Merced County is a heavily rural agricultural county, even though it is in California. People have a tendency to regard California with a big brush, and it's not that way at all. So, wow, there is so much going on. I will say with verdicts, and I've covered so many of them, and I could just tell you, having been a crime reporter for 40 years, not just the Casey Anthony case, the Jodi Arias case, and numerous other cases, O.J. Simpson, Michael Jackson, many other cases along the way, that there is an energy that builds up when you feel a verdict coming down. It's like an energy, and I'm feeling it right now. Today is the day. It could be any minute now. Sometimes jurors say, all right, let's go and sleep on it and we'll come back in the morning. So it's, because people said to me, why are you starting at 10? Nothing's going to happen at 10. They're just walking in at 10. I said, because you don't know. They could walk in, they could have a 15-minute discussion and say, we're out of here, right? And have you seen that, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen fast verdicts. I've seen, deliberations that take a very long time. I've seen when they're far apart, or maybe there's one holdout who wants the night to sleep on it. I was thinking about one thing last night. I think based upon the type of case this is and the emotions that that are attached to it for at least some people, and you have to believe there are jurors on there with real compassion towards animals. I think if there are holdouts, it's much more likely that somebody who believes that Alexandra and Alicia are criminally responsible, that they're guilty, I think they're much more likely to fold and vote not guilty. I think when you're emotionally attached to something, I mean, and you care about the defendants, and you don't want to convict them, it takes a lot more to sway you to the other side and actually convict. So I think the longer this goes, it's probably better. I mean, we've heard from different attorneys say you just can never say for sure. And I can't say for sure either. But just sort of using experience, using, some common sense, I just think that it's more likely those that are holdouts are more easily swayable to the not guilty side.
Yes, and here is Wayne Chung, the defense attorney for Baywatch actress Alexandra Paul, who is to his right on screen, and to the left, Alicia Santurio. Both of them were grilled by the prosecution on the witness stand, and the general consensus is that they handled it extremely well. I think we can show a little bit of what they did and said while on the stand. Let's go to Alexandra Paul's testimony, little clips, and then we will analyze.
We also choose these animals because they tell best the story of what's going on behind these closed doors. And we document it and we share it with the world because nobody else is showing people what's going on. The only reason people know what's going on behind these closed doors is because of animal investigators.
Yeah, I mean, that's another point. I don't know if that's a point you could use in the closing arguments, Carla, but it's certainly a point that, hey, nobody would know about this if undercover investigators weren't sneaking into these facilities and documenting. And I want to show, just for literally 10 seconds, it's very disturbing, I don't want to get everybody down, but this is the video that DXC recorded undercover prior, and then asked the DA to prosecute prior to getting the chickens off of the truck. I just want to jump to very quickly the statements by Foster Farms, because this came up at trial, and we'll talk about that later. Foster Farms on its website talks about, how the flocks have penthouse perks, and that essentially it's the good life. Okay, the good life, as all of our flocks with a few penthouse perks. Okay, so you contrast that with, and they also stress that they are certified by the American Humane Association, which says, here's the skinny: the chickens we raise enjoy the 5 freedoms. Freedoms from hunger or thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from injury, pain, or disease, freedom from cages, freedom from fear and distress. So can you contrast that, Ellen Dent, what we just saw in the video and the statements by Foster Farms? And we invite Foster Farms on any time at all. We would love to dialogue with them.
I mean, look at the proof. Could those statements be any less accurate? I'm like, are these, executives talking about the chickens or themselves with their penthouse perks, with the profits that they're making off of commodifying their bodies and taking their lives and torturing them for their whole short lives, which is about 35 days on average. So, I just find it completely repulsive, and it's just obviously blatant lies.
And I believe this came up at trial when the vice president at Foster Farms was questioned. You're nodding your head, Carla.
Yeah, I mean, it's enraging when we see things like that on the website, but we know what's actually happening. And you talk about Americana and the rural nature of this area, and I think that's why they love to use words like freedom. They want people to think that, we're also giving all of our beloved chickens freedom to do whatever they want. And, the idea, I remember in the closing arguments, I have so much to say, but I'm going to try to keep it on point right now, that they talked about the chickens having to have 5 feet to move, and that they provide them with food and water. But what is crucially missing from that, and that was with the American Humane Association, what's crucially missing from that is those birds might have 5 feet to move, but if they can't actually get up on their broken bones from being massively overweight due to the nature of how they've been genetically manipulated to eat, if they can't actually get up and they can't walk, what good are those 5 feet? What good is that food or water when the birds can't actually reach it to continue their lives? They end up laying on the ground, suffering and dying. And this is what people don't get to see. That's why I feel strongly that they should be able to see the footage from inside the farms and from inside the slaughterhouses. And that's why they don't want that to be introduced. They don't want people to see that.
Excellent point. I want to go out back to James Madison, who's with Zoe Rosenberg of the Happy Hen Sanctuary. And can you speak a little bit about what you're experiencing today? And also, I know that your Happy Hen Sanctuary is in crisis right now due to extreme flooding. And we urge everybody to donate to the Happy Hen Sanctuary immediately.
Yeah, so things are still rough at the sanctuary. It's unsafe to even go down to one of the areas where we have animal housing, which is really hard. Luckily, all of the animals are okay, but they don't have anywhere to, or not, some of the animals don't have anywhere to live long term. So yeah, any donations would be greatly appreciated so that we can repair the destruction from this storm, so that we can continue saving lives. Court cases like this for the right to rescue, it's so that ultimately we can be able to save more lives and, establish the right to rescue, so we can go into these farms, go into these slaughterhouses and take the animals out. But we can't do that if we don't have sanctuaries for the animals to go to. So if anyone's able to support, that would be greatly appreciated. And I appreciate everyone following along with this trial. And we're all on pins and needles hoping that we have a not guilty verdict today.
Yeah. And, the irony of all this is that the flooding is the extreme weather that is the result of climate change. That is, even the local news is talking about the fact that this is not normal for California, the extreme floods, and on the East Coast, the cyclone bombs, the tornadoes. And so animal agriculture is a leading contributor to climate change, and it's coming back around and hurting the sanctuaries. You're not the only one flooded. I've heard about others are flooded. There's a crisis going on right now. The cost of hay is skyrocketing. All of these sanctuaries need your help, but particularly Happy End Sanctuary, but it's because of climate change, Zoe.
Absolutely. And, the animals always bear the brunt of basically human action. Not only sanctuaries are being destroyed by these storms, but also factory farms are being destroyed by these storms, and that obviously impacts the animals there as well. Just like the animals at the sanctuaries, folks maybe saw there was a video we posted on the Direct Action Everywhere Facebook and Instagram a couple months ago of these calves who were in these hutches that were so flooded. There was water like up to their chests, and there were newborn baby calves, and they couldn't lay down to rest without drowning. And that's what we're looking at. And it's because it's literally so ironic, because it's because we're torturing animals in these factory farms that now animals are suffering even more from the consequences of climate change. It's just so terrible.
Well, we're going to help you whatever way we can. I urge everybody, please support the Happy Hen Sanctuary. Give now, give what you can. I'm going to put up throughout the day the link. It's very simple. All you do is go to happyhen.org/donate. Give whatever you can. Give on a monthly basis. Give just today, because they're in crisis. No fault of their own. This is a very well-run sanctuary with the highest standards. But when a big giant flood hits, which we've experienced here in California, it overwhelms any strategies for dealing with it, and what they do need is help right now. So thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you,
Rosenberg, and we'll keep that up. So wow, there's so much going on. Breaking news, left, right, and center. I want to go back to the testimony, the closing arguments of Wayne Shung, the attorney for the two women who are on trial right now. I'm going to mute the sound for outside court, and I'm going to go to getting back to the trial. We are on. Oh, and my dog is here spinning around. The deliberations went so long that she started having her own protest here yesterday because I hadn't walked her. And I've made arrangements today to have her walk. But let's hear more about what Wayne said about why these women are not guilty.
These chickens not only did not have any value, but they were a liability. What do we hear to sustain this finding, this factual finding? These chickens were a liability. Well, first, the defendant's testimony themselves. They said they opened up the cage door and immediately saw two chickens collapse on the ground. There were a bunch of chickens standing, but there are two that are on the ground. If you're trying to take something of value, why do you take the animals that are collapsed? Second, they immediately see the pale, sickly combs, right? And I showed you the bright red color of the chicken right next to the chicken Alicia took. If they were trying to take healthy animals rather than sick animals, why would you take the one that's collapsed on the ground with a pale comb rather than the chicken right next to that chicken that has a bright red, healthy comb?
Do you think that's an effective argument? And Carla, you're nodding.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Wayne, but when Travis Colby was giving his closing statement, you know, he continued to talk about Alexandra
Travis
and Alicia.
Colby, just keep saying who these people are.
He's a prosecutor. He's on the people's side. He was talking about Alexandra and Alicia having clear intent to deprive foster farms of their property, as if rescuing these two extremely sick chickens is going to have some sort of grand effect on foster farms' profits. He kept saying deprive foster farms of their property, but I'll tell you, what really makes foster farms look bad and what one would hope would have an effect on them is this behavior of charging these two impeccable women with the grand crime, the grand crime of taking two sick chickens from their truck. So it's a horrible look. And I know that the thought process is that they have to stop activists now because they're extremely afraid that if there's a not guilty verdict, somehow that's going to cause millions of us to rise up and start grabbing their property from all of their farms. But it's never actually our intent to simply take the most healthy animals from a company, as Wayne was just trying to point out, in order to deprive them of some sort of monetary value. And they know that they're not afraid that we're just going to start taking all of their animals. What they're afraid of is that we will continue to show the world what's happening on these farms. But they don't understand that it actually doesn't matter if there's a guilty or not guilty verdict. And I think we've all been saying this. We will continue to show the world what's happening until it stops. Putting Alicia and Alexandra in jail, or if Wayne and Paul had gone to jail previously in Utah, it's not going to matter in the end, because Colby was correct when he said that really the goal is to shut these places down, but it's not a self-serving goal. It's not at all because we just want these businesses to be shut down for no reason. It's very much, as we all know, because even if they were treating these animals extremely well, they don't have the right to forcibly breed these beautiful individuals into existence. And then on top of that, treat them like garbage and leave them sick and suffering, only to turn around and murder them for profit. And we don't have to do that anymore. We know that because we shouldn't, that's what they're afraid of. More and more people will understand and they'll make the morally correct decision. And then they'll be out of business, which if they're smart, they don't have to be out of business. They could transition to businesses that would be eco-friendly and actually help people get nutritious food. They could transition to crops that aren't as water intensive, but that do provide vast amount of protein. So I think it's just stubbornness. People get set in their ways and they can't see what's right in front of their face, what they have to do and what they should be doing to help people.
I'm going to jump in. It's beautifully said, but I want to go back out to court where, James, you had Paul Picklesheimer there for a second?
Yeah. Oh, here he is.
Oh, great. Paul. Well, Paul,
hey, Jane, how's it going?
It's so great to see you. Paul Picklesheimer, for those watching from around the world who may not know, you were the co-defendant in the previous trial in Utah, which resulted in an acquittal on all counts. You and Wayne Chung were accused of stealing two piglets, and I want to show some of the video there and the photos. This is one of the piglets. You can see the blood on the pig's snout. You went in and you documented what was happening inside the Smithfield factory farm, and the jury acquitted you, and you got global headlines. The parallels are obvious to this case, are they not?
Oh yeah, it's been really interesting to see this case unfold from a different perspective, and I think the prosecution has repeated some of the patterns that ours did in Utah, but I think the defense has just been so excellent. I think it's hard to read which way the jury's going to go in this case, but I think that the defense has done such an amazing job, as well as all the communications around the case, the New York Times, LA Times, all these different outlets covering what's going on. So really excited, hoping we get a verdict before too long here. But yeah, it's just a really honor to see, to be on this side of things this time.
Now, let me ask you a question, Paul. You said they repeated the same tactics. I assume that you're referring to the fact that each time, and we do have the video of this, but I'll just summarize it. The prosecutor said, well, what if somebody went out and stole a can, a dented can, and said that can needs rescuing? That was in your case. In this case, they said, well, what if somebody took a car that was sitting in the yard that looked like garbage? Is that okay now? In each case, they compared these animals, pigs and chickens, to inanimate objects. Do you feel that's a mistake?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, of course, just morally and just from an analytical position, I think it's very poor. It's just almost, I mean, it is offensive, honestly, to think that there's no difference between somebody who has feelings and can express pain, love, joy, friendship, family to some inanimate object. I mean, I would say that any animal who's in a situation of distress or exploitation, no matter anything else, deserves the right to be rescued from that situation. I would never say the same thing about a dented can that was being left laying around or a car that had some rust on it. So I think it just really, if I were a juror, I would feel like my intelligence were being insulted a bit. So I hope that a few of those jurors can see through that.
Now, let me ask you a provocative question. Having covered the O.J. Simpson trial, and you know, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit was Johnny Cochran's famous line as an attorney. There were echoes of that in some of Wayne's arguments. What do you make of that? Do you think it's a good move, or because he even said, well, most people think O.J. Simpson was guilty?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad move from that perspective. I think it's a good move to the extent that it's a good hook maybe for people to remember when they're in there in deliberations, to remember that, hey, if these chickens are sick, they can't legally be transported in the first place. They can't be entered into the food system for humans or for animals. And so if jurors can keep that in mind, I think that can maybe help them, you know, follow their conscience a bit. And yeah, I think, you know, of course, the legal system is not perfect by any means. It produces a lot of terrible results and false convictions or false acquittals, frankly. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that comparison. But I think the core of the argument is a good one, and I hopefully it's a bit memorable.
And again, we are talking to Paul Picklesheimer, who was put on trial. And mind you, Alicia and Alexandra can go to jail for 6 months maximum. You were facing at one point more than a decade in prison. And my question to you is, how do you all stay so cool, calm, and collected? I am in shock about this because, my gosh, I'm just sitting here waiting for the verdict and chatting about it, and I'm all worked up into a frenzy. But everybody there is like so calm, facing the prospect of jail. You faced the prospect of a decade of your life in prison, and it was like, oh, you know, another day at the office. How do you do it psychologically, Paul?
It's easy enough for me. I mean, partially just because so many people are here supporting. You know that no matter what happens, the movement's going to keep moving in the right direction. I came to peace with the idea that I really assumed I was going to probably go away for a year or two before the trial started. That's what I thought. Then every day that the trial continued, I thought my chances were better and better until the very end. I was fairly, you know, confident I might just walk. But I think we look at the big picture and think of this as this really important struggle that with the highest stakes you can imagine. So many individuals every day being exploited, being killed. That number just keeps going up. So it's almost like a huge war. And you just sort of accept that when things happen, that's the time to go ahead and deal with them and worry about it. If I did walk through those doors in handcuffs and had to go to prison, then I would have been very scared and uncomfortable and hating it very much. But I didn't see reason to really dwell on that until that reality would have came to pass, and it didn't. So grateful for that. And I think that Alicia and Alexandra have similar ideas too. And yeah, I'm praying for them in my heart because even with maybe less firsthand consequences, you just never know. The prison system, the jail system, the county jails, you can go in for 10 days and someone messes with you, you get in a scuffle, the next thing you know, you've got another, 90 days added to your sentence, and that can just snowball. People go in sometimes for 2 months and don't come out until 8 years later. So regardless of what the firsthand consequences are, it's a really serious thing. I really hope nobody has to go through that. Eventually somebody will, and we'll give them as much support as we can. But yeah, I think we all know that we got each other's backs. We're doing good work, and we got to continue that and just support each other however we can.
I have one more question, because you are truly, my hero, and I know the hero of so many people. Everybody is saying thank you, Paul, online, people watching from around the world, from France, from Morocco, from Japan, and from the United States, of course. And please put in where you're watching from in the comment section. If you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on our global streaming network, just hit the share button. You can share this with your Twitter, your Facebook, or you can text it to, let's say, your chicken or pig eating friend. Now, Paul, here's the thing that really keeps me up at night is that how is it that it's so obvious to us that this is not just unnecessary, but morally wrong, hurting our planet, causing heart disease, all sorts of other problems. I'm talking about the industry in general. I'm not singling out Foster Farms, who we invite on anytime. But yet, the intelligentsia, the best and the brightest, which is a sarcastic title, by the way, if you read the book, they don't get it. They can't see that this is a story that should be on the front page of every paper, on the lead story in every network, because the future of our planet depends on reining in this industry.
Yeah, I think we're just so far from where we really want to be, but we get a little closer all the time. And when I say we get closer, I'm not referring to maybe some new vegan items on a menu somewhere, which I myself love to partake in, but I see more journalists. 5 years ago, Marina Bolotnikova, for instance, was not, an editor at Vox and was struggling to get stuff about animal rights published. Jan Dunkowitz wasn't writing articles about the impact on the environment from this industry. And for every one of those journalists that sort of comes into this field and starts really pushing harder, and then suddenly Marina becomes an editor, is able to publish other journalists, I think that's our biggest weapon as a movement, frankly, because we don't have the money that the industry has. We don't have the state on our side. Culturally, even though so many people really do care about animals, and I think would help animals in need given the opportunity, we're just so far from that at the moment. But I really feel like with the media and the press, that is one area where we can take advantage and just build momentum. And I see it moving forward, never backwards. It's not stagnating. Just feel like there's more and more press around this, and that's historically, one way that things change. The journalists write about it, and it reaches people's ears and it resonates with people.
Yeah, and the reason we started Unchained TV, our global free nonprofit streaming network for animal lovers, is precisely, and you can download it on your phone for free. Just put in Unchained TV in your app store. You can download it on your television via your Apple TV device, your Roku device, your Amazon Fire Stick, and you can also watch it online at UnchainedTV.com. Just click watch now. But the reason we started this is that this should be on the evening news. And then you see how, I'll give you one example. There was a horrible flood in the Carolinas, and it wiped out all these concentrated animal feeding operations. They didn't let the animals out because they didn't want people to see the video of all these drowned pigs. So they kept them in the warehouses. They drowned inside the warehouses, and a news conference was held demanding that no more CAFOs in this area until investigations are done. All the media came and videotaped it. Not one of them played it that night. What they did play was the barbecue, the meat barbecue for the victims of the flood. To me, that crystallized exactly why we have to do what we're doing. And everybody share this out, share it out. You can share it out on YouTube, you can share it out on Facebook. We've got to get the word out. It's like back in the old days in a repressive regime where you're secretly printing leaflets and handing them out. It's the same thing, Paul.
Yeah, and thank you, Jane, for frankly being the foremost pioneer in the movement for mainstream journalists to sort of risk so much and say, hey, there's a major issue that's not getting any coverage, and you took it upon yourself to not just do your best to publicize it yourself, but you trained other people. You spoke at the Animal Liberation Conference, letting people know how to do their own journalism and how to reach out to the press. And I can't thank you enough for it, because I think that's just one of the areas where we're already making a lot of great progress, and the future holds a lot too. Even when, of course, a lot of the bigger networks or anything like that, they're going to have advertisers who very much don't want a spotlight on the industry. And in that way, that's a tough kind of corruption to overcome. But thank goodness we've got things like, independent journalism and YouTube and websites. And yeah, I love to see it. So yeah, thank you. And all your panelists and your on the street reporters, like Carla, who's here, for just being a force.
Well, it's a team effort. We have a huge number of volunteers going live around the world. And so it's really not me. It's a giant team effort. And, nothing makes me happier than to be able, after 40 years of mostly frustration, not being able to cover these things on mainstream. Although I was able, when I had a show on CNN Headline News, to their credit, I did an animal rights segment once a week, 3 or 4 minutes. But yeah, we've got to get more lawyers. We've got to get more police officers. We've got to get more firefighters. We've got to get more everybody. And we are doing that. You're looking at history right now. And I think that is something we cannot underestimate. And Ellen Dent, you've been on the front lines, my gosh, with your endless vigils at the pig slaughterhouses. This is history in the making right now. And just because it's not on, let's say, CNN or MSNBC or Fox News or whatever, doesn't mean it's not history. Because I can tell you, when I did a tour in, I think it was Birmingham, of a civil rights museum, I learned that the mainstream media did not cover anything that was happening in Africa. They started talking about essentially using the church as almost like a media organization to get the word out about things that needed to happen. It's what my point is, historically, whether it's women's rights, the suffragette movement, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, often the mainstream media drags its feet. They are merely a reflection of the status quo, Ellen.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to break through. And like you always say, follow the money. Follow the money, see who's sponsoring them, who's paying for the advertisements on those channels. Follow the money. Where's this money coming from? And you'll see that a lot of it is coming from animal ag and these types of corporations like Foster Farms. So it's not surprising. What is surprising is when the media does the right thing and they cover these stories and they put it into the public eye and they inform the public and they do their job. It is their job to show people what is happening. So, over the years doing the pig vigils or helping host the pig vigils, we've gotten quite a bit of media coverage, but not nearly as much as we should have. But we're grateful for whatever we can get. And just like Cassie was saying earlier, they're grateful for the stories that they have gotten about this trial. And hopefully there'll be more. Hopefully after this verdict comes out, either way, there will be more stories. And this will put it even further into the public eye because everybody needs to see what is happening in Merced, California today.
And these are just some of the images from the vigils that you've coordinated, Animal Alliance Network, along with Los Angeles Animal Save, of a slaughterhouse called Farmer John, infamous, that is now closed. And I think that we have to take a moment right now to also give a shout out to the undercover investigators who have risked their lives, risked their lives. And that is no exaggeration, to bring us the information of what is happening in these factory farms. I want to give a shout out to Raven Deerbrook, who I've just got to show this for a second. It's disturbing, but it also made major news when she went undercover at the Farmer John slaughterhouse to document what was happening inside the gas chambers, which were described as humane and which she uncovered were, well, hell on earth.
My name is Raven Deerbrook. I'm an undercover investigator. And while working in Los Angeles, I gained access to one of the most secretive aspects of the slaughter industry, the gas chambers used on pigs.
Direct Action Everywhere projected secretly recorded video of pigs in chambers filled with carbon dioxide gas.
Veterinarians don't think it's humane. Lawyers don't think it's humane. There is no humane way to kill animals who do not want to die.
I mean, honestly, she risked her life. We have an interview with her on Unchained TV, an hour-long interview. She went down. She put on a worker's outfit, infiltrated it, went down and recorded it. And because there was residual carbon dioxide, which deprives you, makes you feel like you're suffocating, she almost fell into the pit and almost never made it out. And she's had nightmares ever since. And I mean, honestly, the courage that requires is truly beyond comprehension. And we have to give a shout out to the undercover investigators. Absolutely.
Jane,
Nathan,
can I just say one thing? I was hoping that I could say it with Paul still there, but it's okay. You know, seeing that video and hearing Paul speak, you know, it sort of, and the risks that people like Raven take, and the actions of Alexandra and Alicia and so many at DXC, I think it reminds all of us who are vegan that is the moral baseline. I mean, with these animals are suffering and how much these animals are suffering, and with all the money that is, you know, invested in animal agriculture and the media blackout that you refer to, we have to do more. People have to do more. It's just not enough. I mean, it's fantastic that people go plant-based or vegan, and we need that, but we need people to get involved. And if there are people who are putting their freedom on the line for these animals, then, you know, we need to do more than just not eat them. We have to. I'm not suggesting that everybody should go out and necessarily do undercover work or do rescue work. You know, I mean, I do think people need to step a little bit outside of their comfort zone, but people need to get involved, whether it's, you know, protesting, whether it's getting involved in the political process, whether it's going to law school so that we could have more attorneys who can fight this fight, in anything. You know, we all have to do our part, because we can't just rely on these people, you know, day in, day out, and hope that these trials are going to make the difference. They make a huge difference.
I see Wayne. I don't mean to interrupt, but hey, can we find out what's going on? Maybe James Madison out there in the field with.
Do you want to talk to Jane? She's live.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Wayne will be ready in a second.
Oh yeah. So as people seem to be gathering around, we don't know what's going on yet, and it would be nice to hear. You're doing a great job, by the way, James. And yeah, he's our Unchained TV drone operator, another volunteer who does great work, who covers a lot of the things that are happening with drones when he's not doing this. Let's listen in.
You want to talk to him?
Yes. What's going on, Wayne?
Well, we're just waiting for the verdict, and I spent this morning researching some potential post-trial issues and appellate issues, because I'm still sort of flabbergasted what the prosecution tried to pull yesterday. This last-minute attempt to introduce modified photos that was highly inappropriate, and introduce completely new lines of evidence, including an allegation that one of our key witnesses, Celeste Yamada, was effectively an unindicted, uncharged co-conspirator in the crime. There's no hint of that during the trial, and he brought up in closing, and then claiming, you know, or implying that my client had burglary tools in her possession without giving her a chance to cross-examine that evidence. And under the Constitution, one of the basic due process rights we have is when the prosecution alleges you've done something, you have the right to rebut that evidence. That's the entire point of due process under law, right? You can't just have the prosecution accuse you of all these things and not get a chance to say anything in response. And that's exactly what the prosecution did yesterday. So I'm honestly a little infuriated by it, but
you guys objected, right? And then what
we
happened?
Objected, and it was partially sustained, but he still got to show these modified images. And, you know, the laws of evidence are quite clear on this. Unless you could, first of all, before you can even introduce a photograph, you need to have someone lay foundation for it. Say, where was this photo shot? How was it modified? How was it edited? Who edited it? Is it consistent with the original? All these things. You're not allowed to just introduce any modified photo, because we all know we live in the deep fake world. Well, there's all sorts of crazy stuff on the internet. Do you remember like the Nancy Pelosi video that went viral a while back?
Sure.
You won't be able to introduce that in court because it was obviously an edited video. You can't do that. And even if you try to introduce an edited video, you have to explain how it was edited and give people a chance to look at the original and compare. In this case, I actually I still haven't gotten a chance to look at these edited photos, but they were like these zoomed in shots of particular segments of a video that he claimed, and he introduced them in closing argument to make two factual allegations that were not made at all during the trial. Again, one, that Celeste Yamada was an unindicted co-conspirator. That's nonsense. And second, that my client was in possession of burglary tools. She was not. She was in possession of tools that were intended to help her aid the animals, right? To cut a strap on the cages. You can see the strap right behind her on the cages. That was all it was intended to do. It wasn't some sort of tool that damaged the property of Foster Farms or break into something. It was just to help her aid the animals. That's it. And that's what she would have testified if she could have, but she wasn't given that opportunity because it was raised in closing argument. And Nathan can tell you that is the height of prosecutorial misconduct. You're not allowed to do that.
Wayne, did the judge give the jury any sort of cautionary instruction that they're to disregard it?
So we had a sidebar, and what the judge said was, okay, I could see your point, but I don't think the judge carefully looked at the photos. He just kind of said, you know, the prosecution said, oh, these are just, you know, screenshots from the video, which wasn't true. They were zoomed in, excerpted, modified screenshots, which is very different, again, because we live in the world of deep fakes. And even if they had done that, we had the right to see that before it was presented. If it wasn't an actual exhibit that was admitted in trial, the exhibits, of course, if you wanted to play the video that was played in trial, no opposition to that, because that was admitted, you know, but these were edited, zoomed in, unclear, like very blurry excerpts. And there's clear law on this. You cannot inject, you know, edited screenshots or video unless you've described what the process of editing is. So what he instructed the prosecution was, well, you can't make any factual allegations about what you're showing the jury, but you can show it to them and you can describe and comment on the evidence, but you can't make any additional factual allegations. What the prosecutor did was he showed all of the jurors the image and had this like sneaky look in his face, like, see this? See those two handles? What do you think they're trying to do? And it's like, you did not talk about this or point this out at all in trial. You did not use this particular screenshot at all in trial. And we didn't have a right to call our witnesses to respond to this. So this is just another example of trial by ambush. And they've been doing this the entire, and I don't think this is inadvertent. I think this is absolutely intentional because they knew our witnesses would have compelling and compassionate and sympathetic explanations for these things. We weren't given a chance to respond. And it's the same as calling Shane Sutton at the last minute. They called Shane Sutton the Friday before trial. We didn't know he was going to be called. You know, and in California, you're supposed to disclose all your witnesses and your evidence 30 days. We disclosed Kirsten Rosenberg on February 3rd, you know, more than 30 days before trial. And we disclosed, in addition, like 50 documents and cumulatively hundreds of pages of medical evidence. We disclosed a necropsy that you all saw on trial. We had to disclose that 30 days before. So they saw everything we were going to present. Everything we're going to present. And they're ambushing us in closing argument of all things. So it's preposterous and unjust and a violation of my client's due process rights. So it's pretty upsetting. But
I know Mick Davutian has a question, and I also want to know, would this obviously be grounds for appeal should it not go your way?
yeah, I mean, appeals are always hard. And I've learned that the hard way because we've done a number of appeals. I mean, we just got done arguing or attempting to argue an appeal where literally a court in California held me liable for $130,000 without even giving me a trial. They forgot to give me a trial and just issued a judgment because the original judge got sick. A new judge took the case and just decided, I don't like vegans. I mean, literally, she says this in her opinion, I don't trust vegans. This guy and all supporters are vegans. So I'm going to issue a judgment of $130,000 against him, not realizing I hadn't had a trial yet. And we lost that appeal. So the reason to say this is appeals are very, very difficult. The default win rate on appeals is probably like 5% or less. And then when you go to the Supreme Court, it's even harder because so few cases even get to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court doesn't have mandatory jurisdiction. They can take cases they want. They can drop the cases they don't want. And effectively, the Court of Appeals in California does the same thing. Just instead of just dismissing the case outright and saying, we're not going to take the case, they just issue like a one-sentence order in response to your appeal. And that's what happened in the Diesel case. Our original appeal, they basically issued I think it was like a one-sentence response to, we filed a writ petition, we filed an appeal explaining why, hey, you can't just hold someone liable without a trial. This is not some kangaroo court. This is not some tin pot dictatorship where, you know, the dictator just says you're guilty and then you're guilty. You have due process rights. You have a court where you're allowed to present evidence, but to the Court of Appeal in California, apparently you don't have the right. And so they've issued a one-sentence denial of our appeal. And so it's always hard, but I do think the late introduction of evidence that's highly prejudicial in a closing argument, that is very, very strong grounds for appeal. So, you know, knock on wood, we don't need to go down that path, but, you know, you never know until you know. So, and we will know hopefully within the next couple hours whether we'll need the appeal.
I know you have a question. Go for it.
So Wayne, I was up till past 1 a.m. watching all the videos, and question for you. It's really hard to hear the audio at times. So it's not clear to me how much the jury may have heard your objection or the grounds for your objection to that last minute, ridiculous comment that the prosecution made. Do you think they got the issue of your objection and that this was not cool and they pulled a fast one?
Are you talking about the tools in her backpack?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they did not, probably, because this was all done in sidebar. I did object initially and say this is highly inappropriate evidence that was not presented at trial. The prosecution asked for a sidebar, so we approached the bench, and a lot of judges don't want the juries to hear the legal basis. Some evidence should be included or excluded, so you have what's called a sidebar, or you approach the bench and have, bench conference. And so we had, and that's probably why you didn't hear it, because we were all whispering to each other about these issues at the front. But one of the other problems about sidebars is they're not recorded in the record. So one of the things we have to do today, regardless of what happens, and I'll say this even if we win an acquittal, I want to put on the record the prosecutorial misconduct that happened in this trial, because there could be further proceedings, civil cases, proceedings before the state bar court about prosecutorial misconduct. And we have to put very clearly on the record what happened yesterday, because what happened yesterday was not just prejudicial to my client, it was unconstitutional.
Wow.
Like you said, Wayne, I hope it doesn't even come to that. Jane, I do want to make one quick comment. So those images you're showing with the red circle, just want to make sure there's no ambiguity. Those are our screenshots and our circle. Those are not
Correct.
the documents.
We don't have the documents. The documents that were submitted and presented before the jury at the last minute with no notice to us were apparently zoomed in, and they seem like they might have been modified in some way, like some contrast changes or something like that. And, maybe it was all fine, but you still have to give us notice of it, and you still have to go through the process of describing what edits are made. And who doesn't believe this nowadays? I mean, all of us have probably, we live in the meme world. I mean, come on. Like, what's next? Can you introduce memes at the last minute? Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous.
Seriously. But just to be clear, Jane, those images you're showing, that's just for the Unchained TV audience to know what the prosecution was referring to. Those were not used in court.
Not the actual images, because I still don't have access to them. I still don't have them. They were shown to me, pieces of paper. They were shown to the jury. Like, literally, I saw them after the jury saw them. It's like, that's not okay.
Well, one of our viewers wants to know, could this be a grounds for a mistrial?
In theory, but I know that, look, we can move for a mistrial on the basis of late production of evidence. I mean, the motion for a new trial is essentially the same as a motion for a mistrial, because you're just basically saying there's some procedural defect in the trial that requires, under my client's and Alicia's constitutional rights, a new trial entirely. So that's kind of what we'll do if we have a guilty verdict. But again, let's knock on wood and hope that's not the case. I know a lot of people are feeling pretty good about things. I do think we litigated the case reasonably well. I told you yesterday, I don't think I did a particularly good job, but I think I did okay. That Chris is awesome, that Kevin was awesome, and most importantly, the witnesses, including Alicia and Alexandra and the chickens themselves were awesome. I told Alicia and Alexandra that the unspoken hero who sacrificed more than anyone else in this trial is Ethan, because his suffering and just the hardship he went through is, if we win this trial, will be one of the key reasons we won. And he's never going to get the credit. He's already passed. He went through that, and he died after 4 days, awful days, and after 6 weeks before that of awful torment, because chicken does not get that sick in 1 day or 2 days or even 4 days. He was probably struggling to walk for weeks before that. fighting for food and water, being trampled by other chickens, living in darkness, and wounds on his body, inflammation in his ears and his eyes, and all over his body. You saw in the necropsy 7 different major organ groups that were suffering from inflammation and infection that led to his death. I mean, he is the unspoken hero of this trial. And I told Alicia and Alexandra, if we do win, we should celebrate. And whether we win or lose, we should do a celebration for him too, because he sacrificed a lot and he didn't get to see the benefits of that and the power of his story, but his story still matters, and we have to remember. Poor little guy.
Well said, Wayne. And you're referring to the chicken who died. One, Zax, has survived and is living in an undisclosed sanctuary, but reportedly remains in quarantine because of all the severe contagious illnesses, etc. Do you feel hope because this is going on? I mean, honestly, I have never heard of a misdemeanor case, A, that had a jury, B, that went on for 9 days, and the deliberations going into now well past hour 4. What do you think? I mean, for all we know, the jury could be about to be deadlocked.
I think that it's good that they're taking some time, because the easier answer is just a quick conviction, because see the video, they did it, what's there to talk about? And so the fact there's more deliberation is probably a good sign. It doesn't mean we're going to get an acquittal. It doesn't even mean we're getting a hung jury. It just means the jury's thinking about it. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I've been trying to read the jury, but most of my time in court, I'm in the corner of our table directed towards the witness, away from the jury, so I haven't been able to observe anything from the jury's reactions. It seems like from the people in the gallery and co-counsel who have been watching the jury to some extent, the sense is cautiously optimistic. The jury, I think, is trying to play it pretty straight, pretty neutral. And so we haven't seen obvious signs, but we have seen some signs. So,
well, I know you're, I don't know how you do it because, any other final questions? I would like to ask. Go ahead, Carla.
I don't actually have a question. I just want to thank Wayne so very much for being an incredible individual. He is actually the entire reason that I am here as part of DXE. His incredible devotion to the animals. And I was watching last night the closing arguments, and I've been in this a while now, and I try to think of myself as pretty immune to the horrible nature of what goes on. But when I listened to you, Wayne, I was so moved in my bed at like 3 a.m. listening to this, and it just brought me to tears. You brought me to tears, and I hope that everybody goes to YouTube and watches the footage from inside the courthouse and listens to the entire trial and really listens to the closing arguments. Thank you so much, Wayne, for being an incredible representative and for standing up so strong for Alicia and Alexandra, and like you said, for Jax and especially Ethan.
And I want to add to that, this is history being made right now. And everybody who's watching from around the world on Facebook, on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on the UnchainedTV app, which is streaming this and getting also quite a few viewers who are maybe looking for free content. They're seeing this whole movement for the first time. I want to thank you. Do you feel like history is being made now? History's sloppy. It's easy to read about in a book 100 years later, but when it's happening, it's messy.
Yeah, I think history was already made when the New York Times published that op-ed. Rescuing farm animals from cruelty should be legal. And just so proud of Ethan and Jax and Alicia and Alexandra. And again, I really appreciate those words, Carla. I know you've done incredible work over the years. So hearing that from you is very, very, makes me feel very good. But I will say my words are powerful only because I'm channeling what Ethan would say if he could, because if people actually felt, what I'm trying to do when I speak is just really help people understand what these animals would go through. Just really imagine what it's like to be one of these poor creatures trapped on the bottom of a slaughterhouse cage, struggling to stand with 5,000 other birds pooping on you, stepping on you, pecking you, with no access to food and water. Imagine how you would feel, and imagine how you would feel if you loved a being like that and they were in that condition. And I just hope at least one, and ideally 12 of the jurors, were able to make that leap of imagination, because I don't think it's that great of a leap. So.
Wow.
All right, thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you so much, Wayne. We so appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We're on Verdict Watch here at Unchained TV, and we're going to stay right here till the verdict comes in. And I know my rescue dog is not too happy about that, but we're going to get her a walk while we're waiting. This is nerve-wracking. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Wayne Chung. So let me go back to Mick Davutian, who has done a really deep dive into this testimony, and tell us what your analysis of what you just heard is, Mick.
You're referring to the closing arguments?
Yes, the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle with the controversy about them bringing in this knapsack issue.
Right. I guess it's very unfortunate. That's why I was trying to understand from Wayne how much of that the jury heard, the objection and the grounds for it. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like they heard much of it. That part is unfortunate. How much of an impact it'll have on the jury's decision-making, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't even know if he referred to those, handles coming out as bolt cutters. I don't know if he actually referred to them. But I think he insinuated there were bolt cutters, that they were going to basically break into a facility or break into the truck if it was locked. Does that make a difference? I don't know. I guess Nathan can speak to this with regards to the legality of it. Is breaking and entering, is that can it be breaking and entering into a truck? But it doesn't matter, because they're not charged with anything other than what they're charged with. And I'm very positive. I think it's going to be an acquittal.
I want to go to Ellen Dent, who is just, okay, talk about personal sacrifice. She's finally tested negative, but she had COVID for several days, was literally dragging herself off the floor, and still showed up looking like $1 million. Ellen, your big picture thoughts on this?
Thank you so much, Jean, and thank you for having me on and having me be a part of this. I think the prosecution sounds pretty gosh darn desperate, and I think Wayne and the other lawyers for the defense should give themselves a lot of credit for that. If not all the credit for that, they've obviously done a wonderful job. Alicia and Alexandra have done a wonderful job of showing that they're just very compassionate people who cared about these individuals on the truck, and they were rescuing them. So, and these chickens were sick, and just like it said on the screen, if these chickens are sick, you must acquit. So I think if that's the bottom line, that's it. So hopefully the jury will come back with the right verdict here. Or they'll acquit them as soon as possible. But I'm happy that they're taking their time with this, that they're taking it seriously, that they're putting a lot of thought into this, obviously, for it to take so long for them to deliberate this long. So, I'm excited. I'll be watching on the app and maybe I'll hop on later.
Yes, thank you. I said thank you, Ellen Dent. Really appreciate all you've done. You're going to be back later. And I said this is kind of like an open house. People come in and come out, because, we had to schedule this live for the streaming network. And so we scheduled it for the start, because I've actually heard, in the past, where jurors say, okay, let's sleep on it. We'll come back in the morning. If we all still feel the same way, we'll just announce our decision. And so I didn't want to start too late, because I didn't want to jinx it. Oh, if I start an hour too late and they literally meet in the morning, then we would miss it. And we didn't want to miss it. And look at all the great interviews that we've had this morning as some really key global leaders in the animal rights movement converge on this courthouse in rural California, Merced County, to hear the verdict. People are gathering. The energy is getting more electric. I have felt it. I'll give you an example. The Jodi Arias trial, which I covered, and I also wrote a New York Times bestselling book on it called Expose the Secret Life of Jodi Arias. I was outside court. The entire town, surrounded me, and we were waiting. I've never been more nervous in my entire life, except for other cases waiting for a verdict. We are waiting for hours, almost frozen, the entire town waiting for the verdict. Okay. This is something that brings people together. There is something very primal about waiting for a verdict, and there is a different energy. I can testify to that if I had to in a court of law. Let's hear a little bit more of Wayne in his closing arguments on the stand yesterday, and then we're going to talk about it.
But she tried to get the authorities to help. They begged the corporation. They begged all the agencies they could possibly reach out to. They sent letters by Bonnie Clapper. You remember her name? The experienced attorney who sent letters saying that we have evidence that animals are being neglected and mutilated. We have evidence that animals are being scalded alive. And we find out in testimony in this case that no one even bothers to read the complaint. Remember what Sergeant Kirk said? And it's not his fault. It's a bigger problem, but here's the testimony. Are you aware of anyone in your office investigating allegations that animals were, quote, scalded alive? Scalded alive, not slaughtered humanely. Dropped into a boiling tank of water because they've been improperly stoned. And his answer, I'm not, no.
Wow, that is pretty intense. Mick, your thoughts on that testimony?
Well, I mean, really, we all know what's happening behind the scenes. Those of us who are vegan, who've been following animal rights and the big ag. And so this is not shocking to us. But the average person, if they hear this, I mean, imagine for a moment if somebody would throw boiling water on a squirrel on the street. I think most people would jump on them and beat them to the pulp, right? Yet the same individuals are paying their hard-earned dollars to have somebody behind closed doors do this to animals.
Yeah, that's the dichotomy, okay? And history is filled with horrific dichotomies where people talk about freedom, but entire categories of humans are left out. So it's this double standard, or as somebody famous said, I can't remember who, the basis of all evil is that some suffering just doesn't count. And it's not true. All suffering counts, including the suffering of these chickens. So where do we stand now? You know, you have to ask yourself, is there a mega battle going on inside this jury room? Because let's face it, it's one count. It's not that they're going to be overwhelmed with all these different counts with conspiracy cases, et cetera, that can be very, very complicated. This is one count, and it's basically one choice. Did they steal the chickens or did they rescue the chickens? I'm starting to see now as we enter three hours yesterday, an hour and a half today, that's 4.5 hours of jury deliberations on a misdemeanor case, that there is, you know, we've all seen that movie, 12 Angry Men, a huge battle happening inside that jury room. Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could be a fly on the wall, right? And know what they're talking about in there. Could it be one holdout? Could they be split 6-6? I don't know. But, you know, they're taking it seriously. You hope that the jurors are listening to each other, that it's not a war. You know, usually it isn't, but it can be. And that they're talking it through. And you hope that if people have a deeply held conviction, that they will stick to their guns and they will not just fold because it's Friday because of peer pressure. You know, that if they truly have a reasonable doubt, and that's the standard here, that other people just aren't going to shake that belief that there is a reasonable doubt. So I don't know what's going on in there. I'd love to know.
Well,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you know, listening to Wayne in his summation, I was thinking about something that, you know, when you give a summation, you know, it's the best part of a trial for a trial attorney. I mean, you can't wait for the summation to be able to get up there and make your arguments to the jury. But every question, every piece of evidence that's asked during that's introduced during the trial, every question that's asked has a purpose. And, you know, attorneys don't ask questions of witnesses that they don't know the answers to, because they have an eye towards, you know, their summation, what they want to say. And they don't want there to be some piece of evidence that really bites them in the butt and contradicts the argument that they want to make in summation. So when you hear Wayne give the summation and the things he says, he is going right to the heart of the defense. He is going to the elements of the allegation, that, you know, the intent issue, the value issue, the reliance upon attorneys issue, you know, the mistake of law defense. And it's so well done. I mean, you really see it by watching the summation, just how effective
and I want to
skills are.
I want to play another aspect of it. Here's another clip from Wayne Shung's closing argument in defense of Alexandra Paul, the Baywatch actress who was charged along with a co-defendant with theft of chickens. They say they rescued them.
But she tried to get the authorities to help. They begged the corporation. They begged all the agencies they could possibly reach out to. They sent letters by Bonnie Clapper. You remember her name? The experienced attorney who sent letters saying that we have evidence that animals are being neglected and mutilated. We have evidence that animals are being scalded alive. And we find out in testimony in this case that no one even bothers to read the complaint. Remember what Sergeant Kirk said? And it's not his fault. It's a bigger problem, but here's the testimony. Are you aware of anyone in your office investigating allegations that animals were, quote, scalded alive? Scalded alive. Not slaughtered humanely. Dropped into a boiling tank of water because they've been improperly stoned. And his answer, I'm not, no. Both before and right after the incident on September 28, 2021, the defendants and their organization contacted the authorities. Does that sound like someone who committed a crime or thought they committed a crime? You don't call the cops after you've committed a crime. You contact the authorities to report a crime. So ask yourself, how reasonable is it to conclude they had a belief their actions were lawful when they are contacting the authorities themselves?
I mean, that is a very good argument. And we are joined now by Dotsie Bausch. Hello, Dotsie. I know you're in some mysterious faraway place. We still haven't found out where, but my desire is to find out where before the end of this. But I know there's parrots. So there you go. But, you know, we just heard from Wayne saying, hey, Alexandra and Alicia not only allowed themselves to be videotaped, published the videotape of them committing the alleged crime, but then they called the authorities and they said, hey, there's bad things going on, and you should investigate. There's animal cruelty laws that they say are being violated with abandon. Prosecute, investigate. Crickets. I mean, is that a defense, Dotsie?
It seems like it. I mean, criminals don't call the authorities. They don't pick up the phone and say what happened. That's exactly what happened here. They picked up the phone multiple times and said, this is a crime, and reported it and talked about it and shared it. And when the authorities wouldn't act, they decided to act in defense of animals themselves. It seems to me, I mean, Nathan's better at this than I am, although I'm learning a lot from Nathan this week, the last 9 days. But I also, I heard from Alexandra this morning, and she said, you know, of course I want an acquittal, but if it's not an acquittal, I'm willing to lose forward. I thought that was a really cool statement.
What does that mean?
I think it means that it's still a step forward, like a gigantic step forward in, I think, all of our opinions. So even if they lose, even if they don't get acquitted, if they are found guilty, the magnitude of what has been revealed here to the public is worth the last 9 days. It's worth all that they have gone through before it. And it's definitely worth being accused of and convicted of a misdemeanor, right? Because it's not like that won't go on her record. So that means they lost, but massive steps forward were taken for, let's call it animal kind.
Wow, very well said. Really, I think we are boiling down to these arguments. Wayne Shung, who was there in the center, actually did use sort of that cadence that Johnny Cochran made famous in the O.J. Simpson case, where it's like, if it didn't fit, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. And we saw that. If there's no intent, you must acquit. If there's nothing of value taken, you must acquit. But I'm going to ask a provocative question. You know, that became rather infamous that statement because the vast majority of people felt that O.J. Simpson did it, even though he was acquitted. Do you think that could backfire? I'm just asking whoever wants to answer that. Do you want to take it?
I'll say something. So initially yesterday when we heard about that, I thought that was the point that was referenced with regards to the jury chuckling. But when I watched the closing arguments, every time Wayne mentioned that, I did not hear any chuckling unless somehow the mic doesn't pick up the chuckling from the jury. So I don't know if it actually had the impact it was meant to have, regardless.
Well, I think it would be better if it didn't have the impact because some people don't remember it. I remember it because I was a reporter, an anchor at KCAL in Los Angeles, covering the trial every day, sitting on the set. So it's seared into my brain. But for a lot of people, that's ancient history. So, wow, this is really extraordinary. We're now more than 4.5 hours into jury deliberation. You're looking over here at video of the courthouse, people gathering outside court as the jury deliberates inside. This is day 9 of the trial. Now, generally, they take a lunch break around noon. We're less than a half an hour away from that. I'm just wondering, Nathan, if they go to lunch and they leave and they go to lunch, what does that say?
Other than they're hungry.
And they shouldn't eat chicken when they go?
Right.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they eat. But no, I guess it's a serious point. Look, if you're close to a verdict, okay, and I've had the dubious honor of being in these waiting for verdict situations for many years in many different cases, generally very high profile cases. But if a jury is close, they'll work through lunch a lot of times. They'll have lunch brought in and they'll talk through lunch. If they don't do that, if they go out to lunch, I see that as, okay, let me say it another way. I was at a Thanksgiving party and it was vegan. And just by accident, there were non-vegans seated on one side of the table and all us vegans were seated on the other side of the table. And then an argument started. It was right out of a Larry David episode because they started talking about, well, blah, blah, blah. And we started responding. It's possible that it's a similar dynamic here where you have people who are compassionate and get these women and what they did. And then you have people on the other side who are like, but the law is the law and they took this and this is property. And how do you bridge that gap? How do you bridge that gap? Where is the room for compromise in that fundamental different world view? One saying animals are property, they're things essentially, which we all know is not true. The other say, no, they're beings, they deserve to be rescued if they're suffering. That's a worldview. That's not something you're going to change in a half an hour conversation, okay? You know, we all have relatives and friends who've been hearing us talk about veganism for decades, and they're still eating their pastrami sandwiches and their, chicken nuggets. You think that people are going to change their worldview because they're sitting inside a jury room and it's Friday and they want to go home? I personally think that might be a very difficult gap to bridge. And I'd like to get everybody's thoughts on that. And whoa, we've got very honored to have Marina Bolotnikova, an editor at Vox who has done such incredible reporting on this case. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, Marina, and thank you for joining us. We're saying it's almost 4.5 hours now that they've been deliberating approximately. Do you think that this is a kind of epic conflict between two worldviews? One, animals are things, and others, hey, I get what these ladies did. These animals were suffering and they needed to be rescued.
Hi, thank you for having me on, Jane. I love these watch parties that you do. When we did it for the Smithfield trial in the fall, I just thought it's such an important source of community. And as you were saying earlier on the stream, there's just something so powerful and primal in waiting for these and talking about them. So I'm glad I could finally make it on the last day. Yeah, I mean, in terms of what's happening in the jury room, it's tempting to speculate. I think that I think that idle speculation probably doesn't tell us that much about what's going on. I mean, certainly they don't see it as a, when the prosecution did their opening statements, which lasted all of like 2 minutes. I remember the prosecutor said, "This is a simple case. They took chickens from a truck. There's a video of it, open and closed." And clearly that's not the case, because they've been talking for nearly 5 hours. To me, it's like, I'm no lawyer, but I think that if they've been talking this long, clearly there is reasonable doubt, right? And therefore, like, an acquittal makes sense, because beyond a reasonable doubt is a high bar to meet.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very good point, and it could be one holdout. It is just speculation, but I do come back to this point. It's a fundamental, different worldview. We are at a precipice of human history, a turning point. Okay, do animals have rights to not be tortured? Do animals have rights? That's what this is all about. At the end of the day, that's the fundamental choice that these people have to decide. They are more than things, or, well, they're property. Nothing else matters. And that's a very hard philosophical question to decide. And so these jurors have a huge, huge task. And having talked to people for literally my entire life, vegan about 26 years or more, 27, and having the same conversations with certain close friends, certain relatives, 30 years of discussion haven't changed their minds. So how are these jurors gonna have this breakthrough in this jury room in 5 hours? I think it's a provocative question worth discussing, and I'd love to hear what Carla has to say about that.
Well, I would love also to know what the jury is thinking. Personally, I think that they're probably really looking at the letter of the law that they've been given. The Judge Lowe has impressed upon them many times the importance of sticking to exactly what the juror instructions are, what the law is in their instructions, because during the closing arguments, there were definitely objections on both sides about misrepresenting exactly what mistake of law means, and what the law really is. And I think this is a good sign that the jurors really want to understand what it is, regardless of whether they come back with a guilty or not guilty verdict. I think it's really great that they, in my opinion, are probably really wanting to get this right.
Mm-hmm. I want to play a little bit more of Wayne's closing, and then we will discuss. The reason I say all this is that I've personally observed that lunch breaks or dinner breaks are key moments in trials, because jurors are human beings and they get hungry and they want to take a break. They get tired. So a lot of times you'll see, like you talk about the infamous Friday at 5 verdict. Maybe that's what we're looking at here, Friday at 5. That's often when these jurors go, okay, I don't want to ruin my weekend. That's it. But it also can happen during the lunch breaks. So I want to play a little bit more of what Wayne said yesterday in his summation, and we will discuss on the other side.
When there's an animal desperately in need and no one else is able to help, you have the right to help. You might say, how could they possibly believe this? You can't just run up to a car or a truck or someone's home and take their pet. But remember, this is a very conditional legal opinion. Compare it to a dog in a hot car. If you were to break into a car to steal someone's pet, of course that's a theft. No one's going to disagree with that. The defendants aren't going to agree with that. You can't just steal someone's pet. But if the dog is suffering, if it's a hot day and the owner inadvertently didn't leave their windows open, inadvertently didn't leave the air conditioning running, and you're watching that dog as she is slowly dying, being roasted alive in that car, they believe only in those circumstances you have the right to go ahead and break that window and take that dog to the vet.
And I'm going to object mistake of law. The law about dogs requires you to call 911 first. This is a misdirection.
So, but even if they're wrong, again, even if they're wrong, and they didn't have the right to help the animal issue, chicken, cow, pig, dog, whatever the animal is, even if they're wrong, if they had a good faith belief, even if they were mistaken about the right to rescue these animals, if they had a good faith belief, and that's all they need to show.
All right, we are on Verdict Watch. Wow, 3 hours yesterday, going on 2 hours. That's 5 hours now. What is the analysis of the dog in the hot car? We know that everybody loves their dogs. The vast majority of California citizens love the dogs that they have. Is that a good analogy? Is that effective? And I'll throw it to Marina, since she has just joined us.
Yeah, I mean, that's an analogy that I've heard a lot in these trials lately, like in the Smithfield trial. I think it certainly makes sense to me on a moral level, and a lawyer could speak better to how well that works legally, and it depends in different states what sorts of rights people have to rescue animals for suffering. Another thing I would say is with this case, one of the main things I've been worried about is that the animals at the center of it are chickens, right? They're not they're certainly not dogs, and they're not like the adorable piglets from the Smithfield trial. And people just have less empathy for chickens that wrongly still believe that chickens are stupid or don't deserve empathy. And you were talking about this yesterday on the show, and I think put it really well, that even just the word chicken is a joke to people. It's difficult to even communicate about it in writing or using language, because the word language immediately makes people think that that these animals aren't worth being cared about. And I have spent a lot of time with the slaughterhouse footage at Foster Farms that was obtained by DXE in an undercover investigation shortly before this rescues. I've watched that slaughterhouse footage and also looked at the slaughterhouse's records. And from watching it, it's hard to, one of the things I'm trying to communicate as I write this story is how these animals are, the extent to which that they are literally treated as inanimate objects, even more than cows or pigs would be, because chickens are so small, they're easy to handle, they're easy to just throw, discard on the floor, throw them in the trash alive. And the numbers that the poultry industry is working with are so massive that you can throw away large numbers of these animals, and it's a margin of error. And I know you were showing clips of the slaughter line footage, Jane, so that might be a helpful visual aid. But this slaughter line moves so quickly. You can see the workers are visibly overwhelmed. It's moving so quickly. They're throwing condemned chickens on the ground, many of them still alive, and they're piling up on top of each other. And many of the chickens are jumping off the slaughter conveyor belt, trying to escape, getting mixed up with the condemned ones. And it's just piling up, going so fast. It reminds me of Lucy and Ethel in the chocolate factory, but a much darker version of that.
Yeah.
I've gotten far afield from your question about the dog in a hot car analogy, but that has been on my mind a lot.
I'm going to play a little bit of that. Oh, here's Alexandra, though. Let's go to Alexandra first. Hey, Alexandra, how are you? And unmute, please. Unmute. Yeah, there we go. Hi, Alexandra. How are you holding up?
Good. Hoping that the jury comes back with something. I feel great that they're still talking. I mean, that's what we want this trial to be about, right? Talking about this issue, talking about these chickens and the larger issue of factory farms. So it's a good thing, I think, that we didn't hear right away. No matter what, at least they're thinking.
And everybody's on pins and needles, but you seem once again, just, I always say this, but it's true. I'll have what she's having.
I appreciate, well, with people like you behind us, Jane, we just feel more supported. And no matter what happens, I know that if Alicia and I go to jail or whatever, you'll be outside that jailhouse filming with your panel, and that'll make us feel good. No, what can we do? We've done everything we do. You just do the right thing, and then hopefully the law will catch up to you. And when I mean that, I mean in terms of their not catch up to you like arrest you, but catch up to you in terms of the values that we hold. Hopefully that the law will reflect the values that we hold, because right now it's really difficult to get the law to do that.
Yeah, what Wayne had said is that the law is a living, breathing thing. He said that days ago at the start of this trial, which is now in day 9. And he said the way the law changes is people pushing the envelope with the law. And you are pushing the envelope with the law. Our incredible panel here, we've got Marina Bolotnikova from Vox. We've got Nick Davudian, who is a philanthropist with helping DXC and Unchained TV. We've got Dotsie Bouch, who is an Olympic athlete. We've got Nathan Semmel, a former Manhattan District Attorney, and Carla Cabral, who is a DXC member. Do you have questions for do any of you have questions for Alexandra?
I'd love to hear
go ahead. Dotsie, go ahead.
Well, this will be short, but I just would love to hear in Alexandra's words, because we brought this up earlier, your concept and your feeling around losing forward if that were to happen, which it's not, but what you mean by that.
And well, because for me, this trial, the question that I've always asked from the very beginning, because I was the one who pushed. I didn't want to take any of the deals, and I know how much resources have been put in this trial. So and I've also been really clear, it's not about me. I am just a human proxy for the animals who are being abused, because they don't have a seat at the table in the courtroom. So my question was always, is this good for the animal rights movement? Is this going to be good? And the answer always was yes. Even if we lose, it still is good. And when I asked Wayne a few days ago, if they come back with a guilty verdict, is that going to hurt the movement? He said, we'll be losing forward. So it's still a step forward, even though we might lose this one. I don't want to use a war analogy, but we might lose this battle, but we'll win the war eventually.
Wow. Yes.
That's what I mean. So it's really about, is this good for the movement? Is this good for animals? It doesn't have anything to do with me. Like I said, anything that they say to have us do is nothing compared to what the animals go through. So it's nothing. And if we do get guilty, we have a chance to make statements. And I know that before our sentencing, and I know that both Alicia and I do not have statements of regret or please give me leniency. So we really don't know what's going to happen if we do with the judge, if we are considered guilty.
Can I jump in here? So
yes.
I don't want to disagree with Alexandra, but it is because of you. It's not about you. We understand that, but it's because of you, Alicia, and the other heroes. Look, I met you almost 5 years ago outside of Sunshine Farms under very odd circumstances. You were being handcuffed in front of me, and your grace spoke right through without you saying a single word, and you've been an inspiration to me from that day.
Wow. It's so good to see you.
I have also witnessed you being arrested and handcuffed along with your twin sister. And of course, what I did was confuse the two of you. So I went up to your twin sister and said, Alexandra, what is it like to be arrested? She's like, no, I'm the twin. Who has another question? Marina, do you have a question?
I was just going to ask a logistical question about sentencing. If you are sentenced, do you have a better sense yet of if that's going to be today or right after we find out? Or
so we're going to ask for immediate sentencing. I wanted that because we have people here. I just felt for momentum, it was more important that we get sentenced right away so that press can go out and say the whole thing and not dribble out information. I just think it's more dynamic. So if we are found guilty, I did ask, and Alicia also agreed for immediate sentencing. Now the judge doesn't have to do that. Like, he's really into being on time, which is great. But if we're in the courtroom and it's 4:35 and they just pronounced us guilty or not guilty, I'm not sure the judge is going to want to stay any longer. He probably will respect the fact he's very thoughtful of other people's situations. That's what I saw when he was dealing with jurors. I haven't seen him deal with defendants, actually, in terms of sentencing, but he was really thoughtful when jurors had hardships to get out of jury duty. Even then, when I thought that's not a good enough reason, but he basically was pretty lenient. So I think he'll understand that it's Friday and that I live 8 hours away, and that it would be, just not really practical for us to come back on Monday. So I think it'll be today. I can't see them.
I think I heard word that the jury just went to lunch.
Oh, the jury went to lunch?
I think that's what Curtis said.
It's 5 noon. They're a little early.
Oh, well, no, we'll have to see.
Maybe. So, okay, well.
They did go to lunch?
Maybe they went to lunch because they're going to announce after lunch.
Oh, maybe.
I do believe they'll announce today. That's why we're
I'll confirm that. I'll confirm that.
Why would they not announce before lunch?
Maybe they wanted to get something to eat before they went. They didn't know what kind of rigmarole they'd be doing in the courtroom. So they maybe they have.
I'll confirm.
So lunch is not being brought into them?
Well, that's apparently in this courthouse they will, if the jury wants to be to work through lunch, they will. But that means maybe if they're going out to lunch, maybe they've already come to a conclusion. They don't feel like they have to work through lunch.
Possible.
So
I think we lost Jane here for Nick, do you have information on that?
All of us are going to have to vamp for the next half an hour.
I'll vamp. I just want to vamp. I wanted to say how amazing Jane is. Dotsie told me she was on 4 hours yesterday just talking about this. I want to thank you all for just being so committed at getting the word out about this and being on the panel, and thank our fearless leader, Jane.
Well, except she's not with us right now. So she just called me. She lost internet at her house. So she's asked us to vamp, and then she's driving over to my place right now so we can start over.
Okay.
Alexandra, I just wanted to say, I haven't been on one of these streams before yet for this trial. I was on for Smithfield trial, but I work for Vox, and I think you have been so, you and Alicia both have been so poised and credible and, and really dignified throughout the testimony. I've been really impressed by it. And I'm going to say that in my story. I think it really shines through.
Thank you. As I told Dotsie, I was super nervous. I was mostly afraid of disappointing Wayne. But, having people here who in the gallery listening. Carla, were you there during did you have to leave? Carla was here for the first week. So no, Carla, you weren't able to be there for our testimony, but Carla's been such a rock here also for us. It's been really helpful having that, but thank you about saying that nice thing about our testimonies. Yeah, it's a little nervous. We thought, we weren't sure if Atwell or Colby were going to be crossing. So Colby's, he's quite intimidating. So that made it a little more nerve-wracking the night before when we realized he was going to probably do it, cross.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you did brilliant, though, Alexandra. I mean, you're a true inspiration to everybody, and I'm so grateful. Jax is such a wonderful, loving, just an incredible individual, and I'm grateful to you. And I thought that Chris Carraway did an incredible job with his closing statements as well. Hopefully some of that will get played, and I really felt like it was very touching, talking about your experience learning about how chickens can be so loving, and how you learned about their individuality. If you want to, expound on that, that would be amazing.
Chris Carraway was great. And by the way, I don't know if y'all saw him on I want to say 2 mornings ago, he laid into the prosecution with such eloquence and poise about how they were not professional, not prepared, and they were bringing forth something that was just a last minute thing. Once again, I thought he did an amazing job there. So I don't know if did y'all discuss that? Nathan, did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, we have certainly lauded the performance of the attorneys, and Chris is terrific. I mean, he is really he's well spoken. He's smart. He's been so effective. He's gotten, you know, we talked earlier about just the fact that the mistake of law defense was even allowed. It's like it's almost unheard of. It's just fantastic lawyering. So yeah, I mean, you guys have been in terrific hands, but you guys are dream clients. I mean, my God, you know, it's important for attorneys to humanize our clients, but I mean, you guys are the cream of the crop. I mean, the compassion, it has to resonate. It has to resonate with this jury. I just can't. I'm with you that I think the longer they go, the better. You know, I was thinking that I think there's no question that speciesism has played a role here, and that's been discussed a little bit. That if these weren't chickens, you know, I think if they were larger animals that people more readily, you know, identify with, it probably would have been a speedier acquittal. But, you know, something I was thinking that the prosecution in this case, like in Smithfield, tried to equate the animals with inanimate objects. And the fact that we're now on day 2, hour, you know, whatever of deliberations means the jury, or at least several of them, have completely discounted that concept. Because if they agreed with the car or the dented can concept, well, you would have been convicted within 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think speciesism is a big. I had speciesism, which is what Carla is alluding to, because I didn't have an affinity to chickens. I mean, I was happy to. I believe they were sentient beings who needed to be free and have a good life, but I personally didn't have sort of the affinity to them. I didn't see them as equal to my cat or anything. And after spending time with one chicken, I changed my mind. And I think that's the problem, is that we don't spend time with these animals. It's one of my things about zoos. People go, well, zoos are good because they let us see animals and get to know them and love them. And I'm thinking, yeah, in the wrong circumstances, you start to love them as creatures who should be, you know, at your beck and call, behind bars, not themselves. And
you know, it's true. We're actually more aligned with other mammals, right? I mean, I think if these were similar sized animals to chickens, but if they were bunnies, for example, right? Cuddly little bunnies, a lot more people connect to it. But by the same token, so many people are nowadays having backyard chickens. Well, hopefully they're not eating the eggs. Hopefully they're feeding them back to the chickens. But that at least is making the connection between chickens and humans, right? So I think maybe that is not such a big obstacle. And we're talking about Chris Carraway. He was, in fact, amazing. One of the things I was noticing how careful he was about impressing on the jury their burden of proof, right? Or the prosecution's burden of proof. One of the things he said that kind of stuck with me, he said the burden of proof in this case for you to find the defendants guilty is higher than the government's burden of proof to take away your children from you.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I think they heard that. Obviously, they've heard it because they're discussing.
He was very clear.
I have a question, Alexandra.
And then I'm going to run. But
okay,
yes.
sorry. Last question is just if you were able to make eye contact with the jurors throughout this, you know, what were you feeling back from them? Could you get a sense? Did they give you anything with their faces, with their eyes, if you were able to make eye contact with them?
one juror would smile. I kind of felt like maybe that's what she did in life. She has a job where she gives back. So, and we know that just because of juror research. But but otherwise, I was pretty poker faced most of them. But I think their minds were opened. So the two alternates, they seemed like they were. I'm glad that nobody got sick because I felt like they were more skeptical. Still, they remain skeptical, but the others seemed, like open-minded. I got a good feeling from them. So to me, it feels, you know what it feels like to me, 50-50 today for me, conviction or not conviction. That's where I'm standing now.
Wow,
Thank you
I'm
so
much
much.
more positive.
Thank you. We'll see you later. Thank you.
Fingers
Bye.
crossed. Good luck,
She's
Alexandra.
amazing. I don't know how she can smile. I'm
I
I'm
think
very
because she
positive. I'm
knows it's
still
the right
positive,
thing.
but
She knows she did the right thing.
I know, but still, I mean, your life is on the line, and I don't know. Jane's nervousness is kind of worn on me today. So
I think it's more anticipation. I mean,
It
we
is.
all want to see Alicia and Alexandra come out of this,
Right.
with a not guilty verdict. But
Right.
Nathan, this is something that I wanted to ask you about because there was a point where Travis Colby, one of the lawyers for the people, talked about how that the courtroom that they were in was not the place to change laws. And I don't think that's completely true, right? I mean, I feel like the lawyers are constantly citing cases where a ruling has led to a precedent being set. And I know if they're found guilty and they appeal that, perhaps that is the place that a new law could be set. But what is your take on that about, hey, this is not the place to be changing the law?
I think what the prosecutor's probably doing there is asking them not to nullify, not to try to send a message to animal agriculture, to foster farms, to the public, to just hone in on this case, that they're not being asked to make any grand statement here. It's just are the defendants guilty or not guilty? In their minds, guilty. I think that's what they're doing there. You're right. The silver lining, if there were a conviction, is any conviction is appealed, and a higher court could make a much grander statement here because they're not asked to find whether the defendants are guilty or not guilty. They're there to rule on a mistake of law, and a higher court, an appeals court, could say, we've looked at the facts of this case, and even if you accept them in a light most favorable to the prosecution, even if we accept every one of those facts, this is not a crime. This is not stealing. This is not what the legislature intended when the petty larceny statute or any larceny statute was written. This is a case where the defense has clearly made out a justification for why they behaved the way they did. And then, so while they're not declaring a legal right to rescue because they can't do that, they can make a very big public statement that what these people did is not a crime. And then it's for the legislature. I mean, we need that, and we need that, that right to rescue. But these types of cases, these kind of, hopefully another not guilty verdict, send a very loud message to the legislature, to a legislator, that the public wants this.
Here.
Wants that
So
right
it looks
to
like
rescue.
James is showing us a bunch of stuff while he's eating. James, is there something you want to say? Can you unmute yourself?
There we go. Trying to unmute. Yeah.
What's going on out there?
I have a little handful of nuts right now. But yeah, we've confirmed that the jury has went to lunch. So they kind of went together and drove off somewhere.
Wow. Okay.
They went together. Can you speak on that? So did you see them actually exit? Did they go out the back or something to get into a van? What happened?
I don't know. Actually, somebody was telling me. Let me see if I can find her. I
Because I know when I was there, the jury, at that point, it was a prospective jury pool.
Doing
Constantly
this
were going in and out of the front door. So that would be interesting if they changed it up because there is quite a crowd
Or as
gathering.
Jane mentioned earlier, maybe they got food catered in.
Yeah, the person who told me they weren't comfortable on camera. So,
but did they come out of the
found out from
courtroom?
other people.
Or did they come out of the courtroom, as far as you know?
Yeah, I think they did come out of the courtroom, and then they just basically came out this door here, the main exit, and then walked toward the parking lot. And my understanding is they mostly were together, and I think there was like one or two people that were by themselves.
Interesting. Wow.
So we thought that was interesting.
They won't be allowed to. They won't be able to deliberate unless they're in the jury room. They can't. They'll have been instructed that they can't even discuss the case anywhere other than in the jury room. So
they can't even take their notes with them, right?
Jurors leave during deliberations. I mean, lunch is always brought in, and there's always a joke that there's probably going to be a verdict right after lunch because they want to stick around for the free lunch.
Nathan, they can't even
be the case here, but maybe they get along very well. That happens, and maybe the jurors want to, go and have an hour together where they're not talking about the case, and then they'll come back and we'll get a verdict. I have to believe we're going to get a verdict today. I'd be shocked if this goes to Monday. I mean.
So Nathan, at lunch, they're not allowed to talk at all about the case.
They're not allowed to talk. The only place they're allowed to deliberate, because think about during the trial, every single day, the judge admonishes the jury that you're not to discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. And that includes during deliberations. And the only place they can deliberate is in the jury room.
And I think
we have Alex here.
Notes
I think he observed them going to lunch.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. I saw them all walk out, and I'm trying to get their numbers when they come back, like after the verdict. So I was trying to get a quick look at what they all look like. But one of them definitely gave me a big smile, like on the way out. I think it's number 4 from other people's description. So that's nothing new. We already knew.
Did that juror go by themselves? I think one person went by themselves.
They came out later than everyone else.
Oh, so pretty much everyone kind of went together in a van or something, or they went as a group.
Yeah, they all walked out this way.
Yeah, then there was 1 or 2 that went by themselves. That was the one that smiled.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, okay.
I wonder if anyone's following.
No, we're just speculating here. Maybe that's good. Maybe that person is.
Yeah. The others I try not to make eye contact.
Yeah.
Right. I think everybody outside of the courthouse, and as you saw when James kind of spun around, you could see the the security. There, I believe, are 2 security by the door. And that I started seeing that happen. I think that they're really wanting to make sure, because there is a big crowd outside, and we're nonviolent, we're there peacefully, but they want to make sure that the jurors are not tampered with, that nobody's coming up to the jurors, that nobody's talking to the jurors, that we're maintaining a distance so they don't feel threatened in any way by anybody who's there. So I think that's correct, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think the bailiffs can tell we're pretty peaceful, but yeah, I think definitely they can tell that.
So James, I have a question for you. So Alexandra said
coming out with the jurors. I'm sorry.
Sorry, James. So I have a question for you. Alexandra said a few minutes ago that today she's 50-50, guilty, not guilty. So have you done like a little survey around to see what the group thinks? And if not, can you just go around and ask people what their thoughts are?
That's a really good idea.
With everyone
okay,
else.
What do you think they'll do? Of course, your position might be biased. So what do you think the jury might be?
What do I think they're doing right now?
What do you think the jury will do? Do you think they'll be say guilty or not guilty or acquitted?
I think it's going to be not guilty. I mean, people have been saying not to assume that because it could lead to disappointment. But I just can't imagine a guilty verdict after how great our lawyers represented our case.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. I think personally there may be 1 or 2 people that are just maybe not listening to the defense, or they have a really strong bias one direction. But I believe that my guess is that 10 out of 12 will be on our side.
So you have specific thoughts about a couple of specific jurors you think are biased against the defendants, or you're saying in general?
Oh no, I was just guessing. You know, like my guess is there may be a couple of people that may be really strong one direction, and it would just say, "Oh, they're guilty," no matter what. But
Henry said that he saw one person just not even look at Wayne the entire time he gave his closing arguments. So,
yeah.
But that person did look at the prosecution when they were giving their closing arguments. So it seems like maybe they don't like us that much. I'm not sure which juror that was.
Yeah, that's possible. So,
but that still doesn't mean guilty. That means hung jury, perhaps.
Yeah,
at some point.
hung jury seems likely.
Let's go around and see if anybody else has some views. You want to be
while James is walking around.
So we're waiting for Jane to come back, but we were trying to get a poll.
Oh.
How many people think? What do you think the jury will decide? Do you have any idea, or how do you feel about it? Are you nervous?
And can you introduce yourself for anybody who's just joining or hasn't seen you
Come
yet?
to
Sure, yeah, I'm Almira. I am an organizer with Direct Action Everywhere. I'm walking into the shade. Just an organizer. I don't know. I don't know what the jury's going to decide. They've deliberated for 5 hours already. So, I mean, in my head, that should indicate that there is obviously reasonable doubt. And if there's reasonable doubt, you have to acquit. Obviously, that's not the case because it could be 11-1 in there in either direction. It could be 6-6. Like, we have no clue. In the Smithfield trial, it was really hard to read the jurors' faces. When they walked in, they were stone cold, and I was like, oh my God. And then it was not guilty. So I'm trying not to read too much into that. We got at least one big smile from one juror as they walked out. But yeah, one thing that I will be surprised if they don't have a verdict today and they don't declare a mistrial. I mean, a hung jury. Well, hung jury mistrial. To make them come back on a Monday seems I don't know. That seems bizarre to me, but I've only been to bizarre trials because I feel like all of these trials that we've been to are very unusual. So yeah, I don't know.
Almira, Mick Davudian here. Hi.
Yeah, hi Mick.
Hi, good seeing you. Listen, we're kind of trying to vamp while we're waiting for Jane to come back and join as a hostess. Question for you. Can you talk to us, if you're able to, about what's next for DXC? I know there's a case for the sanctuary woman back east in New York. Is that a DXC related case? Is DXC going to be involved? In general, what's next?
Yeah, so a lot of things, but specifically for the right to rescue, we have 3 more trials that we expect to happen this year. We have more trials that we expect to happen this year than 3, but 3 that are specific about the right to rescue. And then obviously we have all of our other campaigns, but just for this, 2 of them are very, very DXC related. That is the Ridgeland case, which is in Wisconsin, that involves the rescue of beagles from a animal breeding facility. Those beagles are then sold to universities to be experimented on. And then there's also the Sonoma County case that until very, very recently I was a part of, which involves rescues of chickens and ducks from farms in Sonoma County. And then the third case is the case that you mentioned, Mick. This is not a DXC related case in the sense that this woman is just an amazing sanctuary operator. Cows wandered onto her property. She decided to care for them and then got hit with felonies. But it is now a DXC related case because we are going to be providing legal and other support. So Wayne is actually going to be her attorney, which is awesome. And then, we're going to be doing very similar things to what we are doing here in terms of mobilizing people, doing communications around it, social media, press work, and all of that. But it really is Tracy and Asha Sanctuary, that's the people involved in this case, and we're kind of hopping in to help because if you don't have if animals wander onto your property and you provide care for them, and the person who is left them to be just wandering around and also is going to kill them to eat them, I think that, you know, you should have the right to be able to do that. So, or to provide care for them. So those are the 3 cases.
Hey guys,
we also have
excuse me
other legal
one moment.
cases.
I'm gonna hop off for 1 second. Let Jane in, and then we'll be with you in a moment.
Cool.
Hey, Almira,
yeah, we also.
Oh, I was just going to say, of course, we want people to sign up on UnchainedTV so that they can watch everything and stay informed. But if people are interested in finding out more about Direct Action Everywhere, how they can help, what's going on, what should people do?
Well, bunch of things. Probably the best thing to do is go to righttorescue.com and then sign our petition, because that's great. And then also you'll get on our mailing list and get all the updates. But like the thing that would probably be the best way to get involved is to come to the Animal Liberation Conference. It is in like 2.5 months, just under 3 months. It's in Berkeley in June. This case came from an action at the Animal Liberation Conference. The Sonoma County case came from actions at 2 Animal Liberation Conferences. That doesn't mean that you're going to end up in a case, but you might be witness to an incredible rescue or others and like learn, do all these trainings, meet like hundreds of other people who care about animals. So going to liberationconference.com and register for that. And if you feel like you can't afford the ticket or you need financial assistance, like we want everybody to come and we don't want finances to be a barrier. So you can get a free ticket. We just want you to be there because our movement is strong because of people who show up. You know, Alicia and Alexandra are awesome people, but they're also just like ordinary people, and there's no reason that they are like specially anointed to do this. And we're all just like, you know, random people. Like we can all do this incredible things and all play our different roles in the movement. So yeah, come to ALC.
Yeah. Thank you, Almira. Nathan was just talking earlier about how people really need to start stepping up, going beyond just being plant-based or vegan. Nathan, sorry, Mick forgot to mute himself so we can hear what's going on with Mick during this. But Nathan, do you have anything that you want to ask Almira or talk about regarding that concept of doing more than just, you know, the choices that you make on your plate, but actually taking action?
Yeah, hi Almira. You know, yeah, I was just mentioning that when you see the efforts that are made by DXC and the risks that are taken by these activists, both undercover and you know, doing the rescue work, it just sort of, it makes me think that veganism needs to obviously just be a baseline. People need to do more, and maybe you could speak a little bit to, you know, not everybody obviously is comfortable doing rescue. Certainly, it would be great to have more people do that, but maybe speak a little bit about other things people can do.
Yeah, I mean, the vast majority of people involved in this case aren't the people facing the legal risk. It's people who, I mean, obviously you have to have a specialized skill set to be a lawyer, but we have a ton of people who have been helping our legal team with things like research, and also they don't have experience and they're just willing to learn and do work. So there's the direct legal aspect to help with, but there's also things like doing protests outside the district attorney's office, or sending letters and writing emails. We had hundreds of people call and write the Merced County District Attorney to say, like, this is criminal animal cruelty. Like, what are you going to do about it? That's a super low risk thing that you can do. We have people doing outreach to, you know, not the jurors, but just like generally talking to people. And then there's also people who provide like kind of, in a sense, behind the scenes support. But that's like so important, like press work. You know, you could be a talking head on this. You could be sending press releases. You could be writing op-eds. You could be making videos for social media to raise awareness about this. You could be tweeting, like, because 100% Alicia and Alexandra would not have done this action in the first place, and they certainly wouldn't have gone to trial if there weren't a lot of people that were going to support them. Like if it was just them two and their lawyers, they would have, I mean, like they wouldn't have done it in the first place, I don't think, because like they knew that people would support them, but also like they wouldn't have come to trial because they are only doing this because they know that no matter what happens, like there's going to be people who are going to step up and elevate the story and get people to hear about it. And then the role that I didn't mention, which is like the only way that any of this can happen is animal care. Like if there's nobody who's running sanctuaries or providing care for animals, like there are no animals that can be rescued because they have nowhere to go. So if you're volunteering at a local sanctuary or possibly starting your own sanctuary, like you could be providing homes for people like Ethan and Jax. And so I think there's just like so many ways for people to get involved. And I do think one of the misconceptions that a lot of people have is they look at DXC and they might be like, that's really badass, but like not for me. And I really do think that if you at least believe in the role of direct action, even if you yourself don't want to be like that person on the front lines, like, and you just think like, yeah, generally this is a good concept, but like I have a job or my immigration status, or I just like genuinely don't want to go to jail at all, which is like super valid. There's a role for you, like you can get involved. Very few of us have any sort of actual education background that primes us for these roles. I was an occupational therapist. I don't think that really translates necessarily to this. So yeah, everyone is welcome. Everyone can contribute.
Thank you so much, Almira. And I agree. And I think that I highly encourage everybody, anybody who's watching this, go to a vigil like Ellen Dent, would organize.
That's how Alicia
vigils.
started.
Yeah. Vigils are really an incredible way to connect with the suffering of these animals. And if that's not for you, please go to a local animal sanctuary. And that is a wonderful way that you can go and start to see these beautiful beings for the individuals that they are. And I work with Direct Action Everywhere's Animal Care Working Group, and we organize work days at local animal sanctuaries, and we do things to try to connect people with the animals that we're fighting so hard for. And if people want to get involved with that, they can go to dxe.io/events and see what's going on, find an event that we're doing, come to a meeting, and just be part of this wonderful supportive community, right?
Totally.
Nathan, do you have any other questions? Or we can let Almira go.
No, I don't have questions. No, but thank you, Almira.
Well, y'all are like epic, like 2 hours in and still going. The jury's not gonna. I don't know if you heard, but the bailiff said he did instruct them to come back at 1, not 1:30. So they should be back from lunch in about 35 minutes. Will they make a decision in the next 3 hours after that? I guess only time will tell.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, thank you.
Luckily, I have a friend called Mick Davutian, and of all the times to have my internet just die, and then I had to race from my home to Mick's house. But I just arrived here. You know what I call it? It's like needless drama. Needless drama. We have enough drama in this situation right now, and we're back in business. Trial watch, verdict watch continues. I am so excited, and I want to say thank you, Mick. I've never had that happen with my internet just dying like that in the middle of.
I'll tell you.
I can just quickly.
It looks better for your face.
Oh, let's go out to James Madison at the courthouse.
So we got a surprise here.
Ooh.
Hello.
Wow, this is our defendant, one of our defendants, Alicia Santurio. There we go. We can see your face. What emotions are going through you right now as this verdict watch just goes on and on and on?
I'm hopeful they, come to the right decision and we get acquitted, but I'm also glad that they're obviously talking about something. So yeah, I just waiting. There's really not much we could do. It's in their hands now. We told the truth, and we were honest, and we did the right thing, the moral thing, the legal thing, the necessary thing. So that's all we can do.
I want to ask you about your family. Nobody's really asked about this. All of these folks have family members. Not all of the family members are animal activists, probably. How has your family taken to the fact that you put yourself at risk like this to potentially go to jail for 6 months?
My family supports me. They're really proud of me. My parents are DXC members. My dad helps build a lot of the big props that we use in protests. My mom cooks a lot of food for DXC. So yeah, they're really proud of me.
So everybody's totally supportive. Nobody in your circle thinks, oh, why are you doing this?
I think oh no, everybody's the jurors is coming back.
What's happening now?
Oh yeah.
One of the jurors. Okay.
Yeah, one of the jurors is coming back. But yeah, thank you all so much for all your support.
Okay, amazing, amazing. Wow. And her ability to stay cool, calm, and collected. I'm having a breakdown because my internet went out for a minute, but she's, I gotta hand it to these people. Zara, what is your reaction to just their ability to stay so calm under such pressure?
I think they obviously knew about the consequences when they did what they did, and I think this just really goes to show the takeaway for these big bullying corporations, that we are not scared to stand for the truth. And I think when you're calm in yourself and you know you speak in the truth, then there's nothing to stress about, because you're doing it out of your moral compass.
Wow. I think that, the corporations and the prosecutor themselves have to be impressed with the level of dedication that these folks are feeling, Lindsay Baker. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Thank you, Jane. I think it's all the little subtle things. And I hope that a lot of the footage that you've been doing all these days is getting out, and the people in the jury get to see it even though they're not supposed to. Because there were little stories, like there was a kind of a mean-spirited comment about the prosecutor. And I believe that Dotsie Bausch brought up the fact that Alexandra told her that anecdote about him, and that he was so brave because he had a stutter. And, that's the adversarial character in this story. And I think it's just one of many anecdotes that kind of show what the vegan movement is about. And I'm hoping that the jurors, even if they don't get to see the footage, somehow that message gets to them. And I believe that it is getting to them. And we can all help do that by sharing out and all the ways that people have just said. Thanks.
Yeah, Dotsie, Lindsay makes a great point. It's a different worldview. It's like a win-win worldview as opposed to a win-lose worldview. And she was referencing how Alexandra was complimenting the prosecutor who's trying to put her in jail for making sure that nobody denigrated him whatsoever because he has a stutter, and saying how courageous it was that he became a public speaker anyway. I mean, that really reflects a worldview that respect for everyone.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm in internet hell, so I don't know if you can hear me or not. Everything's cutting out. You can. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think I completely agree. And it kind of folds into what Marina was saying before she had to hop off for a minute, in terms of what we call different species, and how just disconnected we feel from birds. And chicken and fish are really the only two beings that we, don't separate ourselves from. We call them chicken when we'll eat them, call them fish. And all the others are, meat, pork, steak, dairy, right? Totally designed to disconnect us from the beings that we are eating in our mouth, that we're putting in our mouth, and that we're digesting. And I think Alexandra made such a good point just a bit ago when we got to speak with her for a minute. She was saying, she was disconnected from chicken. She didn't think they deserved torture, but she was totally disconnected and didn't realize just the variety of personalities. And when I went to a sanctuary, which is why one of the reasons I think sanctuaries are so important, because you can see torture videos, but it is also very easy to shut those down. And people do, right? They see them and they see them on the internet and they go, oh gosh, that must be an isolated incident, right? Like, that's crazy. That can't go on behind closed doors. That can't be real. But when you go to a sanctuary and meet these beings, all of them, I'll say, are dog and cat-like in terms of they have these deep, rich experiences with each other, and some of them with you. And when I went to a sanctuary and experienced some Kaporo birds that had come in that we talked about earlier, like last week, and what that is, I'm in full hazmat from head to toe, and there were about 30 of them, and I was in there with them alone. And the variety of personalities and experiences that they were having coming from that horrifying experience. Some were, it was almost like rays of sun. There was an outside group that was just terrified. I mean, they just were terrified of humans and coming anywhere near me. And then there was a ray that was, they were shy. There was a ray that was very curious. There were some, you know, they just they kept coming up, then they go back. They come up, they go back. There were some that were just excited. I think they just knew they were possibly the horror was ending and they were just excited. And then there was this group that was so desperate for connection with me. And I had like 3 birds attached to my neck. The ones that just please, desperation for just love and an experience of connection. And these are all the same species and they're all the same age, right? And they all come from the exact same place. And those are all of the facets of who they are and their personalities.
And it just occurred to me while you were speaking, the vast majority of animals who are killed in the factory farming system are chickens. So if we were to make a breakthrough in terms of people's perceptions of chickens, it could go a long way to really ending factory farming, because 80 billion animals are killed, land animals alone, every year for food. But of those, the vast majority are poultry. So that makes this trial even more significant. And I just want to give you a chance to respond to that, Dotsie, because you raised the point. Yeah. Or we'll have, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We hear you. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, we do hear you. We can hear you. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. So you just heard my diatribe on the chicken's personality. So yeah, someone else go, because you're cutting out for me, so I don't know what you asked.
Well, I want to go around the room to really emphasize how significant this trial is. The vast majority of animals killed for food are poultry, chickens mostly. Of the 80 billion, it's a huge percentage. If we had a breakthrough on how people perceive chickens, that could really be the ultimate game changer, Carla.
Yeah, I'm reminded of what Mick said on another day about how people have so much trouble connecting when the numbers go up. And in Utah, we saw that at that factory farm, they produced and ultimately slaughtered 1.5 million pigs each year. Well, Foster Farms slaughters 1.5 million chickens per week. So again, that's a whole nother level of higher numbers. And fish don't even, we don't even count the numbers of fish because it's by the trillions. We count them by the poundage because there are just so many. And I think that's one of the reasons that we have trouble, especially with fish and chickens, is because of their incredibly large numbers. People just can't really connect with that. And I want to make a point about workers as well. I just want to bring them back into the discussion because I think it's really important that we are here not just for the non-human animals, but the human animals as well. I feel terrible for all of the workers who are forced to be in these awful places. And I know you can't verify this, but we have evidence that at Foster Farms, they have to call on average an ambulance 1 per week to come out for serious injuries to their workers. And I think we should talk about that as well.
Yes. Unfortunately, I cannot independently confirm anything you're saying. And we do invite Foster Farms on at any time. You know, they have maintained they do absolutely nothing illegal. That is the industry's position. But we can also say that while they're saying Foster Farms denies any wrongdoing, in a statement, a spokesperson told me, that's the New York Times editorial writer, that allegations of inhumane treatment are without merit and a disservice to the thousands of Foster Farm team members that are dedicated to providing. And let me just remove that comment so we can see exactly what they say. dedicated to providing millions of families in the Western United States with a quality, nutritious product. I mean, it gets down to that over and over again with basically people saying, well, it's food. We've got to eat it, but we know nobody on this panel eats it. And the necessity defense of killing animals for food, speaking of necessity defenses, just doesn't hold up anymore, Mick Davudian.
Well, not only do we not have to eat it, eating animals is what's contributed to where we are now with our environment and with the water pollution, with global warming and climate change, deforestation, all of that. And then, of course, individually at the human level, the diseases that we're suffering from. It is an epidemic between cancers and heart disease. I mean, our hospitals are full of sick people. And this is not just about living a life and then dying. This is about living sick lives. Obesity and diabetes out of control.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think all of us are saying. Are we living in a parallel universe? Are we a different species that it's so obvious to us that this is the plague of our times, that that the consumption of animals is a leading cause? There is even an argument to make that it's the leading cause, although it's disputed, but it is up for debate. We've got videos on Unchained TV that make a very strong case that it is certainly a leading, but arguably the leading cause of climate change. If you calculate it in terms of the opportunity lost, because trees absorb carbon and because a huge percentage of the planet has been destroyed to create cattle grazing land and to grow crops to feed animals, those trees no longer exist. They're not absorbing the carbon. And even just recently, there was an article that was widely published that said that we cannot solve the climate crisis without addressing the animal agriculture issue and radically reducing meat consumption. That was not from vegans. That was a major news report that came out as a result of an extensive study. So we're talking about this, and yet people have a tendency, despite all of this, to mock and minimize and infantilize this issue, as if somehow us bringing it up means that we're not serious people because we're talking about animals, even though we are talking about people. We're talking about world hunger. I mean, you've traveled all over the world, Zara. You've lived in many, many exotic places. People are dying so that people in the Western world can continue to consume meat. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. I think as I said the other day, we're also up against the biggest money-making industries, which will do everything to cover and justify what they're doing. They will put out adverts. They will try to take away that we can't call it milk, etc. So we are up against that. And as much as we're pushing to educate people, they are pushing to do the opposite, right? To keep it hidden from people. So I think we're constantly fighting this fight. But I think the most important thing we can do is just keep spreading that message, keep educating, and people will wake up. And I see people waking up slowly but surely. But we're also talking about something that people have an emotional connection to. So it's easy to say, yeah, I've given up straws. But when it comes to something that you have an emotional connection to, it's going to be harder for people to accept because they want to continue doing what they're doing. And they're going to defend that until they can't no more. So.
Yes, very good point. And I'd like to say that Zara is a personal trainer and a health trainer, and we've already shot a show. We're about to debut on Unchained TV. Her handle is Super Sweet 2.0, and we're going to be debuting her exercise show shot on the beach in a couple of weeks. So watch out for that on Unchained TV.
Vegan muscle.
There we go. Yeah, but it's very important. You're a vegan, you've got muscle, you're training people, and yet people will still constantly do that knee-jerk, oh, I've got to eat this for protein. And as we've said, when is the last time you went to the doctor and they said you're suffering from a protein deficiency? But these things that are drummed into us, constant conditioning is it's very hard. You know, the very indication that you might be breaking through from brainwashing is when you ask yourself, am I brainwashed? It's just like the very moment that you start dealing with an addiction is when you admit, I'm an addict. Okay. So that's the kind of thing that needs to happen. People need to hit bottom, and they need to start, you know, what's happening in the jury room is a microcosm of the battle for hearts and minds happening all over the world right now. And it's happening. And Nathan, you know, the courts are very slow to catch up with what the changing culture is. Isn't that true?
Yeah, no question. I mean, we see, you know, often years and years and years of activism that eventually changes the culture and eventually the laws. Fortunately, there's that light at the end of the tunnel, and it often happens, but it takes years and years of suffering and activism before those laws get changed. You know, one thing I was thinking about is that you know, one of the things that makes this case hard for the defense is that the jurors, to some extent, have to, you know, acknowledge if you agree that this was a rescue, that the jurors themselves have to acknowledge that the foods that they themselves eat, presuming that there aren't all vegans on the jury, are actually animals that are in need of rescue. And that's, you know, that takes some real, that's difficult for people. And, you know, so I think that's at play here as well.
Absolutely. And while we wait, I understand that jurors are out to lunch now, which to me says they're not that close, because honestly, if they were really close, my personal belief, this is guesswork. Obviously, everything we say about the jury is guesswork, mostly female jury, by the way. If they were that close, you know, human nature would tell you, well, let's just work through lunch. We're close. You know, we all want to go home. Let's just order in and we'll continue working. That's not happening. They're going out to lunch. That tells me this could go on. I mean, we don't know. It's absolutely fascinating. But let's play a little bit more of some of the key moments of this trial. Alexandra Paul, who is the Baywatch actress who has been arrested many times doing open rescue. She testified, and let's analyze her comments based on what we just mentioned.
We also choose these animals because they tell best the story of what's going on behind these closed doors, and we document it and we share it with the world because nobody else is showing people what's going on. The only reason people know what's going on behind these closed doors is because of animal investigators. Open rescue is going into facilities where there's animal abuse and documenting that animal abuse and rescuing the animals who need medical care. And that's the rescue part. And then the open part is that we don't cover our faces. We are completely transparent about what we're doing because that's an important ethic to us, and because the companies that we're investigating are not transparent. And also because we believe that what we're doing is legal and right.
So, you know, in most cases, everything's upside down in this case. In most cases, when the prosecution has video of the crime in progress, that's a big win. But in these open rescue cases, it turns the whole notion of caught on tape on its head, because they proactively allow themselves to be videotaped and they release the video themselves as members of Direct Action Everywhere. The prosecution sent them, I believe, letters long after, when they figured out that this had been posted online and was distributed. They didn't arrest them at the scene, so they actually almost engineered their own arrest. And we've got somebody here. Want to see James Madison? Do you want to weigh in? And who are you talking to?
Oh yeah, hey. Hey everyone, hi, my name is Rocky. I'm with Direct Action Everywhere. I'm just taking over for James on this live stream, and yeah, while we're waiting out here, we're just going to be the host for now.
Yeah, he's helping me out, co-hosting.
you guys are doing an amazing job. Now, let me ask you, the jury is in lunch. They've gone out to lunch. They're not working through lunch.
That's correct. They're not working through lunch. They left at noon. Maybe James mentioned this before, but then they're at lunch. Actually, some of them I've observed, are coming back to the courtroom now. So yeah, just waiting for everyone else to stream in. But yeah, they will continue their deliberations starting at 1. That's what I heard.
Oh, excellent. And just word to the wise, if you see a juror, just do not talk, or we don't want in any way influence that jury or in any way interfere.
Absolutely.
With the Thank you. And what's your name again?
Hi, everyone. My name is Rocky.
Rocky. Okay, thank you, Rocky. And it's a team effort out there. We've had several people going live. We appreciate it. If you see anything, just wave and we'll go right to you so we can get all the action. Yeah, you heard Alexandra Paul doing her testimony. She's basically, again, this concept of open rescue. That's what DXE, Direct Action Everywhere, wants to establish as a right. Explain that again, Nathan.
Well, I mean, what they're trying to establish is that these animals are in need of human assistance, that they, that they do. DXE strongly believes that what they're doing is right and it's necessary, and that they're not going to hide their identities or the truth from the public, which, I would say is the action of an innocent person. I mean, I'm a criminal defense attorney. I used to be a prosecutor. Usually people who are guilty, people who are committing the crimes, are going to great lengths to hide their identity. Here, like you said a few minutes ago, everything is sort of flipped, is sort of flipped, because what we're seeing foster farms issue statements that basically says, don't believe your eyes, don't believe the videos that you're seeing, don't believe the undercover videos. And you have prosecutors going to great lengths to hide the truth from the jury. Whereas the people who are actually charged with criminal behavior are saying, please look at everything. We're not hiding a thing because we've done nothing wrong. They don't take every animal. They take the animals that are sick. I'm sure to a person, they would love to be able to take every animal, but that's not what this is about. This is about showing the world the sick animals, and they're mostly sick. I mean, that's why, you open up the truck and immediately open up the kid, they go into the truck, and right away, immediately, it takes 1 second for an experienced rescuer to know these are sick animals. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I want to go back to something, and you could address this, Mick. So we invite Foster Farms on at any time, and Foster Farms has spoken about how, our organic chickens and turkeys live the good life, as all of our flocks, with a few penthouse perks, okay? And so they're talking about the good life. This came up at the trial because there was a representative from Foster Farms there. And Foster Farms has also said that they are certified by the American Humane Association, which guarantees that the animals will be free from discomfort, as well as free from injury, pain, or disease, and freedom from fear or distress. Now, before we discuss this, let's show just 10 seconds of the footage of what happens inside a Foster Farm slaughterhouse. on, but the point is, Mick, this came up in trial that the vice president at Foster Farms was asked about this during his, I believe, cross-examination by the defense witnesses.
Yes, indeed. And Wayne actually, initially when he questioned him, I can't say verbatim what he said, but it was basically, he was saying, no, that can't be, that's not true. And then Wayne literally said,
explain the whole thing. Who said what can't be true? Just lay it all out.
So Wayne said, on your website, meaning Foster Farms, you say the animals have to be free from pain, suffering, so on and so forth. The screenshots you were just showing us a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he was basically flabbergasted. He didn't know what to say. Mind you, this VP has just been for like 2.5 months, 3 months. He's a brand new employee of Foster Farms. Years and years of experience prior to that with Tyson and so on, but brand new to Foster Farms. And I can't help but think they threw this guy to the wolves because they had to produce some kind of a defense from Foster Farms. But he was completely caught off guard. So he, in essence, said, no, he's not familiar with those statements. And then Wayne came up, said, may I approach the witness? And he came up and gave he said, this is a screenshot. And then he literally brought his laptop in front of the witness, the vice president, and said, is this your website? Yes. So do you see that it's right on your website? Oh, yes, I guess it is. Yeah. So bottom line, I mean, and actually, let me jump ahead to the what I witnessed on the videos I was watching last night. At like 1 a.m., I'm watching the closing arguments, and one of the more frustrating moments for me was the absolute disingenuous comments that the prosecution made with regards to some of the I lost my train of thought. I'll come back to that.
Okay, but the point is, here's the point. Foster Farms, and we invite them on anytime, has said, and we'll keep repeating their statements, they do nothing illegal, and then they have it on their website that the animals don't suffer any discomfort. But then DXE went in and got undercover footage of what actually happens inside. You just saw a snippet of it. It goes on for hours. And they said, this is illegal. That's what DXE is saying. They contacted the district attorney. The district attorney did not respond. I also contacted the district attorney of Merced County and said, Unchained TV is going to be doing coverage on this. What's your response to DXE saying you didn't prosecute, you didn't go after this alleged illegal cruelty? No response. So that is the context. It was after that undercover footage. And in contrast with the statements of Foster Farms saying these animals, live the good life, that Alexandra Paul and Alicia Santurio did what they did. And they have referred to this in their statements. And I'm going to play one quick statement of Alexandra talking about
chaos of the high slaughter speeds that workers are pressured to meet. Living birds sometimes get mistaken for dead ones and are thrown in the trash alive. I knew that this cruel fate was waiting for birds on that slaughter truck. I knew the conditions that they were raised in by Foster Farms left many of them injured, infected, and disabled. DXE had tried reporting these criminal conditions to the authorities, but we were ignored.
By the way, Jane, I just remembered the point I was going to make. So the absolutely disingenuous comment in the closing arguments that the prosecution made was to the point of, you can, in our country, under our laws, you can have your own opinions, you can disagree, but you can't just steal animals. And then he repeatedly made the point of, you're not allowed to go in and take an animal, and he brought an example of, I think, a dog or, a pet. You can't take somebody's pet just because you don't like the way they're treating them, just because you would treat them better. And he brought that back and said, you can't just steal a chicken from the factory just because they're not treating them as well as you would, which is absolutely ridiculous because that's not at all the point. The point is, they are not treating these chickens even by the minimal standards that they claim on their own website.
Very interesting point and well taken. And Mick, it's worth repeating right now that as this drama goes on at court here outside the courthouse where we're live in Merced County, California, the Supreme Court of the United States is considering whether to overturn a proposition that the people of California passed, saying that cruelly produced meat cannot be sold in California. And they were referring specifically to this horror, which I will only show you for a second, pig gestation crates. Pigs who have the intelligence of toddler humans, smarter than dogs, kept in crates the size of their bodies, essentially their entire lives, unable to turn around. They go mad. Well, the pork industry challenged the proposition, and the Supreme Court is hearing it. And I'm very sad to say that the current administration, and I think it's bipartisan, both administrations would probably do this, whether it was Democrat or Republican, but the Biden administration is siding with the Pork Council over the people of California. And why is that so important? Because California is on track to become the 4th largest economy in the world. We are currently the 5th, but we're about to become the 4th largest economy if we were our own country. So what happens in California spreads to the rest of the nation and then to the rest of the world. This is arguably the most important state in the nation. So the idea that the people of California have said, we do not want to see these cruel methods used in products that are sold in this state, and that the Supreme Court was asked by the pork industry to overturn the will of the California people. And the Biden administration is siding with the pork industry over the will of the California people. That's the situation we're in. On top of the United States Department of Agriculture is run by Tom Vilsack, who is a dairy industry trade group leader when he's not running the USDA. Okay, so this is what you call stacking the deck. This is what you call having your thumb on the scale, because these are our tax dollars that they're using to prosecute these women.
And this is why we need to have activists put their lives on the line to go to jail, because sometimes this is the only way we can fight against.
Who is that? That was, I hate to say it, it's like a game. Zara, whatever was going on where you were, that was you. We'll keep you muted until it calms down over there. And we're going live no matter what. I lost internet in my house. I jumped in my car with my dog, who's right here, raced over to Mick's house. Luckily, he has a very large house, so I'm in one part of it, and he's in the other part of it. So, the point is, it doesn't stop us. No matter what happens, we're all going to keep going. We're going to bring you this story, and those folks out there are going to continue to do their activism. Zara, go ahead.
Sorry, that was a plane. No, I wanted to ask, and this might be a stupid question, but clearly the criminals are, in this case, foster farms. What they're doing, they're given misleading advertisement, is false marketing. Everything they're doing is illegal. So why are they not being prosecuted? Maybe Nathan can answer this. Is it because there is so much money behind them, no one dares to take on these big corporations?
Unmute yourself. We're all getting a little tired. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I can only presume that's it. That so much money is pumped into these elections, and the animal agriculture has such a strong lobby that officials protect them. It's unfortunate, the video that we've seen, these 10-second clips of, in California, every second in that, every act in that is a crime under the California Penal Code. There's no exceptions in California for animal agriculture. There's no exceptions in California for animal testing.
What does the law basically say? I know it's very complicated and in legalese, but it says you can't. What does it say? You can't torture animals, or?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't use. I think the word torture may appear, but I mean, it's what we would think. that cruelty is. I mean, you know, you can't overcrowd. You can't cause them animals to suffer pain. It's everything that we would think of. California.
Wait a second, I've got to jump in. The proposition that's now before the U.S. Supreme Court that the pork industry wants to overturn, that's almost like doubly an issue, because wouldn't those actual structures, the pig gestation crates, be illegal based on the California anti-cruelty law, even without the proposition? I mean, look at these. If this isn't cruel, we actually had something called the human gestation crate, where we had people, one of the organizations, and I went into it, you lock yourself in the crate. Within a minute, you're ready to you go crazy. Of course it's torture. This is torture, period. End of story. The animals break their teeth on the bars trying to get out. I mean, of course it's torture. What kind of are we back in the era of Descartes, where he nailed dogs to the wall and thought their howls were just reflex actions, that they didn't feel anything? Are we medieval? All of this belongs in a medieval torture museum. I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm done with this, you know, oh so very polite looking at torture and saying, oh, you know, well, I mean, how is it allowed to even happen?
It's gaslighting on a mass scale. I mean, that's what's happening. They're telling us what we're seeing with our own eyes, what we're hearing with our own ears is not reality.
Wow. And I honestly could say, my personal opinion, this is the most important trial happening right now in the United States of America. It should be on the front page and a lead story in every single news outlet in the world. And we did have Marina Bolotnikova here for a while, who's with Vox, and she's done an incredible job covering it. But, you know, a lot of these news organizations, they just don't cover it. And the truth is, if that upsets you, go into journalism. Go into journalism, because news is what's decided by the people in the room. You know, there was a time when I was a kid where, you know, obviously Barbara Walters was somebody who made a breakthrough, but up until Barbara Walters, like, really burst through that wall, women were not allowed to cover anything but just the feature stories involving luncheons and charities. They couldn't cover the news. And she was one of the key journalists who broke through that. So if it upsets you, you know, become a journalist. Don't just gripe about it. Or if the law upsets you, become a lawyer, because we have to get into these institutions, and we have to. That's why diversity is so important. What is news? Well, if you have a diverse newsroom, then people can say, yes, diversity is covering what's happening to people of color, what's happening to people in the LGBT community. Otherwise, you're not going to get those stories covered.
I think, Jane, you know, you said earlier, we were talking about the vegan bubble, and I think that's why we duck in and out of it so often. My internet went out. I ran down to this incredible vegan cafe and said, oh my God, we're doing Alexandra's trial. We're on Jane. And they're like throwing me the password and just like, you got this, sit down. It's okay. You know, it just, honestly, it just feels so good to have other people see the world the way that you see the world. And sometimes it's hard to step out of that, right? Because we know that it's so painful outside. The pictures you're just showing, that's the pain, that's the torture, that's the misery. And I keep thinking about this aspect of the case, and I apologize if I missed it, which I may have because I was out of internet, but we repeat ourselves on the show for 9 days because we keep waiting for the verdict. But I guess it's really for Nathan, but I just keep thinking, and Nathan has said this, everything on that video, the undercover video of Foster Farms, is illegal in the state of California. It's illegal to treat animals the way that Foster Farms is. So if that's the case, then this would be a case of the dog in the hot car.
because it's illegal to do that, which then means that you can't torture animals, which then means they were saving the animals from torture. I don't understand how that's been circumvented. And yes, the law says they stole property, but because of the laws of the state of California that prohibits that type of torture, then to me that becomes not the foundation of the case.
Well, I think you raise a very good point, and it's called enforcement and selective enforcement. And we are joined by Donnie Moss of theirturn.net, an amazing activist who has led a team instrumental. I know he's very modest in stopping. Nike now has announced it's no longer going to use kangaroo leather in its shoes, which is going to save millions of animals from being brutally tortured. Way to go. Thank you for joining us, Donnie.
Thanks for having me.
You know, what you're talking about is enforcement. Let me give you an example, okay, of selective enforcement or selective indignation. On the beaches of California, there are people who are wealthy, well off, and they will go out and they will have a glass of wine and watch the sunset. Then there are people who are not well off who will grab a packet of beer and be drinking a beer, and they can get caught much more often and literally put down on the ground and spread eagled. But it's assumed that, well, if you're drinking a glass of wine, it's okay. That's selective enforcement. The only reason I mention it, I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it with my own eyes. So this is another case of selective enforcement. There is something happening here. You heard the testimony of Wayne Chung. The authorities refused to even look at the complaint. I'm going to play it again because maybe people missed it. This is really important. They went undercover. They videotaped what was happening inside the slaughterhouse. They said this is against the law. Obviously, that's for a jury to decide, and we invite Foster Farms on anytime. But the defendants in this case, prior to taking those 2 chickens, contacted the authorities. They tried repeatedly.
But she tried to get the authorities to help. They begged the corporation. They begged all the agencies they could possibly reach out to. They sent letters by Bonnie Clapper. You remember her name? The experienced attorney who sent letters saying that we have evidence that animals are being neglected and mutilated. We have evidence that animals are being scalded alive. And we find out in testimony in this case that no one even bothers to read the complaint. Remember what Sergeant Kirk said? And it's not his fault. It's a bigger problem, but here's the testimony. Are you aware of anyone in your office investigating allegations that animals were, quote, scalded alive? Scalded alive. Not slaughtered humanely. Dropped into a boiling tank of water because they've been improperly stoned. And his answer, I'm not, no.
Wow, and here's a little more.
Both before and right after the incident on September 28, 2021, the defendants and their organization contacted the authorities. Does that sound like someone who committed a crime or thought they committed a crime? You don't call the cops after you've committed a crime. You contact the authorities to report a crime. So ask yourself, how reasonable is it to conclude they had a belief their actions were lawful when they are contacting the authorities themselves?
So let's bring in Donnie Moss, who just joined us from theirturn.net. We're talking about selective enforcement of the law. And everybody's wondering, well, if the law says you can't torture animals in California, and if the videotape that DXC obtained of what happens inside the Foster Farm slaughterhouse, and mind you, that's probably not very different than slaughterhouses, industrialized chicken slaughterhouses around the world, is they're asserting torture or illegal cruelty. Of course, it's up for a jury to decide, but wherefore, why not investigate? Why not prosecute? The authorities refuse to do anything, and not just in this case, in similar cases.
Well, it's clearly a testament to how powerful the industry is, especially right there in California, where Foster Farms has multiple operations. So it's not surprising, but it does make, I guess, all of us question whether or not the entire system is broken when the people who are being charged with a crime are the people who are actually reporting the real crime, which is all of these cruelty violations in factory farms, in the slaughterhouse, and even in the truck where the chickens are transferred from the factory farm to the slaughterhouse, which is where the defendants took the chickens from.
Yeah, and not only that, I want to bring in another aspect. Recently, we interviewed Mercy for Animals, Leah Garces, and they've got a whole campaign. Tell the USDA to update archaic animal transport regulations. Millions of animals die in transport. Okay, in winter, farmed animals endure below freezing conditions, and many freeze to the sides of the trailers. In summer, they can die of heat stress, asphyxiation, and heart attacks. And why does that relate to this case? Please call the USDA and the DOT, Department of Transportation, to modernize animal transport, because at the very heart of this case were animals being transported to slaughter. And we haven't even talked about the horrors that they endured on the way to the slaughterhouse. Curtis, you're there. What's going on, Curtis?
Oh, y'all hear me? I'm not muted, right?
Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah, what's happening right now, the jurors recently returned to the courtroom. I think they were out on lunch until 1. The judge instructed them to come back at 1. And everyone's just kind of hanging out. We've got some chips and salsa over there. We've got some seeds and nuts. People are just kind of snacking on things and just waiting around. You know, it's very reminiscent of the Smithfield trial back in October, when everyone was just kind of hanging out and just trying to keep our hopes up, stay optimistic, and make the best of the situation. Kind of a weird time right now.
Are protests planned either way, or demonstrations? I mean, you guys are famous for very colorful demonstrations you've been doing. Are you going to be doing that either way, or is that up in the air?
Well, we know that our opposition is watching everything that we're doing online. So I'm not gonna talk about anything that may or may not happen on this live stream here. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, so I don't know if you know this, but after the very first day of trial and all the videos got uploaded on YouTube, the next day, the prosecution filed a motion to, they filed a gag order on Wayne. Well, not just Wayne, but the defense. After, you know, the end of the YouTube video from the first day, Wayne was on there talking about how he was kind of upset that some of the evidence wasn't going to be allowed in, specifically the FOIA request, the FOIA documents that that we had access to. So we know that they're watching. We know that they want to know as much as they can about what we're doing, what we're saying, what's going on. So I'm just not going to say anything.
Yes. Thank you for that update. And I think also Wayne had said to me, don't get us in trouble, Jane, because I think they're watching this too. I consider it a backhanded compliment. And great job out there, Curtis. I know you're going to let us know, as will Rocky, the second that there's a verdict. Now, we know the judge had been involved in some other matters, as they say in court, until 1:30. So we're 14 minutes away from what could be a verdict. I'm not saying who knows, right? But the judge had said, hey, I'm not available till 1:30. Sure, I might pop out if there's something dramatic, but I'll be back ready to address this case again at 1:30. So that's 14 minutes away. And I think we could see something at that time, although I do not know. None of us are psychics. And what I've noticed over the years is people who pretend to have some kind of affinity with the jury and mind reading, usually they're 100% wrong. So we continue to wait. And I think it's really, you know, I learned from DXC a lot. They are relentless. They don't get tired. They don't stop, because that's what the other side is waiting. They're waiting for these pesky animal activists to go away so that business can continue as usual. And the one thing I could testify in a court of law is that DXC does not go away. And I think you could address that, Carla, as a member of Direct Action Everywhere.
Absolutely. And, you know, I just saw a comment that came up on the screen from somebody that said, no cages, not bigger ones. And that goes right to the heart of this. You know, when you were showing the different freedoms that Foster Farm claims to give their product, one of them was freedom from cages. And I think that oftentimes the public is placated by terms like cage free because they don't really understand what that means. I think what they're sold is this vision that, oh, they're cage free. They're out in the sunlight, roaming in the grass, living, as Foster Farms said, this wonderful life, when we all know that nothing could be farther from the truth. And I think that we do run into trouble with the subjectivity of words like torture or suffering or cages. What does it mean to be caged, right? A lot of people think of the battery hen cages that are, you know, about the size of a sheet of paper. And so they think that going to these large warehouses maybe is a much better existence. But, you know, that would be the equivalent of whether you're locked in your bathroom for your entire life, or maybe you're locked in your home for your entire life. If you could never leave your home, if you were under house arrest, you know, people that are under house arrest, maybe others can speak to this. If you know anyone who's had that, that is a torture in and of itself, that you can never leave that confinement. They don't get any sort of a natural life. They don't get to sunbathe. They don't get to dirt bathe. They don't get to, you know, run around in the area that they normally would. And to me, that's a complete travesty.
Well, it's a very good point. We've got Dr. Crystal Heath, who is a veterinarian, who is also the founder of Our Honor, an organization that tries to give voice to veterinarians who usually get into the field because they love animals, but often are funneled into animal exploitation industries because there's vets at laboratories that experiment on animals. There's vets at factory farms. There's vets at slaughterhouses, hypothetically anyway. So what do you make of what happened in court, Dr. Heath? And by the way, I called you Dr. Health yesterday. I guess that's your new nickname. Dr. Crystal Heath, what do you make of the whole courtroom confrontation that basically the defense attorneys cross-examined the vice president of Foster Farms and actually showed him what was on the Foster Farms website, that here our organic chickens and turkeys live the good life as all of our flocks with a few penthouse perks, etc. And you know, basically said, you know, this is what is on your website. What say you? And he actually didn't even acknowledge that that was on his website until they showed him the actual website.
Yeah, and you know, they claim to have veterinarians at Foster Farms taking care of these animals, but it's like, if they actually have veterinarians taking care of these animals, the veterinarians, according to like the AVMA guidelines, would not even have these sick animals get on the truck in the first place. So he's claiming like, oh, they have value, we render them into pet food. We render even sick animals into pet food. It's like, oh, really? Well, then your veterinarians wouldn't be following AVMA guidelines. And there's even a code in the Code of Federal Regulations. This is subsection 381.194 about the transportation of dead, dying, and disabled poultry. That says no person engaged in the business of buying, selling, or transporting, commerce, or importing any dead or dying or disabled poultry or parts, you know, other than slaughter, shall sell or transport or offer those animals for sale. So, I mean, it was really quite interesting. I think that these industries gotten so used to not following the law that this is just business as usual for them. So I thought that was really interesting to see how that unfolded. Oh, I can't hear you for some reason. I can't.
Now it's my turn. Forget to unmute. I think if nothing else, this trial and the similar trials are showing the industry, okay, that, hey, these are not just sort of a bunch of kids that we don't have to worry about. I think that at first they're like, because the vast majority of people involved in direct action everywhere are pretty young. I'm an exception, but I'm emotionally about 21, so they include me. But, you know, the vast majority are young. And I think there's, just like in the anti-war movement, there's a tendency to dismiss and say, oh, you know, the kids, what's the matter with kids today? And we know the Vietnam War, for example, was a generational rift, and battles were had between parents and kids. I had an argument with my dad over it. Okay. That was our generational rift. Well, it's happening again now, the generational rift to a large degree, where these companies represent the old way and the younger generation is saying, wait a second, we don't buy your gaslighting. We don't buy your BS. And I can't think of anybody better to talk to about this than Curtis Vollmer. I think you epitomize that. You challenge authority. You don't defer just because somebody says this is the way it's supposed to be. And you should discuss that, because I think they're starting to take you guys real serious. Curtis, can you hear?
Yeah, I heard you. I just had to move away. There's a speaker over here that's playing music I wanted to get away from. One of the first actions I went to, actually, I was apprehended. I was put in jail just like 2 months after, you know, getting into animal rights. And that for me really kind of set me off. You know, a lot of these actions or investigations or things that are done, the activists involved understand that there's some likelihood of arrest or some risk of arrest. And for me, this was back in February of 2018. I went to my first protest in Tar Heel, North Carolina. I think you were covering it, Jane. This kid got beat up by the police, and there were some activists that blocked the entrance to this slaughterhouse in North Carolina, the largest one owned by Smithfield.
Mm-hmm.
And it created a backup in these trucks. And so I was there, fresh-faced, you know, first protest, first action I'm at, and I put my camera in the, you know, to capture what's going on with the pigs inside the slaughter truck. The cops come and arrest me and throw me in jail with the rest of the people that were like locking down in front of this slaughterhouse. And that was when I was like, what is going on? Like, what are they hiding? Like, why is this happening? And you know, just from then on, I've gotten involved, found other like-minded people, and you know, have been challenging this system since then. And I just encourage other people to do the same. And it doesn't have to be, you know, putting yourselves in risky positions and doing things like that. But there's plenty of other ways that you can get involved. You know, we need press people. We need people writing, you know, writing op-eds. We need people, you know, creating websites. We need all sorts of things. So I don't want people to think that they have to put themselves in these dangerous positions, but there are a lot of other, you know, kind of other roles, supportive roles that we need. You know, if everybody's in jail, who's doing jail support?
Yeah, and I admire you, and remember that case, because we had a reporter going live, one of our volunteer reporters in North Carolina, I believe it was, and it was also her first time, and all she said was, "Oh my God, oh my God," and it got like 5 million views because it was just her honest reaction to everything that was going on, and the cops were like pushing them back, and it was just total raw emotion. It was one of our more successful videos. I want to bring Marina Bolotnikova of Vox in, who's done incredible reporting on this. There is a trial update. Tell us all about it, Marina.
Hi, I just saw this on the Twitter, the Foster Farms trial Twitter, but it sounds like the jury has asked to hear the last 5 to 10 minutes of Alicia Santurio's questioning. It sounds like that's the last 5 minutes of her questioning by the defense counsel. Is that right? Not cross-examining. And it's being played for them. And I really wish I was, you know, I knew what's going on in that room and why they want to hear this testimony again. They also yesterday, I don't know if you knew this, Jane, but also yesterday asked to hear the testimony again about with the defendants talking about their letter from Hadar Aviram, the law professor at UC Hastings Law School, who said that it is legal to rescue animals from factory farms and slaughter in some cases.
Yeah, and that was mentioned as, hey, they talked to this famous legal expert who said, yeah, what you're doing is legal, And so that goes to the whole, they didn't think they were breaking the law, even if they did technically, which I'm not saying they did, but that in their minds, they were doing something completely legal. That's important. Who can comment on this idea that right before lunch, the jury asked to hear the last 5 to 10 minutes of Alicia Santurio's defense questioning? What happened there? That was the defense talking to Alicia, who is the co-defendant, along with Alexandra Paul. What do you make of that, Nathan? You're our attorney. Unmute.
It's always so hard to get into the minds of jurors and know what exactly.
Well, what was that testimony about, do you think?
I'm not 100% sure. I read what Marina read with regard to wanting to know about what they relied on from the professor. Maybe that's what is being read to them again. I like the fact that they're asking for what sounds like the direct testimony, not the cross-examination. Listen, here's my hope. My hope is that maybe there's, 10 or 11 people who are for acquittal right now, and there are 1 or 2 holdouts for conviction. And the people who are for acquittal are saying, listen to this piece of testimony again, and you will hear that this satisfies the defense of mistake of law, and that they didn't have the intent to steal because they relied on their observations, they relied on a lawyer, they relied on a professor. And that's what that enabled them, that allowed them in their own minds to do what they did in taking the birds from the truck. That's my hope.
Yeah, it seems to dovetail with their other question that was also, I think, in that general arena. It seems like what they're grappling with is, did these women feel they were breaking the law? I mean, Donnie, first of all, does anybody remember what the actual last 5 to 10 minutes of Alicia Santurio's defense questioning was? Anybody?
We should try to get it up on YouTube if someone's got an extra hand.
We just saw the prosecution questioning of her on the show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lindsay, you wanted to say something?
I just was going to say that her answers when she was being questioned were so genuine. I can just remember the emotion that touched me, and I think people remember how they feel. And it was so obvious that she believed what she was doing was right, in my opinion. I don't know if everyone looks at or observes other individuals the way I do. I tend to be more left-brained, but I think everybody has that part where you could feel in your heart someone's coming from their heart, and I felt that. So I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I mean, jurors, even if they take notes, they go away with a general impression, and they form their opinions. Let's see who's talking. Here we go. Here, maybe here. There we go. They form their general impression, and then they probably look for facts to back up their beliefs. So it's
Jane, keep in mind, we're forgetting, they're the ones who took the footage of the alleged crime and posted that footage online, sent it everywhere, and provided that footage for this case. So, in their minds, if they were really committing a crime, they certainly wouldn't have documented it and made sure everybody saw it. They wanted to see that they were conducting a rescue, not a theft.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, it seems that, wow, we're going into 3 days, 3 hours yesterday. Today it started at 10, 11, 12, 1, 30. So now we're 6.5 hours of deliberation, and we are past the 1:30 mark. The judge is back. So before lunch, they heard that. Then they went to lunch. Then they came back. Honestly, I think we're getting to a point where this could be like a real fundamental disagreement between two sides of the jury, or it could just be one person who's like, I'm not going to convict them. They're good-hearted people. Or it could be one person saying, no way, they broke the law. I'm going to, we can't tell. We absolutely cannot tell. But the key would be what was said at that very end, the final, the final few minutes of Alicia Santurio's defense questioning. That's the direct, that's not the cross-examination. Marina Bolotnikova points out that in the Smithfield trial, they deliberated for 7 hours. So we're half an hour away from getting to the Smithfield level of deliberations. And if anybody does find out exactly what Wayne said in those final 10 minutes, or sorry, her defense attorney, which was a different person, direct examination of Alicia Santurio, please tell us. But I want to go back to playing some of Wayne's arguments because it dovetails with what we're talking about.
When there's an animal desperately in need and no one else is able to help, you have the right to help. You might say, how could they possibly believe this? You can't just run up to a car or a truck or someone's home and take their pet. Remember, this is a very conditional legal opinion. Compare it to a dog in a hot car. If you were to break into a car to steal someone's pet, of course that's a theft. No one's going to disagree with that. The defendants aren't going to agree with that. You can't just steal someone's pet. But if the dog is suffering, if it's a hot day and the owner inadvertently didn't leave their windows open, inadvertently didn't leave the air conditioning running, and you're watching that dog as she is slowly dying, being roasted alive in that car, they believe only in those circumstances you have the right to go ahead and break that window and take that dog to the vet.
And I'm going to object mistake of law. The law about dogs requires you to call 911 first. This is a misdirection.
So, but even if they're wrong, again, even if they're wrong, and they didn't have the right to help the animal issue, chicken, cow, pig, dog, whatever the animal is, even if they're wrong, if they had a good faith belief, even if they were mistaken about the right to rescue these animals, if they had a good faith belief, and that's all they need to show.
And let's just show the birds after they were taken and what they look like in case anybody is wondering, well, were they really sick?
So we can see the bird here. He is trying to stand and he's unable to. And his right leg is extended out to the side. That's very unusual. You can see these guys are both kind of sitting. There's food in front of them. They didn't walk over to the food. You can see that the food has been brought to them because they are unable to get to the food. And that's something that's really important to think about too, because on a farm, of course there's food and water out, but the birds have to be able to walk over to the food and water in order to consume it. And so if they are unable to walk, that's basically a death sentence because they're going to starve to death.
All right, so very similar to the dog in the hot car argument. Dr. Crystal Heath, you're a veterinarian. We just saw the chickens where after they were rescued, one eventually died. They couldn't stand up. Their legs were splayed. I mean, you don't have to be a vet to see that these animals are really sick.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just think about these birds, they're living in their own feces. When they're transported on their truck, there's all this feces around. Enterococcus faecium and E. coli, those are naturally in their GI tracts, but then they're sitting in their feces, they get it in their eyes. They're also like extremely immunocompromised from being in this crowded situation. We know that when you have a lot of stress, that makes these pathogens more virulent. They're more likely to be transmissible, and they're more pathogenic too when the animal is stressed. And that what leads to sepsis, which ultimately is what killed Ethan. And that is very concerning for actually entering our food supply too. And you have to do additional testing to test for salmonella. And they, routinely, I guess, don't do that at UC Davis. I don't know exactly what their protocols were, or if they did. It didn't seem like that came up, but was it because they don't usually do that testing, or what is the deal? What's going on there? But yeah, I mean, this is very concerning. I know this industry is shrouded in secrecy. There isn't enough testing done of what's going on, but yeah, it's highly, highly concerning. I was just listening, actually, I went away to listen to what the last 5 minutes of Alicia's testimony was. And it seems like it was, she was talking about the Hadar Aviram letter and the Bonnie Clapper letter and their reasons for doing this. So this is very positive. Like, they're really showing, you know, she had a reason for doing this. And I think listening to those last 5 minutes, even in myself, I'm like, oh yeah, we're good here. Like,
describe it a little bit more, what those last 5 minutes were, because, you know, spell out who's saying what to whom.
Well, Chris Caraway was asking her about the letter. I didn't, you know, I kind of skimmed through to see, like, oh, she's talking about the letter. She's talking about
what letter? This
is the Hadar Aviram letter. So I guess we all don't know the whole thing, but Hadar Aviram is a law professor at UC Hastings. She studies criminal law. And this letter states that according to California Penal Code 597E, if you see an animal that is denied access to food or water, is suffering, that you can rescue that animal and provide them with care. If the animal is sick, you know, so that's basically kind of the gist of it. And that was her reason for doing this. And before even, you know, she talks about the letter, briefly, she talks about everything they did ahead of time and the other foster farms investigations that she did, and just how well aware they were of that. This was a huge problem at foster farms. So yeah. She definitely, like, they did every single thing that they should have done along the way. And now they got this letter. I mean, I really wish that Hadar could have been a witness and testified in court, and that letter was submitted.
And that's a really good analysis. We're rejoined by Marina Bolotnikova. Vox, right? You're an editor at Vox now. Congrats. The last time I talked to you, you were doing something else, moving up in the world. Well done. But you've now had a chance to hear the last few minutes of what the jury asked to hear back. What's your takeaway? And just mind you, a lot of people don't know all the names of all the different lawyers, so spell it out if you would. Thank you.
Yes, so I just went back to listen to the last few minutes of Alicia's testimony because I was really curious what the jury wants to have replayed to them. So in the last few minutes, she was being questioned by her attorney after she had been questioned by the prosecution. He was questioning her again, following up on what the prosecution had just asked about. They covered several things in the last few minutes. I think the biggest one was he was asking, you know, would you, do you think that the right to rescue means you have the right to rescue just sick animals or any animals? And had Ethan not been sick, would you have taken him? And she said, no, we don't think the right to rescue means you can do anything, but it's the animals that need help, that are being abused, and that when they opened that truck, she said the reason that they took out the chicken so quickly was because so many of these animals are sick and abused, and they were going to immediately find some.
So I think that is very promising. Thank you for that summary, Marina. I think that's really promising because what it's saying to me is they're asking, are these sort of self-indulgent people who feel like they can take the law into their own hands and do whatever they want to because they feel like it? Or were they following a law as described by a legal expert and seriously thinking they were doing something legal? I don't know if you can hear me, Dotsie, but if you can, answer away.
Yeah, it's almost like it's almost like looking back at a legal precedent of an opinion of a precedent, right? Like that's so. It seems, just like everyone said, it seems really strong and extremely positive that that's what they are going back to look at. Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, who else would like to weigh in on this? I think it is.
Yeah, I'll jump in because I think it's more than this specific instance, which sounds great. But in general, I mean, we're trying to guess as to what the jury is doing in behind closed doors. If we were only a fly on the wall, I guess, right? But I think in reality, I'm really fed up personally in my own life. I literally can't go on vacation and enjoy vacations or go away because I know everywhere we turn, there's some kind of suffering. Either somebody neglectful with their dog on the street, I get into a fight. I can't just hold back. I get into arguments. So it's like, and then you see suffering. You drive somewhere beautiful, picturesque. You're passing by, cows who are basically property and enslaved. It's very depressing to be a vegan in this non-vegan world. But I do have hope for us. I am hopeful. I think most everyone on this panel is hopeful, hopefully. Otherwise, we would not be fighting this fight. So I think what happens is in a group situation, right? We have industries that are counting on the groups to basically rely on each other to not want to see the reality. But individually, when you're talking about an individual person, deep down inside, we're all caring. We all have empathy. So I can't imagine that there's 12 jurors behind closed doors and the scenario where 11 of them think these two defendants are guilty and one is a holdout. I think probably it's the other way around. If it's, for example, a situation of 11-1, and I'm very hopeful.
I think that this is, first of all, I want to give the jurors some credit. They're taking their time. They're not dismissing this, as some people who even contacted me, oh, I saw your chicken coverage, and they're taking this seriously. They're treating it as the really, really serious case that it is. In fact, I think you can make a really good argument that the future of our planet depends on cases like this. I want to go back to Marina. What is your thought on all of this? Oh, here we go.
And sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thought you said something. Yeah, I just wanted to add to our analysis of what it means that the jury wanted to listen to this testimony again. My worry with it is that when I listened to how Alicia gave the answer, she it's clear that she was being careful to answer that right to rescue is narrow without implying that that animal agriculture is fine if the animals are treated more humanely, right? I think that's a difficult balance for any defendants in these cases to strike. And my worry is that maybe the jury picked up on that and wanted to hear how she handled that balance again. Does that make sense?
Jane, you're muted.
Jane.
Now it's my turn. Different people are going to be listening to the same testimony for different reasons. And I definitely think that this is, I like the word you use, narrow, because that's what jurors have to do, is narrow an issue down. We could talk about animal rights for a long time. We've done it for 9 days now, but they're going to make their decisions based on very narrow criteria. And those narrow criteria were described by Wayne Shung in his closing argument, where he did basically, if this, you must acquit. If this, you must acquit. I'm going to play a very short clip just to illustrate one of the three that he said. Basically, if they did this, you must acquit. They took nothing of value. Listen to this.
These chickens not only did not have any value, but they were a liability. What do we hear to sustain this finding, this factual finding? These chickens are a liability. Well, first, the defendant's testimony themselves. They said they opened up the cage door and immediately saw 2 chickens collapse on the ground. There were a bunch of chickens standing, but there are 2 that are on the ground. If you're trying to take something of value, why do you take the animals that are collapsed? Second, they immediately see the pale, sickly cones, right? And I showed you the bright red color of the chicken right next to the chicken Alicia took. If they were trying to take healthy animals rather than sick animals, why would you take the one that's collapsed on the ground with a pale comb rather than the chicken right next to that chicken that has a bright red healthy comb?
So, I mean, bring us back to what the real issues here are legally, Nathan. They have no value. That's the argument. The defendants thought they were doing something legal, right? That's one of the second arguments. And there's a third. Tell us, in basic people terms.
Well, believing they had the right to rescue these sick animals really goes to the heart of the entire defense. I think that's their strongest argument, and it seems to be what the jury is honing in on. So if I'm the defense, I'm pretty happy with that request. Now, obviously, I can't see the jury. I don't, I'm speculating, but I think if you're the defense, you're feeling pretty good about that question. I was thinking, though, on the value issue, unless the jury hasn't started to discuss that element, they probably have dismissed that argument.
Well, let's get back to the three elements, just like you were bullet pointing them. What are the three elements they need to decide? There's no value. They thought they were doing something legal, and what's the third?
I think there may be a verdict. There may be a verdict.
Okay. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Thank you.
Paul.
Geez. Okay. It's now 1:49.
All right, so Paul might be staying out here. Just FYI, might be able to fill you in, but I'll run back out as soon as we know anything.
What happened? Everyone's
going inside.
Okay. All right. Well, come out and tell us. We're all nervous.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll be back soon.
But Rocky's staying out there, right? Somebody's going to be here. Hello. Somebody's going to be there, right?
James is staying here.
Oh, James, our hero.
So there was like a big. Everyone, there was like a big explosion. Everyone was so excited when.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
James, were you inside? What happened inside? Can you tell us?
No, I don't know. Everybody's rushing inside now to go to the security and see behind me, maybe. And so I think that apparently there's been a verdict.
Okay. It appears there could be a verdict. Now, I want to say a couple of times I've been at trials, and I will just say this, where everybody thought there was a verdict and they started running. That happened at the Michael Jackson trial. They all started running hysterically, and everybody's it's a verdict, and it wasn't a verdict. But there's a chance that this is a verdict. Yeah. So we are right now just counting down the minutes, because this is a misdemeanor. Nathan, this isn't going to take a whole lot of time in terms of, it's not like there's a many count indictment or any of that stuff. It's you could go in there. They might poll the jury. Just tell us how it unfolds, Nathan.
Sure. Yeah, this will be quick because there's only one count as to each defendant. So the jury will be asked if they've reached a verdict. If they've reached a unanimous verdict, the foreperson will say yes if we do have a verdict. As to Ms. Santurio and as to Ms. Paul, and then they'll say as to count one, charging Ms. Santurio, how do you find? And the foreperson will answer, unless it's California, the clerk might read the verdict. I don't know, but it's one count per defendant. If you blink, you might miss it. And polling of the jury really would only happen if they were convicted.
Nathan, question. This is Mick Davudian. So, do you think there's a chance that they might announce their verdict for each defendant separately, or could they do it? Let's say they're both not guilty. Could they say both are not guilty at once?
They'll do them separately.
All right,
Jane.
Yeah.
I just want to point out two things. First of all, I tweeted the judge and let him know that you're ready for a verdict. Because it's been a long time. The live stream's been going on for a long time. And the second thing, I just want to make an observation about the chickens on the truck. And that is the chickens on that truck and in any factory farm or slaughterhouse setting are either sick or they're less sick. And so I just can't imagine that anyone who they pulled off that truck wouldn't be sick in the eyes of a veterinarian. I just wanted to make that observation. And having been inside of a factory farm, myself, and I just think it's so weird when you hear that they have veterinarians. There are tens of thousands of animals in each shed, and there's shed after shed after shed at some of these factory farms. So the idea that there's vet care is ridiculous. There isn't. And
Donnie, Alexandra just texted me. It's a verdict.
Oh.
Okay. Wow. Nerve-wracking.
Donnie, more than that. I mean, Jane, maybe you can put that screenshot up again of their website. And
first I'm typing, there's a verdict.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to put that up so people who are watching, maybe with the sound off,
Right.
There's a verdict. We're going to find out any second. And as I said, sometimes when these things happen, I feel like I'm on trial. I know it appears that Lindsay Baker is praying right now. Are you praying?
Crying a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry, Donnie. That was a great interruption.
Oh, it's okay.
Can I pick up after what Donnie said? So,
yes.
Jane, the screenshot, if you can show it again, of the claims that they have on their website of how the animals are treated, etc. One of them had the word penthouse. What in the world does that mean? Does anyone know what that means? That the birds are given a penthouse?
Okay, here we go. It's this issue came up in court as the vice president of Foster Farms was asked, about the conditions inside and how Foster Farms says they're wonderful. Penthouse perks, or organic chickens and turkeys live the good life as all of our flocks with a few penthouse perks.
What in the world is that?
It's disgusting. It's like they're making a mockery of what they do to these animals, which you know what I mean. Sometimes it feels like this intentional, like diabolical mockery.
And that's my hope that the jury, in some ways, regardless of where the law stands with regards to these two defendants, I'm thinking if I'm a juror behind the scenes, even if I feel like, okay, according to the letter of the law, yeah, they broke the law, I would want to punish these organizations. I would want to punish Foster Farms for the outright lies on their websites and for the way they're treating the animals. My hope is that the individual inside, that's how they will feel.
Wow.
I just wanted to say, working in advertising, that a lot of times there's a big disconnect, which there shouldn't be, between the artist or the brand manager and the head of the corporation. They don't even know what's being put up there. And it just sounds like somebody's writing it that has very little knowledge or information about the situation at all to make such outrageous claims. Like you say, that's almost a mockery with the penthouse and perks, things that are so ridiculous and so disassociated with the reality. And I think that happens a lot.
I will say, sorry. I was just going to say, I will say that, I may or may not have seen inside of some of these places. And, I try to make sure that I'm not always inside the bubble, as we keep saying. I try to think, pre-vegan days when I was working as an emergency veterinary technician, and things that I saw and the things that people would describe. It can sometimes seem like, oh, the perk is that they have room. The perk is that they have all the food and water that they could ever want. And the perk, people are able to see, and this is why just seeing the video is not enough. And we may have all, we may all understand in this group that just because you see something, that doesn't tell the entire story. And when these organizations, these corporations, they put up videos on YouTube and such with, sometimes they'll show their areas and what they think they're showing really awesome things. I know Crystal has seen this. These places will show videos. They think it's wonderful. And I'm looking at it going, oh my God, can't you see in the background the filth that is there? So, who knows?
Let's face it, big ag puts big tobacco and big farm on shame.
Yeah. And you mentioned something about advertising. Yes, I come from an advertising background, and I'll tell you that have never heard, not me personally, but in my family and people I know, you've never heard once somebody say, is this a good product? Should we take this as a client? No, that is not discussed. A client is a client is a client. There are vegans who refuse to do certain work for companies that are not vegan. Yes, certain people have their morals and their boundaries, but the companies, the advertising agencies, no, not unless there's pressure because it's a public scandal. Will they disregard a client? Everybody rush into the courthouse. We've got James Madison outside. I'm so grateful for him because honestly, I was like, well, when there's a verdict, everybody's going to run and they're going to leave us alone. But you're there. What's happening? I would guess everybody's inside and you're the only person outside.
Everybody but Paul Pickle. How do you pronounce his last name? Picklesimer. Picklesimer. Yeah, Paul Picklesimer is here waiting. I think watching everybody's stuff.
Oh,
yeah, a lot of the luggage is out here and people's personal items. So
we haven't heard from Paul. I'd love to hear from him.
Yeah, we heard from him earlier, but let's hear from him again. Why don't you go over there and talk to him?
Hey, Paul. Would you like to be on, Jane?
I can't. I'm going to be on our Twitter right now.
Oh, okay.
He's busy doing tweets.
Yes, everybody has a role. One of the things that you'll learn about Direct Action Everywhere, you think they're just sitting around. No, everybody has a role.
They're never idle. Not one person.
Never idle. Yeah. I want to ask somebody to volunteer to step down. Maybe would you step down for a couple of minutes? Thank you. I'm going to bring in. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Lindsay Baker, our amazing host.
I get out.
TV. There you go. And I'm going to bring in. We're only allowed to have 10 people. There's Ellen Dent. Ellen, you joined at a good, exciting time. A verdict is in. Everybody rushed into the courthouse to hear the verdict. They had a read back of testimony just before the lunch break. They came back from lunch just a little while ago, and let's see what's going to happen. What are your feelings right now?
I'm really excited. I've been watching the whole time. I'm over here taking care of my daughter. She actually has a cold, not COVID, but I've been watching the whole time, listening to everybody's commentary. Special thanks to Nathan and Carla and Meg for, having the internet for you and everything. It's been a really exciting show. Thanks to all of you.
I'm nervous. I'm trying to be serene. I'm trying to channel Alexandra Paul, who no matter what happens, she's like, oh yeah, nothing to see here. I mean, you want to talk about cool, calm, and collected. What are everybody's emotions? I mean, I personally think that this is a turning point in history. This is a moment because let me tell you something. If this is the second acquittal in an open rescue, then open rescue is not just on the map, but it is legally getting somewhere. What do you say? You're nodding your head, Dotsie.
I had to. Alexandra is a tremendous professional actress, as we know. She was texting me the night after she was on the stand, and she said, Dotsie, I have never been that nervous in my life. And I thought there was a couple times where she said, I thought I was going to lose consciousness and pass out. Like it was that bad. Right. Which is so fascinating because I said, well, your nerves must transfer into total cool cucumber because we were all like, oh my God, who stays that calm? So good energy to her right now because her stomach is upside down. We think our stomachs are upside down. Hers is.
Wow.
She's unbelievable.
You're right. She is an actress because she seemed so cool, calm, and collected at that moment. I mean, while we're waiting, I'll play 30 seconds of her testimony. I heard her voice crack once or twice, which I was like, But here's a 22-second
We
clip.
also choose these animals because they tell best the story of what's going on behind these closed doors. And we document it and we share it with the world because nobody else is showing people what's going on. The only reason people know what's going on behind these closed doors is because of animal investigators.
Wow. She does not look nervous, does she, whatsoever? Absolutely extraordinary. I think probably within 5 minutes we'll know. I can't imagine that anybody was very far away. People are giving their predictions. I truly believe she will be acquitted. The internal work done by an artist is enormous compared to what we see and hear. They were charged with theft. The defense is rescue is not theft. Wow. I just, everybody's nervous. Carol Zarbana, who's been watching the whole time, is like, I am so nervous. Well, guys, the clock is ticking any second now. Why don't we just do a round robin of what people are experiencing at this moment and what they feel the significance is? Starting with, hold on. Here we go. What happened? I can't hear you. Undo it. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, nothing's happening yet. We're just waiting still.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, all right. Okay. What is everybody's feeling? I said my feeling. My feeling is that this is a moment in history. And you know, what do they say? First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they get angry at you, and then they accept you. We've gone through the ignoring and the laughter. We're somewhere between the anger and acceptance. I mean, this is a big moment. Donnie Moss, put this in context in the history books.
Well, first of all, I would say that they've already won. You know, these defendants have already won and have elevated the entire movement. And they've also inspired other people, regardless of the verdict, they've inspired other people to rescue animals. I have no doubt about that. With regard to Alexandra and her nerves, you know, and watching that video again, if and when there's an Animal Rights Hall of Fame, that clip of her testifying will be on a continuous loop. I mean, she epitomizes animal rights. To think that she was nervous in that clip, it's just, that's beyond the pale.
I think we should have an Animal Rights Hall of Fame or whatever, certainly a museum. There's been a lot of talk of turning the Farmer John Slaughterhouse in downtown LA into some kind of museum because those are places where you can tell the story. This is very nerve-wracking. I can't believe they will give them a sentence. Alexandra comes across so lovely that I can't imagine the jury turning against her. 100% legal victory. We don't want to jinx it yet. Although people are saying we've won, regardless of the verdict, it's still important. Wow. I thought he was saying the verdict and we couldn't hear. No, there is a verdict, but he doesn't have the verdict yet. I assure you that people will come out. Do you remember the, who's that chef? She was sent to prison. She's also there was a trial. She did insider trading. Martha Stewart. Yeah. And when the trial happened, there were no cameras in the courtroom and all the reporters ran out like it was unintentionally comical because they had to run out to their respective news cameras to let them know the verdict. And they all went flying out of the courthouse, you know, running down the stairs at high speed like couriers. But we'll have some of that. We'll have somebody come out. These are cool cats, so they'll probably just like amble out with their verdict, but the world is watching. Yes, Claudia, the world is watching. We have people watching from all around the world. Our movement is absolutely 100% global. You have, I want to thank all the organizations that have allowed us to cross-post this video, the Animal Save Movement, Toronto Pig Save, Animal Alliance Network, represented by Ellen Dent, theirturn.net, represented by Donnie Moss, as well as National Animal Rights Day has allowed us to cross-post, as well as Vegan for the Animals out of Australia. Thank you. They have allowed us to cross-post. And Renee King-Sonnen, the Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, has allowed us to cross-post. I'm probably leaving people out because it was a long list, but this is a group effort. And I want to thank Michelle Celestino, who has cross-posted every day and watch this trial and sends me notes like, you can hear Mick's talking in the background, you know, so she's doing work behind the scenes. We have our app manager, Heather Dahman, who's been working very hard to place Facebook ads so that people can see our content on the streaming network, UnchainedTV. So there's people behind the scenes who are working to make this all happen because there is a lot of complicated technology involved. And while we're waiting, I am going to take, as we wait for the verdict, Oh, here's Jeff Hoffman. I can't remember a time when we were all so glued to a case. I'm hopeful for the future, no matter what the outcome. That is your husband, Mick Davudian. So it's great to hear from him while we wait. Climate Healers has also allowed us to cross post. Thank you so much for that. I almost forgot the amazing Climate Healers led by Dr. Silas Rao. Here's a journalist. I'm a journalist and tuning in here from England to get the latest breaking news. Yes, the world is watching this. We've heard from Japan. We've heard from Morocco. We've heard from France. We've heard from England. We've heard from Australia and, of course, the United States. So they're going to come out any second. Oh, my gosh. And I just want to say, while we're waiting, I'm going to take a second to give a plug to our network. It is nonprofit. It is global. It is just like Netflix, but it also has a CNN element because we do live news. So it's the CNN Netflix of streaming. You can download it on your phone right this second. You can watch it online at UnchainedTV.com, and you can also watch it on your TV via your Amazon Fire Stick, your Roku device, or your Apple TV device, and soon to be on all Samsung televisions. So there you go. The verdict is in. What is going to happen? Okay, let's just do you. I'm finally speechless. I haven't been for years, but now I'm actually speechless.
You were on a roll. Your fast talking has got me completely wrecked.
All right, you take over. You take over. I don't.
No, I'm serious. I'm absolutely. I've been completely calm until now, and now my fingers are frozen. I'm a wreck. But I do want to say something. I do want to say something that's important. I think everyone listening here, without money, we are fighting multi-billion-dollar corporations. And
oh my God, they were
without money, fights cannot continue. Donate to
Wait,
DFC.
hold on, we're gonna come out.
Yeah.
Come out. What happened?
They were both acquitted. Oh,
they were acquitted.
It's a 1-2 punch.
Oh my God! Not guilty. Whoa! Not guilty. James, take it away. James, take it away.
It's Rocky.
The verdict came out. They found the defendants not guilty. Oh my God! And everyone knows. Oh my God! This is so amazing. Oh my God!
A second ago. What's the mood out there? What does everybody have to say? Let's talk.
Everyone is still in court right now. Oh my God! Yeah. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, James. Is there any questions? I know there's a lot of questions. But.
I mean, I want to talk to them. They're hugging, they're kissing. We want to get the sense of what's happening. Just let's see the crowd as they come out. Let's follow
Yeah.
them out. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know when they are coming out now. They are probably coming out in just in a moment, but everyone's still in there because, you know, the judge needs to dismiss them and thank the jury for their service. The jury should be going upstairs right now to sign paperwork before being discharged. But yes, it has been, sorry, just like very overwhelmed right now.
This is amazing.
Can Paul talk
Yes,
now,
it's a very good day for the right to
screaming?
rescue in California today.
All right.
So proud. So
Oh my
proud.
Woo-hoo!
I see tears of joy definitely coming from people that have already come out. I can't wait until everybody comes out. What pride. I'm so overwhelmed.
Dotsie, what are your feelings?
So wait for the rest of the people to come out.
It's like, how these emotions are hard to verbalize, right? Like this is going to go down long after we're all gone and dead. And we're going to see it, you guys. We are going to see Animal Liberation. And just thank you, right, to Wayne and Chris and Alicia and Alexandra, like, God, lifting you guys up. Lifting you all up.
Oh my God, this is so amazing. Really, Ellen Dent, what say you?
I mean, just the gravity of this wonderful verdict. Yeah, I'm in tears with Dotsie. So yeah, I'm completely moved. This is victory. This is hope. So thank you, Alicia Santurio and Alexandra Paul. I mean, you are heroes. So thank you all. And thank you all for tuning in too. This is huge. This is history.
Wow. Not guilty, people. If you're just joining us after 9 days, not guilty. It's just so exciting. I want to hear from everybody. Dr. Crystal Heath, veterinarian, what's your emotional reaction?
So happy, but I knew this wouldn't be the verdict, so I'm not that surprised. But, there were mistakes made on both sides, and we can't assume that the next jury is going to be not guilty. But we learned a lot, and there's a lot of mistakes that were made that we won't make again. So I'm just
oh my gosh, here we go. Let's talk to him. Thank you, Crystal. Let me go to Curtis. Curtis.
What's up? What's up?
Oh my gosh. Well, what was it like the moment it was announced? When there's a cheer? What happened?
Yeah, and then the bailiffs in there were just like, shut up. They were just like, shut up. That they read the first one. They read Alexandra's first. And then everyone calmed down. I mean, we were pretty much expecting them to say the same thing for Alicia, but you never know. So, yeah, I mean, they both found not guilty. I'm kind of on high right now. I don't know what else to say.
Wow, unbelievable. There, people are coming out. Hopefully.
We'd love to chat with you.
Oh, those are the jurors.
That's the jury. Yeah, those are the jurors behind us.
We want to stay away from them. Let's not bother them. We're just going to leave them alone.
We've got some people. We've got like 5 or 6 people that are out trying to talk with them right now. So
okay, I'll let them.
There's already 4 of them that have stopped. Already 4 of the jurors are talking with outreaches right now. So maybe I'll go over there and see if I can pick up on any of the conversations. But I'll go on mute for here.
Okay,
Bonnie, I mean, sorry, but Jane, I've got Bonnie Clapper here.
Oh my gosh, Bonnie Clapper. Where is she? Oh my gosh, Bonnie Clapper. Okay, you were mentioned in the trial. You were mentioned in the trial. You're the famed attorney that you were the one who wrote letters trying to get them to prosecute.
Right.
What's your emotional reaction?
I got to be honest, I'm sitting here sobbing, and I'm so glad I was wrong, because I had told Alexandra and Alicia, this is not the right case for a necessity defense. I think you should take the diversions, because that's a more traditional criminal approach. But Wayne and Kevin and Chris said, no, we're going for it. And I'm grateful they listened to them and not me.
Oh my gosh. Well, you did incredible work. I mean, we're going to hear Alicia Santurio and Alexandra Paul are going to walk out because they were found not guilty. What does Emmett have to say? Oh my
Emmett,
gosh.
you got anything you want to say here?
Come on, Emmett.
I think I had a heart attack, literally.
You were crying.
I was crying.
Emmett was crying in there.
Yeah,
I literally felt my heart hitting my back. It literally hurts. And I'm so happy. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of this.
Oh my
Means
gosh.
so
Well,
much to me and all of us. I am really so happy that we found some justice for these poor animals and the planet. I'm just so happy. Thank you.
oh my gosh. People
Yeah,
are
and if you can see behind me, we've got probably about 4 or 5 of the jurors that are stop and talk with some of our people that we assigned to do outreach here immediately following the verdict. So they're still chatting there, and I'll try to get you some insight into that after they're all gone.
Well, of course, we want to find out what Wayne and what Alexandra and what the others have to say. That would be really, really important, is to hear from obviously Alexandra and Wayne and Alicia. And so Paige versus Roach, I don't know if you heard, you just joined, not guilty on all counts. Well, they're only 1 count each. Not guilty.
But Jane, what's really impressive is this judge excluded the necessity defense. Excluded it. We could put nothing on about necessity. So we pivoted, the lawyers pivoted, and tried a whole separate defense, which was more or less reliance on advice of counsel. And if the 2 activists believed that what their attorneys were saying, the famed animal rights lawyer and me, not so famed, but they had the right to rely on their attorneys telling them, this is acceptable, this is not a crime. So it's a whole nother way to approach these cases, because often in these cases, there has yet to be a judge that says a necessity case can be used to save an animal.
All right.
So
Wow.
we have a whole nother avenue now to approach, which is, okay, no necessity, but
I don't have any words.
Okay,
I
hold
don't have
on.
any words.
Sorry, it's a little hectic. I get your point, but let's hear from
Okay.
that.
Okay, what do you think about this?
I don't have any words. It's fantastic. It's second time, same reaction after. I didn't see it coming at all, and then like the verdict comes and then my tears just go everywhere. It's over. I don't have any words. So.
Yay!
Wow, it's super emotional. I mean, wow. Who else is there?
Hey, I'm gonna join from my other phone here.
Okay, please join from your other phone. I think this is, I have to say personally, I think the big picture is this is the second trial in a row that the jury has said not guilty, open rescue. Then it legitimizes open rescue. It's saying to these corporations, if you do nasty stuff behind the scenes and they capture it on tape and nobody does anything about it, they're going to go in there, they're going to rescue, and guess what? They're going to be acquitted, even if you try to take them to court and punish them for what they did. This is the second time, and this open rescue is now on the books. I mean, as a cultural phenomenon that cannot be ignored. And if anybody from industry or government is watching right now, our message to you is you can no longer operate with abandon and get away with it. People are going to show the truth and they will risk going to jail, and the jurors will acquit them. They've done it twice in a row now. The people get it. They get that what's happening in industrialized animal agriculture is morally wrong and something needs to be done. This
And
is
I guarantee you, Jane, the lawyers from Foster Farms are now throwing up, because Foster Farms had every opportunity to walk away from this. Before the trial started, the judge said to the prosecutor, your victim, Foster Farms, are you sure they want to go ahead with this? Because I'm ready to dismiss. And the prosecutor said yes. So now the world sees that Foster Farms murders sick, dying animals, puts it in the food chain. What has this done? It's made Foster Farms look like crap, which is the right conclusion. And industry, they just don't get it. I mean, the better thing would have been for Foster Farms to say, nah, dismiss. Now the whole world knows. And if you notice the media, because we've all been reading every single article, except press from the ag industry, no one has said larceny. They've all said they've been charged with rescuing animals. The whole language has changed now.
Absolutely. An open rescue is on the map as a legitimate response to factory farm outrages. And I want to show what's going on outside. Let's go out here.
Coming out in like a minute.
Whoa, it's happening.
Everyone just started cheering. I thought that Wayne and Alexandra and the lawyers were coming out, but it was just it was Lewis. It was your camera person that you sent here, Jane. So your Jane Unchained camera person here.
Unchained TV. We're not Jane Unchained anymore. So
Lewis has been bringing you the YouTube videos every night, getting the footage up for y'all to see that haven't been here. We got a Right to Rescue banner here. There's going to be a small little demonstration out here once everyone gets out. So I'll definitely try to capture that for everybody.
I love it. And what you're doing, Curtis, is you're bringing us right to the heart of this case. There is a right to rescue, and the right to rescue is animal rights in action. Animal rights is not just a philosophy. It is an action that people can take to change how animals are treated in industrialized farming, which is where undoubtedly the vast majority of persecuted animals are persecuted in the food system. It all boils down to the food system. And what happens behind closed doors is no longer it's okay, and you don't have a right to videotape it, and you don't have a right to show it, and you don't have a right to rescue these animals. No, we have a right to rescue these animals. We have a right to rescue these animals. That has been established in court, and it's huge, huge. Let's hear from this lady. She's cheering. Can we hear what she's saying? You could unmute over there, Curtis.
That's Susanna.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Susanna. She's part of DXC's core leadership team in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Yeah, so like you guys here, we had a verdict, not guilty. So this is just another step for us to keep moving, to keep working on getting wins and don't stop. Like we can change everything if we keep continue, like fighting and working together and just making the change. Like once again, the system came through, the jury came through actually to like delegate all the situation and find Alicia and Alexandra not guilty. So it's pretty obvious that we are changing things and we're gonna keep going. So thank you so much for your support.
And
Thank
how
you.
is what are you feeling? What are you feeling? I wanted to ask
What
her.
are you feeling? What are you feeling?
Your
How
emotions.
I feel? What do I feel? It's like a lot of emotions. It's like anxiety and so much happiness. It's just like, damn, all the work that we've been doing. Oh, they're coming out. So please.
Oh wow! Okay, thank you so much. This is exciting to see in history. Woo! Wow. Those are the defendants, Alexandra Paul and Alicia Santurio, surrounded by their attorneys. This is the moment. We're having a hard time hearing. If you could get a little closer. Yeah, try to get closer.
And of course, Chris. And Chris is right there, of course. Yeah. But this is 2 in a row. I'm speechless. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say this is pretty.
We can't hear it. Can you switch it around?
This shows that he lost his life, but it wasn't in vain. Because this is going to make change.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm just really happy to be part of this team. It's amazing, wonderful, victorious team.
We can't really hear what they're saying. I don't know what you're doing with your phone.
After the Utah verdict, which is this should be a clarion call for animal abusing corporations everywhere. That if you are going to hurt animals, people will intervene and stop you, and they will be defended by our community and American citizens. So this democracy has been corrupted by corporate greed for far too long, and this is a statement in defense of not just these two women's right to rescue animals, but the right of every living being, human or non-human, to be protected from corporate abuse. And so this case stands for so much more than just these two chickens and these two individuals. And I'm so grateful to the jurors for making the right choice, the moral choice, and the choice that I think was required for them under law. So, and I'm glad my friends are free. I'm really glad. I was so much more nervous in this case than last one. So.
He was probably more nervous than we were.
No, I was very nervous. Hard to sleep, hard to beat.
And there they are posing for some photographs. We're going to try to get a closer interview with them after they do that, but this is their moment. Let them savor it.
Were you able to find out like specifically how they came to not guilty, as far as like they used the mistake of law, or they used whatever? All you know is not guilty.
We will not know. We may never know. And it's, as the judge indicated, the jurors are entitled to share whatever they like about the case now, but they don't have a legal requirement to, and some of them may choose not to. Certainly, we will try to, because it's helpful for us to understand how do our citizens feel about these issues. What can we do in the future so our work is more supported by the community? And I think when people really do understand what these two women did, in my experience, 99%. I mean, even conservative hunting, even people who own animal farms themselves, the tiny percentage of people who don't like this are people who have an enormous amount of wealth, an enormous amount of wealth endangered by people showing how that wealth is being made. That is the tiny percentage of the American public that actually supports the abuse that they tried to stop. And so, but still, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. We saw it in the courtroom. The prosecutor bringing out at the last minute these new exhibits and saying, she's got these burglary tools and Celeste is a criminal too. It's like, this is totally inappropriate. You cannot do this. And we saw the smoke and mirrors, the attempted deceit. I think what happened in this courtroom, very similar to Utah, is transparency went out. Sunlight went out.
Wow. This is
How did you feel about the remarks from the judge at the end saying, like, you know, you thought this was just about chickens, but it wasn't? It sounded like he was saying some talking points kind of along our lines.
I mean, the judge made a lot of tough rulings for us. Obviously, some tough rulings for the prosecution too. I think excluding Sutton at the start of trial was a major win for us. And I think he started to recognize too the significance of this case beyond this courtroom, and that was gratifying for sure.
There's no doubt that.
I think the judge's comments at the end reflected that he too learned a lot about the chicken industry during this case, and he saw the importance as the evidence came in, and that's what we hope. We hope that everyone who hears about this case and learns about the evidence learns something about corporate greed and inhumane treatment of these poor chickens. I think what we're learning from these cases is you cannot defend the indefensible. And while we were technically the defense in this case, we did turn the tables on Foster Farms, right? We prosecuted Foster Farms in this case and showed that if you even give us a tiny bit of leash, just a tiny opportunity to give the people in our community a glimpse of what's happening behind Foster Farms' closed doors, they wanted to stop too. It's horrifying, disgusting abuse. How can you defend boiling animals alive? Like, read about what happens to an animal when they're boiled alive, including a human being. There's stories about this. Human beings have survived this experience. Awful, awful experience. But it is one of the most horrible ways to die, to the point that dictators, some of the most oppressive and vile dictators in history, have thought this is too reprehensible for me. And this is likely happening to hundreds of thousands of animals every year at Foster Farms. Hundreds of thousands of animals boiled alive. How is that defensible? And we didn't get much of that. And we didn't get the video footage and we get the photos, but even just that tiny little glimpse of what happens in these slaughterhouses at factory farms convinced them both that these women had a good faith belief that they had a right to do what they did, and probably that they should have that right.
Has this put open rescue on the map? The second win in a row. Are we now going to see open rescue, not in quotes, but just as an accepted concept that the mainstream media respects?
This is 100% going to put open rescue on the legal landscape in a very serious and powerful political way. And more importantly, I've said from day one, this is not just about the court of law. This is about the court of public opinion. And I'll just give you a little story. When we were charged initially in 2018, all these charges started coming down. Because up to that point, these companies were smart enough to realize prosecuting people for trying to aid sick and dying animals, it's not going to be a very good look. But in 2018, they made the strategic decision, hey, we can't stop them. And they're doing a lot of damage to our brand by showing people how we actually treat the animals. So we're going to have to bite the bullet and start prosecuting in 2018. And I remember, after the first prosecution, I had a conversation with Andrew Jacobs of the New York Times, and I've just been texting him today. And I said to him, we're being prosecuted for rescuing animals. He said, oh, you mean stealing, right? That's what you're being prosecuted. And I said, no, rescuing. And for years, from 2018 to 2022, he always used the word alleged theft or theft. And after we won in 2022, he changed the headline and the first paragraph of his article. He had already written an article about it saying there was an alleged theft. He changed it to rescue. And this story is 100% going to be not about a theft, but a rescue. And that's a story we had to tell in this courtroom.
Wow. That's intense. Yes. Alexandra, and if I could ask Curtis just to get a little closer, it's a little bit of a hard time hearing if you're not close. I would like to talk to both you and Alicia. I want to include her, one of our heroes. Wow. What was your emotional reaction at the moment the verdict was read?
Well, when having the last name Paul starts with P is before Santurio, so Alicia knew that when they that I got the not guilty, that it was pretty sure that she would get the not guilty too. So we were rejoicing for both of us when they came down with the first verdict.
I know, but you look so calm. And then we found out that you were a little nervous testifying, but you looked like it was just a walk in the park. What were you feeling? I know people say that's a dumb question, but it's honestly what everybody wants to know.
Well, I was extremely nervous testifying. I think I was more nervous testifying than I was to hear the verdict, because I believe, and I'm quoting Wayne again, my lawyer, that even if we had lost, if we would have lost forward, we would have sent a very powerful message to foster farms that we're not backing down. We would have exposed a lot of information about foster farms to the public and in the record. And those are big wins in themselves. We got a lot of publicity around this case. So no matter what happened today, there was a win. Me on the stand, on the other hand, I was so afraid that I would say one thing that would screw everything up. But luckily, because I have such amazing representation, I just have amazing guidance.
And I want everybody to feel like if you could ask a question, I don't want to monopolize the questions, but I personally feel that this is a moment in history. You win one, it can be a fluke, but you win two in a row. That means the people of the United States of America understand the concept of open rescue and agree with it. I mean, that's really the bottom line. I think this is historic. And I wouldn't have necessarily said about the first one, but two in a row, that's a game changer.
I think it's really important that we discuss open rescue. We talk about the transparency, because these companies are not transparent, and our strength is in our honesty. And that actually showed up in the courtroom. I think it was Kevin or one of the attorneys said, normally the defense is trying to hide information to keep. Sorry? Kevin said, normally the defense is trying to hide. So you say.
Yeah, this is not a case in which there was any of the typical theft activity. These are people who were transparent, who posted the video, who were trying to send a message by doing what they did, bravely did. And the thing that I would agree with more than anything in Wayne's amazing closing argument is that Alexandra and Alicia are not by far the worst of us. They are pretty much the best. Hear, hear.
So while the prosecution was trying to hide and stop evidence from coming in, there was so much that we couldn't share. We wanted to share everything. We want to lay everything out on the table, but of course, corporations don't want that. So,
how do you think Ethan will feel?
Well, I'll let Alicia.
He's probably watching us.
Yeah, I think, Kevin, you said it, right? Like, he didn't die in vain, and we got to show the public. I mean, Ethan, you heard Sherston on the stand. Like, that's one of the worst, maybe the worst necropsy she's ever read. So that poor little guy, he was just so sick and in such bad shape. And I'm just glad, like, his life meant something. He represents so many others just like him. Yeah, I'm just really, really happy we got the win for them.
And he got a few days of love.
Oh, we did. Yes, lots of love. And the grass, he got to go in the grass and have the sunshine on him.
You've never been outside before.
For all social animals, that means so much. I mean, these are flock animals. They want to be around people who are safe, who support them, and who love them. I mean, they really do feel love. And all of us who know dogs and cats know this, that these social animals, flock animals, pack animals, part of what allows them to survive, this has evolved enough for hundreds of thousands of years, this desire to be cared for by the people around you. And he got to feel that for a few short days.
And we also forget that they're babies. In these factory farms, the animals are killed before they even get to be children. They're just still babies. The chickens are 44 days old. The pigs are 6 months old. It's the veal calves are even younger. So, yeah.
I know Dotsie Bausch, your dear friend and co-host, has something to say to you. Dotsie, please take it away.
I'll see you Tuesday. I love you. You're a warrior. You're amazing. You always have been. You always will be.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dotsie. I'll see you Tuesday.
If anyone's nervous.
On our podcast, Switch for Good podcast, everybody.
Oh, yeah. We're going to promote that right now. It's an amazing podcast, and they're back. They're a team. Yes, the Switch for Good podcast. Check it out. You guys, I think everybody on our panel, wants to say you're our heroes. Your courage is inspiring. Your intelligence, your strategic thinking, because it's one thing to be earnest, it's another thing to win, and you guys won.
And we is the right term because everybody involved in this just plays such an important role, including Jane. But the court support definitely influences the entire courtroom. I think I can share this. One of the bailiffs shared with me, I wasn't sure if I should share this before, that this has been the most impressive show of support they've ever seen for any defendant in Merced County's history. And that changes everybody because the bailiffs are all talking to each other. They're talking to the court staff, they're talking to the judge. And there's just a sense you get of who's on the right side of this issue. Is it all these citizens coming forward with their earnest glares, or their earnest, faces, and their concern about both the animals and our friends? Or is it these huge corporations calling in their executives, talking about how they sell sick animals to pet food companies, how they, are making money even when they torture and abuse the animals? I mean, do you want to be on that side, or do you want to be on the side of all of you? And we couldn't have told that story without all of you. And that includes people on social media. Everybody was a part of this. It's really much more difficult to convince the jury how important this cause is if no one's there supporting. Yeah, absolutely. And the judge saw this too, right? The judge saw this is not just a case that's a waste of time. It's not even just a case about two chickens. As important as two chickens are for us, that would have been enough. But it's not just about two. It's about the other 9 billion chickens tortured and killed in factory farms every year in the United States. And it's about our vision of a world where no one is hurt just because of the skin they're born into or the feathers on their back. And we're making that world. So just keep fighting.
And what's next?
Well, we should have a lot of work to do still. So now that it's legal.
That's legal advice.
Legal advice.
Whoa! Wow!
So I think everyone's gonna get corralled here for a group photo. Yeah, I'll go on mute here if you want to bounce it around.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to thank you, Curtis. You did a great job. Amazing. Oh my gosh. I have to say, I want to just have everybody react because that was so emotional. And I just also want to say that somebody is watching in Indonesia. They just woke up and checked their Unchained TV, and yay, not guilty. This is history. This is a global movement. A global movement. So, my gosh, Donnie Moss, let's just go around. What's your reaction? What's the big picture?
Well, I mean, the first thing I thought is, wow, I wish that the billions of animals who are in factory farms, who will be in factory farms in the coming days, weeks, and months, knew that there were people on the outside making such big sacrifices and taking such big risks for them. But they'll never know. I just wish they did. My second thought is, I really hope there's good media coverage here. I'm just praying for good media coverage. And my third and final thought is, and I mentioned this, on the first day of the trial, 18 years ago, I was on a hike with the CEO of Foster Farms and his husband, and his last name was Foster. He owned the company, and he was ridiculing animal rights activists and saying, don't they have anything better to do? And I remember thinking to myself at the time, I think I'm going to be one of those people. And I just had such an awful feeling about what he said. And I'm just so glad that the good guys won here, or the good women won here.
Ah, that's beautifully put. Nathan, your thoughts, emotions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ecstatic. I'm ecstatic for the movement. As I know the feeling of having the responsibility of a client's liberty sort of in my hands, and I'm so.
There might be some chanting here. Sorry to cut you off, Nathan, but I just wanted to let y'all know there might be some chanting here. It might be interesting for y'all.
I love the chanting. It's great. Yes. Here we go.
Come on, rescue!
Oh, what?
There's some random people from the street trying to get in here with hold a sign.
Oh, wow. This is so amazing. And this is history, people. This is you're seeing history in action. And wow. As somebody said, my faith in humanity has increased a little bit. Yay.
Let's do support the right to rescue. Okay. On the pocket, nice high. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. What an amazing moment. Oh my gosh. Ellen Dent, your emotional reaction.
I think I did it earlier. I mean, I was completely moved to tears. It's completely it's so wonderful that the jury made the right decision to support the right to rescue. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. And I hear your daughter in the background. I know she's celebrating. Aria, who is a vegan. Let's just keep going. Carla, your emotional reaction to this.
Well, I'm just full of pride. I'm so incredibly proud of Alexandra and Alicia and everybody who was involved with this. As we have said before, there are actually a lot of people who are working extremely hard in the background that their work is never seen. And I'm just so incredibly proud to be part of such a wonderful organization who's fighting so hard for all the animals. I'm proud of them for sticking with this all the way through. It would have been so easy to just take a plea deal, but they knew how important this was to make sure that everyone is getting to see what happens at these awful factory farms. They're not going to be able to hide it. We're getting stronger. The movement is getting stronger. I urge people to do their research, to do their homework, to join an animal rights movement and to get involved. And you too can make a difference.
Yes. And I want to point out that DXC is having a convergence in June. I know Mick and I are going to go and we're going to take a ride up there. It's a lot of fun. Okay, we've got a little more activity happening here while we talk. We can see the folks basically just celebrating and enjoying the moment. It's important to celebrate our victories. Mick Davutian, your takeaways on this and how you feel.
Well, obviously I'm giddy. We have a long way to go. I mean, I don't want to put a damper on this, but this is really the beginning of the end for this industry. An industry that has got billions and billions and politicians in their pockets and the law enforcement, behind in collusion. So we have a big fight ahead. I remember back in the early 80s, I was in college and I met Ingrid Newkirk for the first time on campus at UCLA. And I think PETA had just started. It was a budding organization. That was like 40 some years ago. So this has been a battle that we've been fighting for a long time, but the 1-2 punch today, I think, is beginning of the end. That doesn't mean change is going to happen in the next couple of years or the decade. I think it's going to take a while, but we are making the changes. What I wanted to say earlier when I was blabbing away and when the verdict announcement came in is it's critical for all of us to not just, as Nathan said earlier, not just go vegan or plant-based, because that's the bare minimum we can do. By going vegan, that means we are not actively harming animals. We're not actually doing anything to help them. We need to go way above and beyond. And organizations like DXC, I think they're on the forefront of this battle. These battles in court are not cheap. A lot of the attorneys are pro bono, but a lot of this costs a lot of money. So people dig deep and donate to DXC and donate to the organizations that you care about. Without money, the fight cannot happen.
I agree with you, and get involved in DXC. I mean, it's a grassroots organization. Mick and I really met through DXC, and I know Donnie and I have been at events, and it is a community, and they do extremely colorful demonstrations. I can play a little video of just one, but I've never seen so many dramatic. They did a die-in at the San Francisco Ferry Building that went from one end with people dropping like dominoes to the other. And it was one of the most spectacular demonstrations I've ever seen. And that was probably back in 2017. And they do these, what I would call street art with the flares and the marches. All of this is going to be happening in June. We're going to be up there, Unchained TV, bringing you the very latest. And we urge people to come and be a part of it because it's very big. I mean, it's, I'd say 1,000 people marching through the streets, very organized. Oh, there's Cassie. I would love to get Cassie. What is your reaction? Maybe we can hear from Cassie. She's got to be, well, she's working as always, working really hard, working really hard. She's always working, trying to get more media. So we'll let her do her thing because that's super important. But look how excited they are. They're all still working hard, trying to get people to report on this, trying to organize. They never stop. Honestly, they never stop. Do you want to talk to us for a second, Curtis, or are you busy?
Well, I'll let you know that we are about to do a march to the DA's office to present them to evidence and ask them to prosecute Foster Farms because they're obviously ignoring it. And as you saw, one of the first witnesses for the, I believe it was the second witness for the prosecution, was one of the police officers, or the police officer that was assigned to the original action back in 2021, said that if they had heard about some animal cruelty complaint, that they would take it seriously. And it's like, well, not only did you more than likely heard about it beforehand back in 2021 when it was brought up, but now you're hearing about it in court on the stand, you know, and now, you know, they're about to hear about it again. So we'll see if they continue to just dodge this.
How many
I might be.
blocks away is that?
What's that?
How many blocks away is it? How long is the march?
It's a half a mile away.
Oh, wow.
So Cassie, you able to say something? So I've got Cassie here. I know that you asked about press. Oh, look, there you go. You got Jax. Jax is on the screen.
This is amazing. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. This is the surviving chicken of the two chickens who were rescued. One tragically died, another survived, and this is so emotional. There is Jack. Oh my gosh, thank you for bringing this beautiful animal. Is at an undisclosed sanctuary and living his best life. And we're not saying where the sanctuary is or who that sanctuary. You can see that he's made friends. And we're so sorry that Ethan, the other rescued chicken, didn't make it. But this is a beautiful moment. I am so excited that we're seeing Jax. I actually don't even know how this happened, but I'm very, very thrilled. It's like just a miracle. And I'll let Carla talk a little bit while we look at Jax, because you know more.
Oh, well, I can tell you that all of the chickens that are there are in a quarantine. That's a quarantine side. You know, they all could possibly be infecting other chickens if they were with different chickens. So they're all in a quarantine area. But you can see they get to roam out and enjoy their life out in the sunshine. I can say that, you know, there's predator proofing, so they're in a very safe location. Look at that running around, something Jax could not previously do. You know, now under getting nutritious food, Jax is a healthy weight and is able to run around and enjoy where he's at and be with his friends. It's absolutely amazing. Look, they're getting some lovely, healthy treats right now. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful to see Jax living this way. And it's only thanks to the brave actions that Alexandra and Alicia did. So it's phenomenal.
Wow. I'm so touched. And I'm going to cry because we're seeing these animals that are at the heart of it. And look how innocent and beautiful they are. And why on earth should we feel entitled to torture and kill them for no reason? I can't take it anymore. It's got to change. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. What is your emotional reaction to it, Dodsie? We got to unmute you.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I was just thinking about when they walked out, like the moments in history that have, we look back on as monumental. And I, for some reason, landing on the moon came to me, and I just thought, Neil Armstrong and the moon have nothing on Alicia and Alexandra. Like, this is just, as we've said, it's something for the history books, but it's also, it's not only just in the history books, right? But I feel like, are all of us listening and all of us activists on this the whole 9 days, it's also a call to action for all of us to never stop fighting, no matter how hard it gets, because there's days when it's like nothing's working. We're not breaking through. We're not seeing the other side. So let this serve as fuel to us. And remember this moment and how you feel right now when you need that fuel. No matter what kind of activism you do or whatever your like force field of power is, because all of these activists that have been on this panel, they have like a force field of power, and they choose to do activism in very different but very radical ways and very important ways. And I'm in awe of all of this. It's been a total honor to be with everyone. But let this serve, and remember it. Remember these 9 days when you have those days, because I have them. I just put my hands up like with the Olympic Committee. But we're making strides. We're making strides. I mean, we are changing entire history and decades of a certain type of thinking. And it's not going to happen overnight, but this right here in this moment can serve as fuel, because this sort of feels to us, I think, like this moment as overnight, because we're just fraught with emotion. So remember this.
Yeah.
Let it serve.
You are so right. When we all have our disappointments, as we always do, oh my God, when you feel like you're pushing a boulder up a hill and then you let it go and it rolls over you again. Right. Remember this moment, because we will win, Donnie Moss. I know you have done so much amazing activism, has how everybody has.
Yeah.
I can't even talk right
And
now.
I'm here with Adita Burnkrant too, another fantastic
Adita, another amazing activist. What is your emotional reaction, Adita?
I was literally in the middle of a workout when the verdict came in. I'm covered in sweat. I screamed in the middle of it and started crying. And I ran up to sit with Donnie, and I'm overwhelmed. I've been an activist over 20 years. This kind of verdict was unthinkable 20, 25 years ago. Absolutely unthinkable. The world has changed.
The world is changing. You are seeing progress in real time right now. Paige Persons Roach, you've gone to many vigils. What ran through your mind and your heart when you heard not guilty, not guilty?
Hope for humanity. Let me just say, this is record. This is recorded history right here in the making. This is revolutionary. This is for all the activists that have ever done anything. Adita and Donnie, I'm just so impressed and amazed by the things that they do in New York, banning fur, bringing forth awareness, shutting down all kinds of open rescue, not open rescue, but live slaughterhouses and markets and all kinds of things that people out there are doing worldwide to make an impact, to wake people up. Before I was vegan, the day before, I was not aware of this information. So this, I'm almost speechless, but you can tell I got a lot to say. This is so exciting. Compassion is not a crime. And that is what this has shown. Humanity is restored in my heart, in my mind. I'm going to keep going. This is fuel for all of us to even be bolder, to do things we never thought imaginable, to make the changes. And the laws are shifting, right? Let's make this happen, the right to rescue around the world. Thank you for this opportunity.
And DominionMovement.com says, what is the meaning of this ruling precisely for the future? Do you want to tackle that, Attorney Nathan Semmel? Oh, you have to unmute.
I think it sends a loud message to any future prosecutors who dare think about prosecuting somebody who rescues animals. I hope the legislatures take notice of this. There is a calling for a right to rescue. The New York Times is covering it. Mainstream media isn't doing nearly enough, though. But we keep winning these. We keep winning these court cases, and I think you're going to see the tide begin to change. We're looking at these. I got to tell you, we're looking at these beautiful birds right now, and I can't help but think that this is the image that Foster Farms wants the public to think exists on their quote unquote farms, right? And we see the message that in their press releases that, talking about penthouses and their freedom to roam and they're treated beautifully. I mean, we know it's not true. And, it's nice to see a jury recognize the truth. It's so important that a jury, looked past most likely their own habits. I'm willing to bet most of them aren't vegan, and they know that the foods that they eat are these beautiful animals, and yet they still did the right thing here. And it's a testament to the work of the attorneys. It's a testament to the bravery of the activists who take the chances that they do. And we have to keep going. We've got to get the public to be able to see the truth. The jury came to this verdict despite not being able to see the undercover video. So we have to do everything in our power to expose these industries. And I think I'm so happy that they're going to the district attorney's office right now to send this message. District attorneys are elected officials. 12 people in that county just said not guilty, just told the district attorney's office, you're wrong. We got to keep going into these counties, and we got to keep protesting against elected officials and keep reaching out to them and make them feel the pressure that their jobs are not, they're not immune from losing elections, and, get people into these offices who can really make changes to the law.
And, this is a global thing. We've had people watching.
Hey, Jane, I've got Cassie, our press person here, and
Yes.
Cassie's got to get going pretty soon. I know you asked earlier about what press might be in the works. I'm not sure what Cassie can or can't say at the moment, but I'm going to turn it over to her.
Sure. We want to hear from you. We just didn't want to, we figured you're working very furiously as always, never stopping. So we didn't want to interrupt. But first of all, congratulations. Huge victory. I think it's a moment in history. Cassie, tell me what your takeaway is and what you think the cultural impact is going to be.
I think this shows ordinary people everywhere oppose animal cruelty and they support animal rescue. And, we had 3 different press release drafts lined up, ready to go to paste into the email, to click send. One for a conviction because we wanted to be prepared, one for a hung jury, especially after it had taken multiple hours, and one for the acquittal. And I was so happy coming out of the courtroom to get to paste the acquittal version into my email. It's the best one. It's the best subject line. It is absolutely historic. Whatever happened in this case, whatever the outcome could have been, it's a historic case because we know we have to win and lose to make history. I mean, you literally have to lose these cases and get to a higher appellate court to actually make case law. But what we're doing right now is winning in court and winning in the court of public opinion. And we're creating so much pressure to change the laws and so much pressure to change the status quo around helping animals. Because when you boil it down, when you ask people, where do you stand with animal abuse or with animal rescue? People everywhere in St. George, Utah, and Merced, California, everywhere, they support animal rescue. They want to see Jax be happy and free and healthy, not be scalded alive, not be left to starve to death and covered in his own feces in the floor of a factory farm. And so it's really very simple, but still, in the legal system we're operating in, you never know what's going to happen. And I'm just so glad that compassion and justice won today, and that we're getting some media interest. You know, I mean, I just sent the email and I'm already getting a couple calls here and there. And I think we're going to be going to protest the district attorney now, asking them to prosecute Foster Farms, to fix their error that they made and prosecute the right group now, which is this company that's torturing animals on a daily basis. And so hopefully we'll get some local press out there too. We do have some possible bigger press in the works, but I won't say, and we'll see what happens, and keep following the Twitter account to see all of that.
And what I really love about you guys is just when everybody be saying, oh yeah, let's relax, we won, let's go down to the local pub. No, you're like, next, protest, demand this. And I really take, that is the mark of a winner. That is the mark of a winner. You are winning, guys. All hats off to you. Everybody here is like in awe of everything DXC has accomplished and will continue to accomplish. So I know you're very busy. I don't want to monopolize your time. If anybody has anything really important to ask away, and then we're going to let Cassie go if they have to do the protest.
Thanks so much, Jane, and all of you. You've been amazing all 2 weeks long.
It's been an honor. It's been an honor, and it was a definite team effort. So thank you, Cassie. And we've got Adita Bernkrant from New York, who is an amazing activist with New York Class, and you've also allowed us to cross-post. Both
Yes.
Donnie Moss and Adita, thank you for that. What do you see as, you know, because this is a global audience. We have people watching from Morocco, from Japan, from England, from France, from Canada, and from the United States. What is the global impact? You're on the other coast. You're not in California, but I know that there's so much happening in New York with animal rights legislation. I would say, dare say, New York and California are the leaders in proposing animal rights either legislatively or legally.
Yeah, I think New York has some catching up to do though with the West Coast. You're a little ahead of us, but you know, we have a lot of goals and plans to make New York a leader in animal rights. We still have to ban horse carriages. That's in the works. We have a lot of on our to-do list, but this is amazing. I was messaging all of the activist community like, we won. Everybody is just so thrilled by this. We really didn't know how this was going to go, obviously. So to have 2 victories in a row.
Well, let me jump in and say this. You guys protest outside the wet markets, and the conditions are horrific. And I know personally, and scooch together, because every time I go to a wide shot, people should talk, right? You get cut off, one of you. But I mean, I know I was there in New York, and you would go to protest after protest after protest of the wet markets, no media coverage, nothing. But now that this is happening, and also they just announced, of course, that the COVID-19 pandemic is now focused in on a raccoon dog at the Wuhan wet market. Okay, so that's coming again around as this horrible pandemic we experienced. There's new evidence that points to the wet market where animals are slaughtered. I mean, does this reinvigorate your effort to get rid of the more than 100 wet markets, retail slaughter markets?
I mean, that's been a big goal. And actually, a few months ago, there was an outbreak of avian flu in one of the markets just a few miles away from where I live in Queens. And we sounded the alarm about this. We got no press coverage except a farming newspaper covered it, Lancaster Farming. So the fact that there was an outbreak in the live slaughter markets in New York City of avian flu while COVID is still going on, and nobody did anything about it. We've had legislation pending, introduced by Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal, a hero for animals, but it didn't go anywhere. We've had a really hard time getting movement on that. But these live slaughter markets, as so many have documented, are a huge public health hazard. They're a quality of life disaster. People have to walk through blood and guts to get to their home, to get to the subway. The abuse that Donnie and I and many others have documented is horrific in these live slaughter markets. So many laws are being broken. The state ag department doesn't care. The city doesn't care. There's over 80 of these markets operating right now, not following the rules. No one cares. So this is, and then of course there's the Kaporis issue.
Yeah.
That Donnie, every year we deal with.
I also just want to point out that at the beginning of the pandemic, Jane, when the city shut down and only essential businesses were operating, the wet markets, the live animal markets, were designated as essential businesses. The very place where COVID is thought to have emerged from, and the science is leading in that direction still as of recently, was deemed an essential business. That was the first business that should have been closed. So yeah, we have, as Edita said, dozens of these live animal markets in residential areas. People are traipsing through blood and feces and feathers into the subways. If there is a zoonotic disease outbreak in one of these markets, and if that disease can be transmitted among humans, then the next pandemic could happen right in New York City, and it could spread like wildfire before anyone even knows it's happening.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that people are still crying and celebrating outside the court in Merced County. There's Wayne Chung. They're getting ready to do a protest march to the district attorney's office in Merced County. They had presented evidence to that DA and crickets. Well, now that those who rescued those two animals are found not guilty, they're going to march and say, hey, okay, the jury spoke. Now you need to prosecute these animals. So I don't know, Curtis, if you have anything else to add, but we're still here talking because when you're in a moment of victory and a moment of history, you don't want it to end. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Paul's doing the briefing right now.
We're gonna follow the rules of the street. So we're gonna be nice and chill. We're gonna walk. It'll take about 10 minutes, half an hour, and then Wayne and Alicia are gonna re-deliver the evidence that has been delivered many times now to the district attorney and see if they'll act on it. And we'll be outside doing our thing. We're just quickly. We're gonna be safe. We're always nonviolent in our actions and our words. If people are harassing us, saying things about chickens, they can say whatever they want. We're just there to deliver the message of peace and love and justice. And other than that, I'll be a police liaison. So if any police come, I'll talk to them. You can just direct them to me. And otherwise, let's just go and take another action for Jackson Ethan, because it's amazing work today, but far from over. Yep. All right. Thanks, everybody. Yes.
So organized.
Yeah, yep. Everything's organized. We've got people have, a bunch of people have different roles. We got safety marshals. We've got people that are going to be doing outreach. We've got, looks like Wayne and Alicia are going to go try to hand deliver this letter back to the DA, which is it's just so awesome. Like, hey, yeah, I'm the attorney that just beat y'all asses. Here, do something about the animal abuse that's happening. It's just great. It feels really good to be on the offensive here, and I'm not optimistic that they're actually going to do anything about it. But we have to be able to cover our bases and say we tried and tried and tried and tried again. Because that was one of the things that Chris Carraway brought up in his closing was, this wasn't some willy-nilly thing here that they did. They a year before. Months before this action, they took their findings to the DA's office. They took it to the police department. They took it to animal control. They took it to this agency and that agency. And guess what happened? Nothing. So they were presented with two options: either do nothing or act on it. So this is just a continuation of us, kind of covering our bases here and doing our due diligence. So that if and when these things happen in the future, we can continue to say that, look, we're doing the necessary things. You say that the courtroom is not the appropriate place to make change, and then you say that going to your office is the way to make change. Like, what's the way to make change? So it's just keeping this going.
Wow. Well, you raised such good points, Curtis, particularly when they put you in a no-win situation where, we see this a lot with food. Oh, what do you eat? Grass? And then you say, no, here are all these great things. You can have a veggie burger. Oh, that's processed. So they try to put you in a situation where you can't. I want to go to Marina Volotnikova And you're a journalist. You're an up-and-coming journalist, a very good writer. And I want to ask you about the media and how the media needs to handle this, because you're on the forefront, but we also need all media.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there wasn't more media attention on this trial. Like you and I were the main people, Jane. But I think there's going to be a lot more, just like with the Smithfield trial. I think there is going to be a lot more attention on it now that there is a verdict. Probably a lot of reporters are, they're like busy. They have their daily assignments. They're not sure. They're not sure whether they want to cover. They're not sure whether they want to cover or how they'll cover it until there's an outcome. But I hope that now that there's local coverage and a lot of national coverage as well. And I'm certainly planning to cover it for Vox, and I'm really eager to get back to writing, because I have a lot to do now. I'm congenitally pessimistic about animal rights, and I was not expecting this outcome, but this outcome now actually makes it much easier for me to know what to say and to be able to have a coherent thing to say, because I'm going to go into how I think the open rescue strategy is working, what these trials can do for the movement, and with two jury acquittals in a row, I think that that it's resoundingly clear.
I think that's a really smart observation. And that is one smart lady, let me tell you, because what she's saying is, this is the big picture. This is the talking point. You know what they say in journalism, don't bury the lead. I think the lead story, if you're writing about this for a national publication, is that the open rescue strategy is working. It's working. And that is very important. Again, I just have to go back for a second to Jack's, the surviving of the two chickens, having a great time at an undisclosed location. This is live video. And we are so blessed to have this live video of this beautiful, beautiful survivor. And look at him. I mean, look at that beautiful, beautiful animal. And to think that millions of them, billions, are killed without any acknowledgement that these beings have hearts, they have eyes, they feel pain, they feel fear, they make friends. This is what we have to change. And, a long time ago, I was interviewing Dr. Melanie Joy, and she said, we have to stop apologizing for being right. And that really had a huge impact on me. We're also live watching the march to the district attorney's office in Merced. But she had a real impact on me when she said that. She said, stop apologizing for being right. And before, I had been somebody like, oh, I don't want to make a big deal at your dinner party and blah, blah, blah. And after that, I was like, no, I'm gonna be a pain in the neck, because I'm right. And people who are killing animals with abandon are wrong. So I want to get that response from people as I write here. Live march to district attorney's office. I want to get response. Paige Persons wrote, we've all had our personal evolutions on this issue in terms of how far do we go when we're right. And, somebody said to me recently, just was at a cocktail party, and I ran into somebody, and she knew a friend of mine, Danny Rukin, who was an activist. And she said, oh, that Danny, she's so extreme. And I said, yeah, well, Harriet Tubman was so extreme, and Nelson Mandela was so extreme, and Gandhi was so extreme. She goes, all right. So, where do we go from here in terms of how far we push the envelope? Yeah, unmute.
Okay, yes. Listen, revolutionaries did not ask permission. They just got in action. And to me, this is a sign of the times, that things are changing, marching, moving forward, rescuing, standing out in front of places of corporations heads that are making billions of dollars off of the profits of dead animals. We no longer need to consume these animals, use and abuse them for fashion or entertainment. We are part of the change right now as it is unfolding. I say go bold, don't go home, stay out, stay active, sign petitions, righttorescue.com. Go there, get busy with it, get active. We can show you how. Everyone that's on this panel, everyone you've seen over the last 9 days is active doing something. And Direct Action Everywhere is in open arms. So is the Animal Safe movement. So are other amazing groups like Mercy for Animals, and the list can go on, Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, so forth. Attend what you can, show up in person, get the support. We are part of the change. We have the opportunity. One person can make a difference, but guess what? There are thousands around the world that are already taking actions. You can jump in with us. I see Wayne Chung is ready to speak, handing you the mic. Take it away.
Hey, just heard those beautiful words, and I cannot agree more strongly that all of us have the power, and all of us deserve the credit for this. I mean, everybody out there who's out there caring for animals. 15 years ago, when some of these open rescues went to trial, not only were people convicted, but they were getting sentenced to maximum sentence. You got Adam Duran, who gets, I think, a 6-month sentence on a first offense. Misdemeanor trial similar to this one. He's thinking to himself, I'm a good person. I'm just trying to help these animals. They lock him up because it's a very powerful corporation, Wegmans, against one guy. And the difference this time is it's not just one guy against a big, powerful corporation. It's all of us. I mean, you got all these people here. We're walking to the district attorney's office right now to deliver an animal cruelty complaint about the horrific abuse of animals that's happening at Foster Farms. If it was just Alicia and Alexandra, or even just Alicia and Alexandra, the legal team, we know that's not enough. And it's not just that we have the power to fight against the corporations. It's that we have the power to persuade and inspire ordinary people. Because one of the big differences between 15 years ago, when so many people were going to prison for trying to help animals, and today, where we're winning the right to rescue in court, is that 15 years later, we've had so many people have conversations with their friends, their family members, their coworkers, go out to a cube and do some outreach, volunteer or donate for Mercy for Animals. The work that Leah Garces and her team is doing is incredible. And we actually used it in this case. Some of the evidence that animals are being scalded alive came from an MFA investigation of a Foster Farm slaughterhouse in 2015. So the movement's got to come together. And Ingrid Newkirk has been such a huge supporter of Alexandra's. I mean, Ingrid is a legend in the movement and is so busy. I don't know how she finds time to do anything other than what she's doing at PETA, but she still takes the time to support others. And isn't that what this movement is about? Isn't that what animal rights is about? It's about supporting others, even if we're a little different. So I'm just so proud and inspired by all of you, and including all the people on the panel. Like Mick, I was down in LA. Whenever I don't have a place to crash, which is always because I'm super poor now, I have to hit up Mick and say, hey, can I sleep on your couch, or do you have a spare bedroom for me? And he always offers it up. Jane has obviously been tremendously, extraordinarily supportive of us from day one, even before no one in the animal rights movement, no one in the media cared at all about any of this stuff. They thought we were crazy going into factory farms and rescuing animals. You're just going to end up in jail. And so, everybody that's Donnie, I know Donnie's been on this. Nathan has given me so much good legal advice. I mean, I've sent him text messages and emails all the time to get a second opinion, and gave us some really good advice on how to handle a number of delicate situations in this courtroom. So it's a team effort. All of you are part of this, and all of you should bask in this victory, because it's a victory not just for Alexandra and Alicia, not just for our legal team, but for the entire movement. So.
Well said. And who could say it better than that? And yes, thank you for your acknowledgments to everybody in this panel. It is a team effort, and everybody on this panel is my hero. I want to say that I'm feeling echoes of something from my teenage years, which was the anti-war movement. And it started, slow, but then it exploded. And I remember Joan Baez saying, when music entered the picture, it ceased to be just a political movement and it became a social movement. And I myself had a very conservative Republican father who actually did some advertising for Nixon campaign. And I remember going to a Goldwater rally when I was a kid, drinking Goldwater ginger ale. I remember that as a young child. But then I grew up, and I was with this group of young Republicans, but I was already a hippie. I was wearing bell bottoms, and I was a hippie. And they said, go over to see what's going on over at this other place. And I went over and I said, I like these people better. And I started marching with the anti-war protesters. I was, a young kid. I didn't know it, but I was like, no, I like them. They're the ones I belong with. And I saw that movement grow. And I'll never forget Fifth Avenue, the Fifth Avenue Peace Parade Committee, and all these people, hundreds of thousands. It was one of the largest that I've ever seen, except for the Women's March that I also attended, the famous Women's March. But it was a moment where you felt this isn't a political movement. This is a social, cultural movement that's going to take over the world. And it's a feeling. And I feel that happening right now with this movement. It's not, yes, it's one court case, but it's also more than one court case. I have to quote Dr. Silas Rao. When the world is dying and the animals are being ravaged, he said, I think a new species of human will come upon this planet from all backgrounds, from all races, creeds, colors, and social situations. And they will speak for the animals, and they will help the human race evolve. Words to that effect. I want to get everybody's thought, because that's what I see happening right now. Mick, what do you say?
Well, you're talking about taking you back in history. It also takes me back in history. A lot of our folks who have become vegan, that's kind of the last frontier, right? There are so many social justice movements that have happened over the years, over the decades, and this is, to me, the last frontier, because even a lot of people who are enlightened are for Black lives, are against child labor, are for women's rights, are for, to this day, at this point, for gay rights. They still are contributing directly to the torture and killing of untold numbers of animals. So needless to say, they're very defensive about it. So they are not taking that extra step to become part of this next frontier, which is the animal rights movement. Animals need to have justice. And it does take me back. It takes me back, my husband Jeff and I have been together now 35 years. And but we weren't married that entire time. For the longest time, you couldn't get married. 2 men, 2 women could not get married. And I remember President Obama at one point explained how he had a change of heart. He was not in favor of, marriage equality, gay people getting married. And then he changed his tune. He said, because he got to know a lot of gay people much, much closely than he had ever thought. So, I mean, when we allow others and organizations to define who we are, then we are in trouble. These organizations, these companies are defining who these amazing animals are, that they are torturing and murdering behind closed doors. They're defining them as a dented can. They're defining them as a thing without feelings. And every single person who has a dog or a cat or likes a squirrel or some kind of wildlife, they know there's a big difference between an inanimate object and these animals. And these animals are no different than us. So when that narrative gets changed and when that lie is turned on its head and people realize that this is what the industry they are supporting with their hard-earned dollars, that's when things will absolutely make 180 degrees for the animals. But to get there, it really requires a lot of perseverance and a long fight.
As I see this march, I think of other famous marches in history, civil rights marches, women's rights marches. You're watching history happen, and I want to go to Ellen Dent. Ellen.
So we're about to roll up onto the DA's office. Just wanted to let you know we're almost there, and not to cut into Ellen's time or anything, but just wanted to give you an update on where we're at. And it looks like Wayne and Kevin and Alicia are going to go in and try to find the DA, and if not the DA, then they're going to go to Travis Colby, who was the prosecutor.
That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Take it right back to the people who prosecuted you. While we're looking at this video, Ellen Dent, what are your thoughts? And you are there with your beautiful little daughter, Aria. Tell us, what are your thoughts at this moment?
I'm just proud to be watching this history with her. I'm proud to watch these warriors make a better world for my daughter and for every single living being on this planet. I mean, we're one step closer to getting other animals' rights. Like, that is a world that I want my daughter to live in. So, I couldn't be more proud watching them march over there as bravely as they are, tirelessly fighting, forging a better future for everyone. I mean, it's just so incredibly powerful for me. So, she's over here. She's got a cold. She doesn't know exactly what's going on. She was like, oh, wow, look at the chickens. They have their eggs. And, that's the future that I want for her. So, I'm so happy. I don't know what's a bigger reward than seeing Jax out there with his friends, enjoying the sunshine and the fresh air and the freedom.
Yes, this is how all chickens should live, free. And that's the point. And they say, well, it'll cost 0.01% more. Well, first of all, there's no reason to have the industry. Frankly, I want to say this as we're watching, and feel free to jump anyone, but climate change, Mother Nature is going to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. Climate change is going to make industrialized animal agriculture almost impossible in the very near future. Already, you saw this past summer in Kansas, thousands of cows dead with their legs in the air. It was a TikTok video that was not picked up. There they go. They're walking in. Let's interrupt to see that. They're walking into the DA's office. They're going to go in there. Merced County District Attorney, main entrance. They are going to tell them to prosecute Foster Farms. And of course, it's up to a jury to decide if it goes to a jury. I'm not playing judge and jury here. Wow, that is amazing. So this is an historic moment, I think, truly. I don't know if Curtis, you want to jump in, but it's truly an historic moment. And
it feels good. It feels like things are rolling in the right direction. And somebody, I saw a comment, a few hours ago before the verdict, and it was something along the lines of, these prosecutors better think twice about bringing these charges in the future. And I think the prosecutors in Sonoma County, they better be watching this. And any prosecutors in the future, they better, if they bring these charges, they better do a lot better job than what this prosecution did here, because it was pretty terrible, if you ask me. Them trying to throw things in at the last minute. They didn't seem to know who Wayne was, or didn't put the DXE and Wayne connection together until the very last minute. It seemed very haphazard on them. They didn't even use any of their preemptory challenges, their strikes during jury selection. They just said pass, 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 pass. Like, this is just some petty theft case. This is no big deal. We don't need to use our preemptory challenges. This is whatever. This is a cakewalk for us. And for the second time now in 6 months, maybe less than that, 5 months, I don't know how long ago October was, a jury of ordinary people are siding with the animal rescuers. And I just hope, if these prosecutors do this again, they better learn. Or even that might not be enough. We've got powerful people here. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the Sonoma case, in a nutshell?
Oh, so yeah, the Sonoma case, there's 3 actions that took place. One of them was during the 2019 Animal Liberation Conference. One of them was during the 2018 Animal Liberation Conference, and then there was an action in between then. So in 2018, I believe you were there, Jane, a bunch of activists went into a quote unquote humane, cage-free egg facility in Sonoma County and rescued a bunch of egg-laying hens. And then a few months later, there was an action at McCoy's poultry farm where activists set up a triage tent and right on the property and gave aid to the animals right outside of the factory farm, like brought them from one shed to the triage tent. There was like 15 or 20 activists that were rounded up and charged with felonies there. And then the 2019 action during the Animal Liberation Conference, there was some activists that went inside this duck farm, Reichardt Duck Farm in Sonoma County, and rescued a bunch of ducklings from this facility. There was some other activists that had chained themselves, bike locked themselves to the entrance of the slaughterhouse there. And they kind of lumped all of those actions into one big case that has kind of been ongoing now for like the last year and a half or 2 years. Prelims have happened, then COVID, and then one of the witnesses had to go to Disneyland and it delayed it like forever. But that's an upcoming or ongoing legal battle between activists primarily with the DXC network and prosecutors in Sonoma County.
Yes. Well, thank you for bringing us up to date. So there are more trials to come, and I certainly hope everybody here will join us. I think we should.
Yeah, there's that, and there's the dog rescue case in Wisconsin. That one's coming up in April or May, maybe. But all of these cases, you can learn more about all of them at righttorescue.com.
Yes, and I'm going to put that up right now, righttorescue.com. Everybody can get involved. And, you know, the other thing is you can attend the DXC convergence coming up. Nick, tell us a little bit about the convergence. You've attended it. And where are you going, by the way? Curtis, you left the courthouse. So
yeah. So Wayne asked that I don't come in. They didn't want cameras in there. They didn't want to kind of, put them on the defensive. They're probably already going to be on the defensive. So he didn't want the camera in their face. But I am right here. About to be a little briefing for the action or the little demonstration that's going to happen in front of the DA's office, and then I'll be sure to capture that for you all.
Oh wow! You know, and this brings me back to my point. They never stop. They never take a break. Carla.
Yeah, I don't know if you were just about to talk about this. I really wanted to make sure I got in about the upcoming Animal Liberation Conference, because as you were just talking about Melanie Joy. And Melanie Joy is going to be one of the speakers at the upcoming Animal Liberation Conference. So people can go to liberationconference.com. And we have already an amazing panel of speakers. There are going to be classes, lectures. There's so much that happens there, as well as big actions that occasionally go on at these. But Melanie Joy is going to be one of the speakers at the upcoming Animal Liberation Conference.
Wow. And yes, it came up because I was interviewing her and she said, we have to stop apologizing for being right. And when she said that, I was like, bing. And then I became very, very argumentative at dinner. Yeah. So, you know, we were talking about the bigger cultural significance. Like if you were to go back in time, and I still remember that moment, you know, where I was at that big rally in Manhattan. And I was like, this is the side to be on, this side, you know, and I had started on the other side because of my dad, you know, nothing personal. I mean, he was a great dad, but that was his philosophy, you know, and we ended up having arguments about the Vietnam War, just like so many other families. But I think we're at that moment now where the tide is shifting, where people are saying, no, this is not cool. No, we can't just say this is how it's done and leave it at that. And I think that cultural shift is, you know, this trial is emblematic of it, but it's happening all over the place. And, you know, I think Donnie and Adita, you're there in the trenches. Do you see that happening?
You know, I do think it's happening. I think it's happening slowly. I think what I'm seeing more of on a day-to-day basis is people who are posting on social media now, people who aren't vegetarians or vegans, but posting about the Beyond Vegetarian burger that they eat. So there's like people are starting to consume more and more plant-based foods. I kind of feel that happening. I think that people respect us a little bit more now than they did in the past for speaking out on behalf of animals. I don't think that any of this amounts to total animal liberation. I really think that the end of factory farming and consuming animals will come maybe with cultured meat or with a pandemic that makes it impossible for factory farming.
We just had a pandemic. We lost millions of people. I
Well,
mean,
but Jane, let me interrupt to say, you know, in the New York Times coverage about the current avian flu outbreak, the scientists are saying that if an avian flu mutates into a strain that could be transmitted among humans, not just from animal to human, but between humans, it would be a lot more lethal than COVID, that the death rate would be, I think the New York Times reported, over 30%. That could be a game changer. So I think it's going to be a combination of humans evolving and climate change and antibiotic resistance, which is going to put more people at risk, and pandemic risk. It's not going to just be one thing, but I feel like we're moving in the direction. Is it happening quickly enough? I don't know. I just want to make one more observation. And that is, you know, Jane, you and I years ago, I can remember saying to you as we were watching Wayne Chung speak for the first time. And I think I said to you, oh my God, who is this guy? He's such a visionary. It's like listening to sort of this epic speech every time he opens his mouth. And I think we just saw that today on his walk, you know, to the DA's office. And I can remember him talking about this idea of engaging in open rescue in order as a way to dismantle entire systems of oppression. And I thought he's like almost like it was unrelatable because he was such a visionary, and here we are watching his vision become a reality. It's that feels historic to me.
And there are certain people who are, you know, visionaries. As we watch the live video of the surviving chicken jacks, that's how I feel about Wayne. I also feel that way about Silas Rao. I was in Texas at the Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, and this guy gets up and he goes, "We're going to have a vegan world. We're going to make a vegan world. We know why we have to do it. We know when we have to do it, by 2026, because that's the point at which we will have essentially forced all wild mammal vertebrates into extinction. And all we have to figure out is how we're going to do it." And as soon as he said that, I was like, my head exploded. I was like, this man is a genius. And he's Dr. Silas Rao. We did a documentary on him called Countdown to Year Zero. You can watch it on Amazon. You can watch it on, we first put it on Amazon and then Amazon Prime, and it's still there, I believe. But we have it on our streaming network, UnchainedTV. And there's a whole bunch of other videos that connect animal agriculture with climate change and the climate apocalypse that is almost upon us. What I was going to say was, here I have a theory, and I could be wrong, but I think that Mother Nature is going to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. It's going to become unfeasible, completely impractical to have animals in the industrialized animal agriculture system. The price of hay is going up. Climate change is going to create droughts. It's going to create crop failures. These animals are eating a huge percentage of the food grown. And additionally, it's harder for them to survive with the extreme temperatures that are happening. Drought, I was mentioning that there were thousands of cows that died in Kansas, their legs up in the air, caught by a TikToker, not in the media. So it's going to become harder in the heat and in the extreme cold for these farms to function. Yes, they are building quote unquote pig hotels in China. It's disgusting. That's like saying there's a penthouse for these chickens in California. But the point is, unless you are going to do these, very futuristic solutions, these farms, it's going to be harder and harder. And so I think there's going to be a convergence of factors. Personally, I think I'm all for cultured meat. Sorry if you don't agree with me, especially bioidentical meat that doesn't even use an animal biopsy, or atelier meats. We interviewed them. They do not use anything but the placenta of one cow. And I could just show you right now, this is cultured meat. It looks like meat. It tastes like meat. I don't want to eat it, but for people who want their pound of flesh, I say whatever causes less suffering. I think what's going to happen is a convergence. I think factory farming is going to become much more difficult and messy and complicated with climate change and with all other supply chain disruptions. I think meat alternatives are increasing, particularly if you have, either bioidentical meat, which doesn't use any animal, or cell-based meat. And then you have the people rising up and saying this is wrong. And I think it's all going to converge. The question is, will it happen in time? Because we are barreling as a species toward a climate apocalypse. And so, when will these people wake up? When will, the Rachel Maddows of the world, who are progressive and brilliant and who can analyze the Mueller, report and do all sorts of spectacular things, but they can't get it through their heads that 8 billion humans killing 80 billion land animals every year is not sustainable and is contributing to climate change and all the other problems we're having? Like, why are all these smart people so stupid on this subject?
They're selfish.
I don't get.
They're selfish.
I mean, why is it that we see this and they can't see this, Donnie Moss, Adita? Oh, I have to unmute you.
I think humans are creatures where we're creatures of habit. Change is hard. And people have said that, in some ways it's harder to get people to change their diet than their religion. In a way, it almost is a religion. Food just represents family, culture, traditions, the chicken soup your grandmother fed you. So there's all of these other factors besides like the rational reasons why there is no reason to continue, eating animals. But there's these other factors, the emotional factors. Humans are emotional. We're not always just rational. So I think that that's all in play. But I do feel like, victories like today, it is part of a paradigm shift, I feel. 100 years ago, no women could have ever imagined that we not only have the right to vote, but have the freedoms that I do as a woman, that Donnie Moss could be married, that gay marriage, just all of the rights that were hard won. No one could have ever thought that it was possible. It takes revolutionaries to make the impossible possible, like Salesh Rao, like Wayne and others. So I feel like today is a big day. It feels like we're at a tipping point. It's a paradigm shift. It's happening much slower than we would like because we're racing against the clock. But so much, like I have said, just in the over 20 something years I've been an activist, it's a tremendous, tremendous change in the mainstreaming of veganism. Just the shift that has happened with the average person. But we do have a long way to go. But I am heartened that I have not given up hope that these changes will happen in our lifetime.
Oh my gosh. I just want to hear from everybody. We're waiting for this protest page.
Yeah, I can give you a quick update on the protest. So there's a small chance that it may not happen. So they went in there, Wayne and Kevin Little and Alicia. And if Nicole or Chris Colby or whoever else in there, says they're going to follow through with the ask or demand, whatever you want to call it, of Wayne and them, then great, we'll go home. We won't protest. Thank you. Awesome, great for doing your job. Thanks for protecting the animals. Thanks for looking into this animal abuse. It's happening right in your backyard. We appreciate it. Now, as I was saying before, with all of the DXE actions, this type of things always happens beforehand. It's never, we're just going here and we're mad at these people. No, we got to do our due diligence. We're going to go the proper channels first. We're going to give them a chance to have dialogue and do the right thing. More often than not, they don't. That you get stonewalled, and that's when you have to go protest. So right now, we're just kind of waiting to see what happened. They've been gone a while, so it leads me to believe that they're probably having a conversation, which is good. But I wouldn't hold your breath as to them making any commitments that they're going to follow through.
Well, I think that's very smart, because I want to say that there's probably a begrudging admiration for Wayne, just like we have it. I mean, when I've gone up against people, whether a debate or something, or I'm working in conjunction with them, and I go, wow, they're really good at what they do, and had grudging admiration or total admiration for them. We saw that with the judge in the Utah trial. He started out extremely hostile, but at a certain point, he started, Carla, referring to the pigs by their names, Lily and Lizzie.
Yeah, absolutely. Having been there, you could feel it. When you were inside the courtroom, you could feel really the animosity that the judge had, and you could hear it in the tone. He was very sharp, He really was not letting Wayne speak a lot of times. And once Wayne did speak, he heard, as we all have, how intelligent, how educated Wayne is. And over the course of just a couple of days, you could feel that shift, and you could hear how the judge was now having respect and giving Wayne a chance to actually speak and give his case. And it really made a big difference. And I think that would made a big difference with the jury as well, because, if the judge has this tone and is saying things a certain way, the jury is going to pick up on that. And so when you could feel that change happen, I think it really made a big difference.
Yes, absolutely. I think we have to give everybody the opportunity to change, or as Gene Bauer says, we accept everybody where they are on the journey. I wasn't born vegan. I do know a couple of people who were, but I wasn't. I did grow up in a mostly pescatarian household, so I was on the journey in a way, thanks to my parents. But we all had our. I look back in horror at some of my own behavior, where I used to say, well, I only eat shellfish. And then I would go to I went to this place and we're opening the shells with a hammer. And I look back and I go, who was that person? Horrified at my own behavior. So we have to give people an opportunity.
They're walking back. Just FYI, I can see Wayne and Kevin and Alicia. They're heading back.
Oh, wow. So we'll find out what happened. This is very exciting. And just so you know, after the not guilty verdict, if you're just joining us, although we've had people watching for a long time, there was a live march to the Merced County District Attorney's Office. And Wayne and Alicia, one of the co-defendants and one of the other attorneys, went in and handed them the information, or tried to, that they initially wanted them to look at in order to take action against what they say is illegal animal cruelty at foster farms. And again, we invite foster farms on any time to respond to the allegation.
It sounds like they talked with Nicole.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Just go with the chief deputy district attorney of Merced County. Shared with them 3 documents, 2 animal cruelty reports, literally the exhibits from the trial we were just at when they were prosecuting Alicia. We turned them back over to the DA and said, these are not exhibits in a criminal case involving Alicia Santurio. They're exhibits for a criminal case involving Foster Farms. And we also handed over the necropsy, and Kevin pointed out, even if you don't give a damn about animals, and you should, because it is a violation of the laws of California to torture animals. But even if you don't care about animals, sick and injured animals are a threat to public health. That came out of trial. And so, and finally, listen to your own community. What just happened in a courtroom a few blocks away? 12 jurors held unanimously that we have the right to rescue animals, and what's happening in these factory farms is a crime. So I'm hopeful they will do the right thing and start an investigation. I think the evidence is definitive. I mean, we're not talking about, borderline neglect situations. We're talking about animals being buried alive in landfills. We're talking about animals being boiled alive in scalding tanks. And no one can defend this conduct. No one can defend this conduct. And it's time for the DA's office to stop defending the indefensible and start listening to the people.
Wow. Abby.
Yeah, I hope they're going to do something, but we'll see. I don't know.
Do you think it would be appropriate for us? Do you feel like you got some assurance that they intend to investigate, or should we protest, or should we take a photo?
They haven't given us any commitments, and it's been 2 years of you all filing reports. But do what you got to do. Exercise your First Amendment rights. Because if they had made a commitment to do something, I'd say maybe differently. But they haven't made a commitment to do anything. All right. Well, thanks so much.
Yeah. So it sounds like we didn't get the response that we wanted. Alicia and Alexandra are leaving. But it sounds like Wayne and everyone did not get the commitments from the appropriate parties. So, as you heard Paul say, we are going to express our First Amendment rights at this point in time.
Okay, well, keep on trucking, and we're right there with you. It's amazing. I just think the relentlessness, and that's what is required, relentlessness. I think that if you are going to succeed with something like this, you need to be relentless. There's a point where most people just say, okay, we've done our part. Now we can relax. It's been a long day. And the people who do the other and just say, no, we're going to keep going. Okay, we've been at this for 9 days, 9 days of just nonstop, going to court, bearing witness, testifying, participating in protests. Now, this is, in the old days, they used to say, this is what separates the men from the boys. Let's come up with a new phrase for that. But what do you have to say, Paige, when you hear that they're going to protest now?
More power to you. We are out there with you. We are right there with you. Here's the thing I wanted to point out that actually gives me some more hope for humanity is that when we're hearing there's some sympathetic maybe responses or even just softening. I don't know if that's the right word for the judge there, but that there are folks who are seeing this on the juries, since we've seen 2 recent cases of acquittal. What I'm feeling is that perhaps that the change of heart and mind and conversation about activists. So let me just back up a moment. Before I was vegan 7.5 years ago, whenever I would see some kind of loudmouth animal rights activist, I pretty much moved around and moved away and thought those are some crazy people. Here's the thing. I think the media paints activists as extremists. But here's the thing. Again, it's revolutionary that we're making these changes for the future of our planet, which is why I went vegan. I have children. My daughter came home, said she was vegan at 13, and I started getting interested in what that even meant. What are you talking about? And being an environmentalist, I got interested in what she was passionate about. And I thought, well, what the hell? I watched Cowspiracy and I said to myself, if I don't make these changes for a better planet for my children and the future of the planet, I'm a hypocrite and I'm essentially a bad person. I need to get busy making these changes on a global scale as much as I possibly can, which led me to you, Jane. So there you go.
And you've done an incredible job. And I want to tell you that you can watch Plant-Based in the Burbs. Paige Parsons Roach and Cherie Johnson have a great show called Plant-Based in the Burbs. It's very fun. And I'm going to one day do a whole show on the outtakes, which is going to definitely win some awards.
Yeah. In all seriousness, it's fun to show the cooking, but I also really think it's important that we're in here. Agriculture Fairness Alliance, by the way, AFA, is a really important group that I want to bring note to, because I just recently saw Connie Spence, one of the founders, as well as Renee King Sonnen of Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, on the Capitol steps, bringing information about changes for the Farm Bill. And I don't profess to know a whole lot of details about the Farm Bill. I just know we need system changes in our food system. There are lots of millions and billions of hungry people on the streets right now, and the subsidies the majority of them are going towards meat, dairy, eggs, and I'm going to say pharmaceuticals as well. So that's got to change.
Absolutely. And we'll talk about that as we check in with this protest. Maybe we can hear they're chanting something, and Wayne Shung is part of it.
What's the sad after a day like this? The last couple of weeks, huh? I'm gonna apologize because I'm pretty tired, but the thing that's been keeping me going every day when I've been waking up, every night when I go to sleep, is just thinking about what I said to the jury at the end of the closing. That somewhere out there is a little creature, a little bird. It was the same feelings as the dogs and cats we love in our own homes. The same feelings that you and I feel when we're scared, when we're alone, when we're hurt, when we're sick. What this company, Foster Farms, is doing to these living beings going through some of the worst experiences any living being on this planet could go through. Not to care for them, not to give them even the smallest kindness, not even to ignore them, but to brutalize them, to set them alive, to throw them into a landfill and bury them under dozens of other bullets as they explore and desperately claw for air and life. And that is not okay. That is not okay, not just to animal rights advocates and vegans. That is not okay to anyone who says this nightmare, which is precisely why foster farms had to go after these two women. Because they are trying to conceal their lies. Did you hear the VP from foster farms at the trial say, yeah, our animals are free from sickness, injury, and disease? Did you hear him say that, yeah, we have staff veterinarians taking care of all of our animals? Well, the images you're seeing here today at this demo, the testimony you heard at this trial, and maybe most importantly, the verdict of 12 random members of our community just showed the world decisively that foster farms is lying. And they are not just lying, they are lying about committing crimes. And if we truly live in a society that is controlled by the rule of law, if we truly live in a democracy, then we should be holding these corporations accountable. And that's what this demonstration is about. The Merced County District Attorney for the last 2 years has been ignoring, evading, concealing, and apologizing for some of the most grotesque abuse any of us on this planet could possibly imagine, and it's time for that to stop. And we had, I would say, a reasonable conversation with the Deputy DA of Merced County here today, probably for the first time. Better than being ignored, it's better than being prosecuted. But this is just, not even step one, it's step zero. This is the minimum that this office owes to the local community, to the Constitution, and to the animals. So, what's next? What's next is this. In the street. If they do the right thing and hold foster farms accountable, that'll set a chain reaction off across the nation. Other DAs will be empowered to take on even the most powerful corporations when they're inflicting cruelty and violence against the most weak and vulnerable in our society. But even if they do not, even if the attorneys and powerful people in this office do not hold foster farms accountable, we will. We will. And we will hold you accountable as elected officials of the United States of America to protect not just the powerful, not just the rich, but even the smallest and weakest and most vulnerable beings on this planet. So we're on a Friday afternoon. Most of the DA's office has gone off for the weekend, but we will be back. We will be ready to fight, and we will not stop until every one of these living beings is safe.
Wow, what a speech. Unbelievable. So you guys are going to protest and you're going to come back again and again, I guess. That is, it sends a message, man. Curtis, this sends a huge message. Wow, look at that. All right, I think we should just start getting final thoughts from everybody. This has been an extraordinary day. I want to say I personally am very proud to just be a small, tiny little part of this. Wow. Oh my gosh. Mick Davutian, your thoughts.
Jane, wouldn't it be something if at the Animal Liberation Conference, somehow DXC decides that that's the action we're going to take and there's like 2,000 of us marching on Merced in a couple of months? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes, that would be amazing. But you heard what they said, that the DA, I think, said went out of town for the weekend. That's, the go-to, right? Oh, I'm not around.
Well, I looked up. We were talking about the Merced mayor, or the, I guess, pro tem mayor being in the court, and then I believe I looked him up on LinkedIn. So Matthew Serrato, he's the mayor pro tem and the chief of Merced, city of Merced, but he's also the chief deputy district attorney of the city of Merced, county of Merced. So I don't know who they were speaking to, but he's one of the district attorneys, chief district attorneys.
Yeah.
And these people are paid by our tax dollars and shamelessly refusing to do their job. They have to be held to account.
They really do have to be held to account. Donnie and Adita, your thoughts as we wrap up this extraordinary day.
I would say I'm totally inspired and by what DXC has done, their sacrifice, their vision, and this victory. And I would encourage anybody who doesn't already support DXC in one way or another, whether it's on social media or financially, to do so, because our support helps enable them to have, to go to court and to have, which is expensive, and to have victories like this. And finally, I just want to thank DXC for just being such inspirational leaders and for making the sacrifices that they do. I've been to 2 animal liberation conferences, and both times I was just energized and moved and just proud to be part of the movement.
Unbelievable. And they are still there. Let's go to Nathan. Your thoughts, Nathan. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, it's really been a thrill to be here.
I got another speak out from another activist if you want to hear this.
Sure. We'll go to it. Hold on.
What is going on?
Oh my God.
But just in case you forgot, we're back. And let me just remind you of what you read. There are some violations happening, violations of the law happening here in your jurisdiction. So therefore, we're asking you to prosecute Foster Farms. It clearly makes sense given the papers that are in your hand explains so many violations of the law. The USDA has a document. In it, there is the truck sanitization standard operations procedure. It explains how you're supposed to disinfect the trucks between transport. Well, Foster Farm, someone representing Foster Farm during testimony explained that doesn't happen.
Away from it because of the trains.
Yeah, there's the trains out there. This is Americana, people. This is real Americana. This is not Hollywood. It's not Wall Street. It's an average American town. And so what happens here is super, super significant, because if they can acquit, which they did, the verdict is not guilty. These women, for rescuing these chickens here in Merced County, which is a highly agricultural town where Foster Farms is a big presence, then watch out, Animal Ag. Watch out. Are we going back to that gentleman? We'll see. Well, let's hear a little bit from Nathan. Nathan,
investigate the clear lack of good welfare that is being conducted by Foster Farms. Once again, District Attorney, this is your jurisdiction. It is important for you to prosecute. Now, Ethan and Jack were very, 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 very sick. Sick with some pathogens that can infect humans. These chickens were about to enter a slaughterhouse to be put into the food supply. Therefore, Foster Farms is putting people at risk. And as was said during the testimony, well, if they're very sick, then they'll just go to pet food. Okay, so you're making my companion sick? Well, not mine, because, minor opinion. But anyway, people within your jurisdiction are putting people and other animals at You should investigate. Now let me read you some of these bacteria and virus and conditions that Ethan and Jack were found to be in. Hepatitis, gout, bacteria such as Enterococcus and E. coli. They had conjunctivitis, which is pink eye, in both eyes. And very seriously, they were septic, which could lead to shock, which could lead to death. And they had infectious bronchitis virus. Now the infectious part. If you think that just one chicken had it, you're wrong. It's an airborne disease, kind of like COVID. In fact, IBV is a coronavirus. And it is on the truck being brought into this facility that is in your jurisdiction. District Attorney of Merced County, it's important that you look into these violations of the law because it is your job. Taxpayers are paying your paycheck to do your job. Please investigate Foster Farm. So now back to Ethan and Jack. They arrived in very poor conditions, and their caretaker Celeste mentioned that she had to make a sling for the chickens to be able to stand because they couldn't. So the sling would keep them off the ground because they also arrived covered in their own feces and urine. Now, like humans, and some of us have grandparents inside nursing facilities, it is super important to make sure that they're not in their own urine because urine is ammonia, it is toxic, it will burn your skin. So let's have to make it clean so that the skin of these chickens could heal because they've been sitting in their own urine for so long that they have burns from their urine. This is a violation of the law, and it's your duty to prosecute. It is your duty to investigate foster farms. Air, food, water, these are necessities to life. And Alexandra and Alicia provided these for Ethan and Jack. What they did was the right thing, and that was proven in the court of law. 12 amazing jurors found them not guilty. Because if not theft, it was a rescue. They rescued 2 chickens and gave them all the basic necessities of life. And then they went further. They gave them gloves. They gave them safety. They gave them peace of mind to know that they're not going to go into an electric bath or be burned alive, scalding hot.
I want to give an opportunity for some of the notables who we have on this panel to comment as we see 2 live videos, one of a protest outside of the Merced County District Attorney's Office. The other is the live video of the surviving rescued chicken at an undisclosed sanctuary living the good life finally. Dr. Crystal Heath, veterinarian and founder of Our Honor, which tries to allow veterinarians to be the animal lovers they want to be despite industry pressures. What can you tell us about the makeup of the jury and how that might have influenced the decision?
Yeah, I was so wondering, like, who is the jury foreman? Who's the foreman? Because I had my guesses. There was juror number 4. She was a nurse, and the whole time, anytime there was any mention of animal cruelty, or when Alexandra and Alicia took the stand, her face, she was so emotional. She, was nodding vigorously and like cringing at the footage and like so not nodding when Alicia and Alexandra spoke. And then there was juror number 1 who seemed very much not sympathetic to the whole thing. But she seemed like somebody who may be on our side, but I just wasn't sure. We couldn't get a good read on her. There was one woman who was a librarian, and she was diligently taking notes during Travis Colby, the prosecution's closing statements. And I wasn't quite sure where she would land. She seemed like she was maybe against us. There was juror number 9, who was a woman She seemed a little hippie-ish, but she also seemed like she was very questioning the whole time. She was not quite sure. The only one who I know was super positive towards us was juror number 4. So I asked who's the foreman, who's the foreman? I thought it would either be number 9 or number 10, who'd worked in law enforcement before. And number 1 was my third choice, and it turned out to be number 1 was the foreman. Apparently, one of our people, after the verdict came in and the jury delivered their verdict, went up to her and asked to talk. She seemed not very happy with the situation. So maybe she was the reason the jury took so long to reach a verdict. She was the foreman, but maybe was against everybody. That'll all come out later. Who knows? I was just texting. I mean, I've kept in touch with the juror number 3 from the Utah trial. And the most wholesome story ever is that all of those jurors meet on a regular basis to have dinner. And they're having dinner again on the 31st. They invited me to come. They said they'd love to meet me. And I'm looking forward to going out to St. George again to hopefully have dinner with them if my schedule works out.
And hopefully at a vegan restaurant.
It sounds like we're having pizza at juror number 3's house. So I didn't ask what the menu is. I mean, we'll see what happens. No judgment.
Yeah, this is so amazing. And what an extraordinary day. And again, we might feel a little bit fatigued from sitting and talking all day, but these folks have been marching. They've been cleaning up their Airbnb. They march from one place to another. They go in court. They all have tasks. What we're doing is so easy compared to what they're doing, which is so much work. And I just want to applaud them and applaud everybody on this panel. But yeah, let's hear it for Curtis. Curtis, who has done such an amazing job out there. Wow. And Curtis, you are a cool dude. Like, I got that before I even met you when I saw the video of how you basically got a change of venue for Wayne and Paul in the first trial, the trial in Utah, by videotaping a cop. I always look for any excuse to play that because it was so clever. And you allowed him to reveal his prejudices. I'm going to play 30 seconds of it because it's just one of my favorite videos, and it did go viral. It's gotten millions.
Do you have to have a permit?
Permit for a sidewalk?
Let me get my camera on too.
Sure.
Okay. You're not.
This is not a good look.
You're not to be spreading.
This is not a good look.
You're not supposed to be down here.
This is public property.
You're not to be down here doing this. Do you realize that your company caused a problem in our community?
Do you have anything relevant to say to me?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I've asked you to stop.
Okay, I'm on public property.
You need to stop.
Okay.
Go ahead. You need to stop. You realize you're not wanted in this community and you've been asked to leave?
I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's the problem with your group. You just don't care about people or anybody. Do you understand? You've been asked to leave.
All of this for handing out some flyers. This is how much
all of
promotion.
All of this because your group has been a direct influence on shutting down Smithfield Foods. You don't realize that's the major employer in our county?
You don't think I know that?
There's a lot of people that have lost their jobs, and you come into this community and pour salt into the wounds of the people that have lost their jobs.
It's not the intent.
You need to well, I don't care what the intent is. What you're doing is causing a disturbance in the community.
I'm not trying to cause.
I just can't. I'm sorry. Every time I watch that, it reveals such an intense misunderstanding of what his role is as a law enforcement officer. And I will also say that jobs have, since time immemorial, been used as an excuse to perpetuate all sorts of injustices, whether it's keeping women out of the workforce, any number of things. We can all go back in time and we know. But, I think that it really crystallizes when people lose sight of what their real job is. Okay. And just like the district attorney in this case has lost sight of what her job is. She's gotten confused about who she works for. And I think, that's probably the best way to wrap up this extraordinary day of coverage. I think, Curtis, you have to weigh in on this because you're the one who, by playing that video, you got to change a venue from a company town to a more reasonable town in Utah that acquitted Wayne and Paul. And but it really illustrates a bigger point that all of these public officials have forgotten who they work for, the people, not corporations.
Yeah, it wasn't just that. There was other things. It wasn't just that interaction. It's funny you keep playing it. That's not the only thing that led to the change of venue, but it was definitely one of them. And as far as like final thoughts here on the day, I just want to encourage anybody that, if you feel inspired by this or you don't know what to do or you want to get involved, like come to the conference. The conference was like a big thing for me back in 2018. That's when I met so many people. Learn how to, be a safety marshal, learn how to interact with the police or be a police liaison. You can learn how to make flyers and design. Paul does a lot of our design work. Learn how to marshal and lead your own protests. Learn how to do investigations. So like all of the things, all of these elements that were a part of these last 2 weeks. There's a bunch of little pieces and you can learn as many of those little pieces that you want at the conference that's happening this June. So please go to liberationconference.com. You can learn more and sign up for the conference. We'd love to have you out there. We'd love to see you. And the more people that we have that are both knowledgeable and active, the faster we can see the change that we want.
Yes, and we have a link up there, dxe.io/register. Final thoughts, everybody. Thank you again, Curtis. You are a gem, truly a gem. Let's go around round robin. Crystal, you just joined us. We're doing final thoughts. Your final thought on this momentous day.
Two in a row. That's amazing. But somebody there needs to get a letter of recommendation from the bailiff to tell future courts that we're good people. So let all the volunteers come and all the activists come. I just remember North Carolina, the judge being really suspicious of all of us and, not letting us wear anything in the courtroom and not letting us mill around the court and everything. So please, letter of recommendation.
Absolutely. All right, next one. We're going to go to Ellen Dent.
I'm with Donnie. I don't see how anybody could not be inspired by today. So huge congratulations to DXE, to Alexandra, to Alicia. To everybody involved in this. This is history. It's not just one step closer to animal rights for other animals. It's also another step closer to animal liberation. And that is what you see when you see Jax at this sanctuary. It's just absolutely wonderful to be a part of. And I'm honored to have been here with all of you. And I hope that we can do this again soon and get another victory.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Ellen. Great to see you. Mick, final thoughts.
Well, this is the beginning of the end, but we're at the very beginning, I think. So it's going to take a lot of work, as we talked about before. Donate your time, donate your money, get involved, talk to your neighbors, family, and friends, whatever floats your boat as far as how you want to do it, with kindness or by shaming. Both can work. Just get it done.
Yes, I was shamed into going vegan when I was a vegetarian. Donnie Moss, your final thought.
I gave my final thought 3 hours and 27 minutes ago, but here's the thing. Two things. The first is I want to say I'm totally reinvigorated as an activist, and I'm going to continue to force myself to step out of my comfort zone on behalf of the animals and anybody who's a victim of oppression. And I would encourage everyone who's watching to do the same. And lastly, Jane, I just want to say that when I'm watching network news and I see a panel of people and an anchor, I know that there is a control room with 15 or 20 people doing all the work behind the scenes, yet you have managed to do this all on your own. And I'm just absolutely mesmerized by that. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for having all of us. And thank you for elevating this trial.
Well, I have to introduce my executive producer,
Aw.
our team, and she's like, "It's a wrap, mommy. I want to go for a walk." But thank you. Point well taken. You know, I have to thank the technology. Let's give StreamYard a shout out, because they've put an entire studio in your laptop, and I think every activist should use it. Carla, your final thought.
Well, here to everybody. I am so impressed at the professionalism across the board. But really, my final thought is one of hope. I'm hopeful as we see this shift happening, and just looking at Jax and Jax's friends who otherwise were condemned to death, but they were saved by Alicia and Alexandra and so many brave activists. They were just babies, and the condition that they were in was horrendous. And now they're alive, and who knows how long they'll get to live these beautiful lives in that gorgeous place, knowing nothing but love. So I'm just so hopeful for the future, and I really just want to thank everybody who has stuck with us over the course of these long 9 days and through all of this time today. Thank you. And I really hope I get to meet all of you guys at the Animal Liberation Conference and get to give you all big hugs in person.
Right back at you. And I have a feeling you were instrumental in getting that live video arranged. So thank you, Carla. You are truly amazing. Nathan, final thought. And by the way, I always forget. So if I've left anybody out, let me know.
Yeah, Jane, I mean, another jury in another state, in another rural county, watched activists take animals from a factory farm and acquitted them. It's unbelievable. It's a testament to DXE. It's a testament to the attorneys. It's a testament to these incredibly brave activists who put their liberty on the line for animals who, you know, will never be able to say thank you, who, you know, who they know it's worth fighting for them because they're worth fighting for. They shouldn't have to stand trial. They shouldn't have to worry about going to jail. We shouldn't have to be doing these shows. I'm so grateful to you that you do what you do, and for having me on. You know, but it's time to make right to rescue the law of the state, of the country. What factory farms are doing to these animals, to the planet, to our environment, it's unfathomable. You know, I was thinking about one last comment. I was thinking these Alexandra and Alicia were on trial. They're being prosecuted by the DA's office. And what I think these DAs don't even realize is that really what they're doing beyond trying to save the animals is they're really protecting these prosecutors and their families and their future generations. And to criminalize them is the worst use of prosecutorial discretion I can imagine. But I'm just so thankful that there's so many good people who are doing the right thing. And it's been an honor to be on the panel with everybody here.
Well, thank you. We needed you. We need an attorney to keep us on planet Earth. So thank you, Nathan. Paige Parsons Roach, your final thought.
You know, if I can do it, you can do it is what comes to mind. This gives me hope for humanity, that change comes from within. You know, wings are chickens with bones and feathers. They're not just things that you eat. You can have cauliflower instead. I also think that this shows the jury was sympathetic to these animals that were suffering. And the thing of it is, some people may think, that's not my chicken. My chicken wouldn't be on that truck being transported in. But the thing of it is that we're contributing. So whenever we buy
They die.
Other wings, it contributes to other animals dying. So, those of you that are out there stumbled upon this video, I invite you to make the change, get a little, more deeply involved. If you're an activist, jump in, get active. And if I can do it, you can do it. If we can do it, you can too. So thanks for letting me have this opportunity, and all y'all are my sheroes and heroes. So thank you so much.
Well said. Thank you, Paige. Has everybody given their final thought? Yes? Okay, I'm going to give my final thought. I'm going to give a plug to our nonprofit streaming network. People ask me, how are you going to monetize it? There is no monetization. It's not designed to make money. It's designed to get the word out about cases like this. And we need your help, because while we've created what amounts to a Netflix/CNN, we do not have millions of dollars to promote. We rely on the volunteer power of people who will share out. So first thing, I'm asking you guys, please download the app. You just put in Unchained TV, one word, into your phone app store. It will come up, and it is 100% free. You have to put Unchained TV. If you just put Unchained, some porn things come up. Okay, I'm just warning you. But Unchained TV, one word, it comes up on your phone as an extraordinary app. You can also watch on your TV via Amazon Fire Stick. You put it in your Roku device, or you put it in your Apple TV device, and we're going to be soon on all Samsung televisions. So we need your support. Please download the app. Don't say, I'll do it now, I'll do it later. Do it now. That's the one thing I ask you, so that we can, instead of asking for permission, let's take the power back. Kind of like DXE is doing. They're not just asking for permission, please prosecute. They're taking the power back. We're doing that with the media, and so that we can continue to do coverage of the upcoming trials. And you can also watch the thousands, at this point, more than 1,000 documentaries and cooking shows that we have on Unchained TV, and send them to your friends. You don't have to argue with them anymore, or your relatives. Just send them the videos. So that's my final note. I want to say it's been an honor. I want to thank each and every one of you. The verdict is not guilty. And this little guy, Jax, is still alive and survived the horror and is living his best life. That is a win-win-win-win. See you next time on Unchained TV. Thank you, everybody.